Welcome everyone to 3D Experience World 2026. My name is Sean O'Neill and I'm joined by my co-host here, Jesse Sprague. What's going on?
Not too much, Sean. How are you?
The vibe is great.
We're back.
The vibe is awesome. I see a ton of you in the YouTube chat. I see a ton of you joining the stream. Fun fact, Jesse, and I want to try to say this as correctly and accurately as I possibly can. If we go back to day one of last year's event, 3D Experience World 2025, I looked at this as recently as December.
Okay.
It's fresh in my mind. This was the most, in terms of concurrent viewers, this was the most popular stream in Solidworks YouTube history.
Wow.
Solidworks has been around for over 30 years. I mean, come on. So
we're going to beat it this
deal.
year, right? Tell all your friends.
Yes.
Log on.
Yeah, the numbers are already climbing. Thank you so much for everyone. Of course, everyone who hears me in the concourse here, but of course, all of you, once again, on YouTube, in the live chat, thank you so much for joining us. I want to just start with some context. A lot of you are probably viewing 3D Experience World overall for the first time. Some of you are like, no, there's no way. This conference has been going on world for over 20 years. There's no way. No, there is definitely a way. In fact, just yesterday on site, we had a first-timers event, a welcome event, and we have around 4,000 individuals here on site for 3D Experience World, talking designers, engineers, students, makers, and so forth. But we had 400 people, before the conference even started, register for that first-timers event.
Yeah, that was, had you gone to the first-timers event previously?
No, I had not.
Yeah,
so it was run by Joe Lance.
Yep.
Right? You went yesterday as well.
I did.
What was your take on the sights and sounds?
It was really cool. So we talked to Joe when we saw him in the hallway yesterday or Saturday, and he said, "Oh, we've got 400 people signed up. We don't know where we're going to put them all, but hopefully we'll have a space." So they did it in the HIVE, just kind of well, you can't see it from here, but just down the hallway from where we are, and it was packed in there. Super fun event. I mean, if you don't know Joe Lance, where have you been? First of all,
right.
But second of all, he has got more energy than two of the 4,000 people here probably put together. So he is the man for that job, let me tell you.
Yeah, so fitting. So I saw him on Saturday for the first time. He came in with a bib, like a running bib. He had just run a 10-mile race, came in looking great. But it's also very fitting that he was the one to run the first-timer meetup because we are in Houston, Texas, which is awesome. We're having a special event on Tuesday night. Wish you could all be there at the NASA Space Center. But yeah, we have a lot going on. We have 270 hours of technical meetup content here at 3D Experience.
Yeah, is that a record?
I think, yeah, you were mentioning that. I think
I heard it was.
That is a record. So it's over 270 hours of
I thought we were trying to minimize that to make it easier for people to find. We just made even more than ever.
Yep, and sometimes, it's called 3D Experience World. This is, we're talking Solidworks design, the name of the 3D CAD application that you guys all know and love and use every day, whether you're a maker, startup, mature industry user, whatever. Solidworks PDM, simulation. We have sessions all across the board. We have meetups for all sorts of things, for designers, engineers,
yeah, I'm going to visualize one tomorrow.
Yeah, visualize meetups. So if you are a Solidworks user, if you're thinking, am I using Solidworks the best way possible? Am I offering the most cutting edge experience to my customers? Am I building products the best way that I possibly can? In 2026, this is the conference to go to, simply put. Right.
Let me back you up a second there, though, because you said SolidWorks design and kind of glossed over that.
It's a big point.
Yeah, we changed that this year, didn't we? SolidWorks Design is the SolidWorks product that you all know and love and have for 30 years, 30 plus years now. But yeah, it got a new name, didn't it, this year? So if you hear us referring to it as SolidWorks Design, same old friend that you've always known with a new name. It was kind of silly, right? The company had a name. The product didn't really have a name. You got SolidWorks Simulation, SolidWorks Composer, SolidWorks itself. Well, now it's SolidWorks Design.
This is very much a design conference. Like, we have so much going on, so many fun and games. We have the CAD Alley Conquer competition.
Yeah,
we'll take you on a tour of the playground, right? So essentially what this is you have to take modeling challenges at the Model Mania booth, Model Mania Xtreme booth, and the Retro SolidWorks booth. And you get special pins. We have all sorts of crazy swag, so you can get your CAD Alley Conquer pin. If you just go to the Retro SolidWorks booth, you just go there, take the design challenge, you get this special pin. Yeah, there is a lot of awesome swag, like even little things like die cut stickers.
Seeing things come back that are backed by popular demand.
Yep.
The Retro booth being one of those. We took a look at the 95 booth last year for a 30-year celebration. Full retro this year.
100%. But we do have guests. We have tons of guests. We have tons of extended conversations. I don't want you to feel like if you're watching at home that this is a bolt-on. A lot of the product announcements that you're going to hear, the keynotes, they are made for this broadcast. So you're getting a special look in a lot of ways by watching on YouTube. Once again, thank you so much. But once again, we have guests. So I'd like to welcome on, if he is ready, Shubham Arora here. Everyone, give it up for Shubham. We have a crowd here. Come on. Give him a round of applause.
Hey, man.
Shubham, welcome.
Thank you.
How's it going, man?
Thank you.
We have 2 seats for you. You pick.
Yeah. This one.
Sit right in the middle.
Yeah, thank you.
So I mentioned at the top, we have people here from all walks of life, designers, engineers, makers, students, researchers, right?
Yeah.
So you work with a lot of our students, and one of the big deals as far as your attendance here is the AAKRUTI competition, right? So you can tell us a bit about that?
First of all, Sean, it feels special to be here, and AAKRUTI is Dassault Systems' global student innovation platform. It's not just a competition, but it's a journey of 4 students plus 1 teacher who participate in it, utilizing Solidworks and 3DEXPERIENCE platform to solve real-world problems across engineering, sustainability, health impact, smart cities, etc. So basically, in this particular competition, they are receiving the licenses, they are receiving the Solidworks licenses, and then they are working on it, and they are utilizing the same licenses which industry is already working on. And we are basically helping them converting their ideas into industry-ready solutions. So I believe this is one of the biggest competitions across world that we are conducting from Dassault Systems.
Nice. So we could show, just for further context, we love to show visuals. We actually have a clip that we can show in the background as we go, just detailing a bit of this year's competition. But we're not just talking about a competition that's happened right across the year and it's over, right? There's a big culmination that's happening on Wednesday, I believe, right? Yes. So that's a big deal this year, right? So tell us a bit more about that if you could.
So this year marks a major milestone for us. I mean, AAKRUTI was initially just a national competition in India, but now it has been expanded across 37 countries in the world.
Wow.
There are student teams from Asia, Pacific, then Middle East, Africa, Europe, America as well. And today, there are 12 teams from 9 countries who came here for the AAKRUTI International Finale.
Okay, so let's say 12 teams from 9 countries. We're in Houston, Texas, right? So could we actually get a shot of the crowd here? That would be awesome, because we have a lot of the individuals that were part of the AAKRUTI challenge here in attendance. Yeah, if we can just get a shot. Everyone, say hello. You're on YouTube. You're live. Yep. Yeah, we are so happy to have you guys here. So yeah, that's a big culmination at 3DEXPERIENCE World. I was talking to a few of you just a moment ago, saying, do you have some extra prep to do? Feeling stressed? Hopefully this is not stressful for you guys to be taking in some of the earlier parts of 3DEXPERIENCE World. But awesome. No, this is very, very exciting, man. And thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Sean.
Once again, I think it's so awesome that SolidWorks design all the applications can be a great unifier, right? No matter which area of your career, your trajectory that you're in, we're all kind of using and cohabitating in the same tools and being able to share our skills and our knowledge with others at this conference. 4,000 of us, that's what it's all about. So awesome. Thank you so much, man, for dropping in.
Yeah.
And good luck to all of you. Good luck to all of you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to keep this pre-show going.
Keep it
Jesse,
rolling.
how you feeling? Is the energy up?
I'm feeling great.
Awesome. We have a crazy
down.
crowd. We have a lot of you watching on the seats here. We have a crowd that's forming for general session, which starts in, I believe, about 50 minutes or so?
Roughly, yep.
Yeah, about 50 minutes or so. So we have a lot to get to before then.
Yeah, I was
right?
just going to say.
So I mentioned this conference is a user conference. A lot of you are industry users, commercial users. I want to welcome on Ian Randall here from MAGLEV Aero. We're going to switch gears. Everyone give Ian a round of applause here. So we actually met yesterday. One of the beauties of this conference, you can meet someone and then interview them the very next day.
Fantastic to be here, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot for
thank
coming
you.
on. One of the
you so
things
much
that
for coming
I
on.
like about this conference is like, from the software side, we're in our general sessions, we're always like looking forward to what's going on with what's on the horizon of our softwares, right? And we got students here, we got future upcoming designers, we got emerging designers, we've got emerging technologies. Everything is just what's over the horizon, and I absolutely love that stuff. So I'm really excited. You and I talked for 20 minutes probably in the playground last night about your designs. That's super cool stuff.
Well, this is a beautiful melting pot.
It is.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, so we were talking in the playground, as you mentioned. We had been kind of talking back and forth for weeks. We had planned this. We planned these segments for you guys, I promise. But we met in person for the first time yesterday. And MAGLEV Aero, I wanted to ask you, a lot of us, when you start a company, you're trying to create value, you're trying to change things. We have some B-roll here just to give you guys a bit of, perhaps maybe of an initial taste of what you guys do. But what problem, I wanted to ask you, what problem in aviation had your team saying the industry has accepted this for too long and pushed you to start the company?
Well, I've always been driven by the freedom of flight. I think it's a beautiful expression of freedom and mobility. And we, working in small teams, we were working on a vertical takeoff and landing, high-speed drone aircraft. And we had all sorts of challenges with power and battery systems, and then them delivering a little bit less than what they were rated for, and the propulsion systems consuming a little bit more than what they were rated to say that they were consuming. And after working really hard to make everything fit, the thing was deafening in the sky, and that was the only thing that people really walked away from those flight demonstrations saying, wow, my God, it's loud, isn't it? So I focused on how do we make a more efficient propulsion system that can make the design process of that aircraft a bit easier. So when you're not designing at the head of a point of a needle, you have more flexibility. You can choose what you use it for a bit more flexibly. And then how do you make it more considerate, more adaptable to the environment that you intend to use it, like in urban settings or being able to deliver packages closer to people so that it can be useful to more people.
Interesting, yeah, and that's one of the things I want to touch on, urban air transit. Just going to your website, learning a bit more about you, that seems to be a premier focus area for you guys. Could you expand a bit more on why that is?
Yeah, no, being able to deliver great value to people and be a service to communities and be able to adapt to the changing environments where you have cities getting larger, but people more densifying into city centers. And the 2D experience is one that is a congested one. So can we expand our mobility into that third dimension and use the space that we're given?
And just for people at home, obviously we're seeing some B-roll here, but can you describe just a little bit about what it is you've done? So you're talking about making it quieter and all of these other things, but kind of give us a little bit of
we have some thrust section,
a little bit of a description of
thrust comparisons you have on your website.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at MAGLEV Aero, we build MAGLEV electric propulsion systems. That is a motor, bearing, fan, impeller system all synergistically designed together to be able to deliver a lot more thrust for a lot less power, also while neatly producing a lot less noise. And so the neat thing about what we do, instead of having a motor in the center of your rotor system, like in the picture up above, we actually distribute the motor to the outer periphery of the fan, so the blades terminate in a contiguous shroud. You still will have, in some cases, a bearing on the center, but allows us to more efficiently actuate the flow, ingest more flow, diffuse it more into your exhaust, and then do that also while eliminating the core source of loss in any ducted or open system, which is the tip losses, that high pressure air on the bottom side of a blade leaking up to the low pressure air on the upper side, allowing you to work the air more and do more with less.
Very cool.
So at the end of the day, 50% more thrust for a hybrid or battery electric system can translate to 200% or so more payload or fuel.
200%. That's
power is really expensive in the sky.
Yeah. That is absolutely cool. You've got a cool demonstration of your unit there in the playground. Again, for you guys at home, we hope you can come someday. There's all sorts of cool stuff like that in the playground that you can check out and you see kind of work in person. So.
Oh, fantastic to be here, guys.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Ian. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, we will see you throughout the conference. Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, this will be awesome.
And if you guys are interested, come find me in the playground. Good stuff abound.
Awesome. Round of applause for being here.
Thank you.
So I mentioned we have so many experiences that are made for you guys here across 3 days of live streaming. In fact, we do want to give a nod, of course, to the digital space, right? We're at over the half point of the decade here. There are so many creators and makers, digital creators and makers, many of whom you may be subscribed to, you may follow on spaces like LinkedIn, or spaces, mostly I would say Instagram. Probably Instagram, probably TikTok, probably YouTube. We have, I believe, 2 of those creators coming up in just a moment. Stay tuned for that. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are live at 3D Experience World. I'm joined by 2 amazing digital creators, Tyler and Carlos. What's going on, guys?
Hi, how's it going?
Oh, good. So it's kind of funny because I saw you guys for the first time in the conference center yesterday. Now you're at a live desk with all these crazy lights, but welcome again. You were actually
having me.
You were actually working on some crazy contraption.
Yeah.
Right? It looked like almost like an octopus backpack.
Yeah, it's the Dr. Octopus. So
Yeah.
from the Spider-Man movie, I'm trying to kind of recreate that in real life. So big backpack, weighs about 70 pounds, and it's got some crazy arms that can be controlled by motors.
So you guys actually have very different channels and digital presences. So first of all, yeah, if we could just play a couple of the B-roll clips in the back here with Tyler and Carlos. I just want to give you guys a chance to introduce yourselves. You have hundreds of thousands, millions of subscribers, followers, however it's talked about. So many of you may already know these guys, but for those of us who don't, just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
My name's Tyler. I've been a creator for the last 6 years. I've done all sorts of different challenges, all the way from fitness to building stuff. And yeah, some of the notable things I've made is the Dr. Octopus suit, like you mentioned. Been working on some bulletproofing stuff in the summertime, and yeah, I like to create stuff, and I like to just kind of grow as a person. That's my goal.
Awesome, man. How about you, Carlos?
Hi everyone, my name is Carlos. I was an electromechanical engineer working for an electromechanical engineering industry. Then COVID hit and I got plenty of time to create stuff. Also, I was not so very happy with my job, so I was working and doing some Excel files, PowerPoint and things like that. So at COVID, I was like, okay, I need to go back for what I love the most, and it's designing. And I just got creating stuff, and that's why I just quit my job as an engineer, and right now I'm full 100% content creation. And like Tyler said, I love to create stuff. And recently I just created a giant Pokeball, 2 meters big Pokeball that you can go inside. And yeah, it's incredible how much you can create with Solidworks.
Yeah, so we have on deck, we have a clip of Carlos's content. If we could play that, because I believe I took this down. It actually is of the Pokeball, which is a huge feat. And one of the reasons why I love that model is because, and we talked about this before. Actually, Carlos is. I think we're showing Tyler. We'll get to this one for sure. This is crazy. Yeah, the Pokeball that Carlos created was super interesting because in a lot of ways, you had a scaled model which you showed. Of a Pokeball, and then you created a much larger version of it, right? So
yeah.
a 2-scale, right? A 2-scale model of the Pokeball as you might find it in the cartoon or TV show or whatever. And then making it a habitable actual space that you can hang out in through a bit of woodworking. We talked about this before, all the different types of little manufacturing methods and different techniques to use. And at a SolidWorks level, it's also a pretty awesome model because you were able to pattern out the like the wooden sort of fixtures or the framing, if you will.
Exactly.
Which is as ambitious as the project is, the patterning of it, like sort of circular patterning and the simple sketch shapes, it actually made for an awesome model to show people.
Thanks. Yeah, the way I put it is like the movie Spartans, right? The more you spend modeling, the less you spend actually working and manual labor, right? So I love just to make some scale down models, just to verify if everything is working correctly. That's why I just managed to down the budget and the time spent on this kind of projects.
Yeah, and Tyler, as we're showing your B-roll clip here, if you could just talk us through like just this project a bit more. I think the short that I took this from, you were like mid-project, and now I believe you're finished.
Yeah, so I am finished, and I have it up in the playground area. Yeah, this was back in October is when I started this. And on the right-hand side, you're playing a different project where I made a meteorite hammer for Clash of Clans. And yeah, that one was fun because you had to kind of create a model of like I wanted to have like all the cracks glowing, and so I made a core out of titanium, which had to be milled, and so kind of creating the design for that so that it can come in and then mill all the cracks, make them deep enough, and then kind of fill it with, not sure if you show the final result there, but you can kind of see the like
I do at the very end.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah.
So that was obviously, the 3D modeling aspect literally makes things so much easier because, you know, like Carlos was saying, you can test before so that you kind of remove so much of the extra work that it would take.
Yeah, I want to talk to you guys about that. It's a funny time. Like, it's interesting. You guys sort of started, it seems, with more of the creator aspects of what you do around a similar time, but for different reasons. So right around the start of the decade. And I always try to take inventory of, you know, where are we in time, right? We are at 2026, we're past the half point of a decade, which is crazy in itself to think about. But, you know, if you think back to when you started, you know, back in the 2019, 2020-ish time frame, you think about the creator space, you think about the overall, just the maker space, even people who aren't creating content. I talked to you about this actually a little bit yesterday. You know, what was it like then, and how does that compare to what it's like now? And that could be making content online, as many of us do now, which is crazy also to think about.
Yeah.
It could be, you know, different accessibility of like 3D printing, whatever it is. But what really stands out to you on that journey from 2019, 2020 world to today?
Do you want to touch on that first?
Yes, thanks. So for me, it's crazy because I started my engineer career in Mexico, then I moved to France, and I remember back then in Mexico, like 10 years ago, it was impossible to get a 3D printer, right? So right now, it's cheap, and also because SolidWorks for makers is available for everyone, you can get SolidWorks, a 3D printer, and just start your YouTube channel or just start your project that you have in your mind. So it's crazy how things have evolved, and now we have AI, but that's another topic, a big one. So yeah, I'm very excited for the future.
Yeah, I was gonna say just in general, like everything seems to be becoming so accessible. Like, you know, even if you really think back, you know, back in like before the 2000s, I mean, even just to have a public like place to broadcast, you need to be with an agency and like have this, you know, huge operation behind you. And now you can just whip out your phone and start recording stuff. And I feel like with just in like the engineering space, it becomes so accessible, you know, like 3D modeling is so available, and 3D printing and all that kind of stuff. But so many other new technologies are coming out, and you can now 3D print metal, and you can get things made out of, you know, titanium for a couple $100. And it's really cool to see like all of these manufacturing processes come together, and then with the use of AI, like you know, learning how to use things are becoming like way easier as well.
That's interesting. You know, I never try to like pull the AI conversation out of people, but you guys mentioned it. So in the creator space, and this could be at a production level digitally or making things or code, right? How are you guys even messing with AI at all? Like, are you doing it? Are you using AI a lot in a lot of spaces? Is it for coding purposes? Is it for content stuff? Like,
that's a great question.
Yeah, like how are you using it?
I got 2 examples. Last week, I just made a 3D model, and I wanted to render it. And I was just scrolling on the appearances in SolidWorks, and I wanted a rusty appearance. and I couldn't find it. And I just asked AI, could you please make me an appearance of rusty material?
I've never heard anyone say that.
Yeah,
honestly,
I just saw
yeah,
some. Like it took me like
crazy.
1 minute instead of I was scrolling Google like for 10, 15 minutes trying to get a PNG, that kind of stuff. But that was one case, and the other case is that because I also do in France, I'm living in France, I don't know if I say that, but I'm also doing 3D printing for B2B, B2C kind of stuff. So there was one lady that asked me about, I don't know, 100 of numbers, 3D printer numbers for a hotel. So she told me like the first number is going to be big and the other 2 digits are going to be small. And she just gave me like an Excel file with a lot of numbers, and I was like, how am I going to produce this, right? In order to be like productive enough to have it quickly. So I just asked AI like, please just production batch everything and just give me like the plates and which printer I will use, right? So that was a good use, fast enough.
You're putting it to use a good bit.
Yeah.
How about you, Tyler?
Yeah, I do use it quite a bit. I think AI it's a scary thing and it's a very exciting thing. Sure. And I think my goal at least is to try and stay ahead of the curve and just learn what's coming out because it is very useful. I do it a lot for software development. So for example, when you build things, I have a lot of different items and it's like spare items and I might lose a lot of my parts. And so I have a storage room where I've completely organized everything with AI. So everything's in boxes and everything's labeled. So I can just say, hey Jarvis, do I have a wrench? And it's like, yep, you got it in box D. So that way I can just go and never lose my stuff and it makes kind of the workflow a lot easier. I made an app on my phone to record things. So like when I record video, I've got so many projects going on. And sometimes it's like, you know, record 3 or 4 clips here, 3 or 4 clips here. This one's vertical, this one's horizontal, and you can't really see that on your phone. So it makes like organization a nightmare. And so I just built an app that, and again, using AI, it makes this so easy. This took me a couple of days. And it just has all my projects on like the top of the, like when you go to like hold your phone, like kind of right at the top, and I can just scroll through and say, okay, I'm gonna film for the Dr. Octopus. If I film vertically, it'll automatically know that it's vertical, and it'll upload it to Dropbox for me in the vertical folder under Dr. Octopus, and it makes things.
This is like a whole like if-then process.
And it was super easy, a couple of days. And I think that also, like I've used that in designs as well. Like if I'm like a 3D model, I can run it through Gemini and say, hey, give me a few different versions of different colors that I could use to see like how I can go about printing this and actually make it look cool. So it can kind of help me along with those things. And yeah, just in general, I haven't played too much with like AI generated video yet. Okay. Mainly because I think it's, it could be a little bit like not credible if I want to build something. But I know that that's going to be something where in the next year, things are going to be completely indistinguishable. Even like images right now are like kind of completely indistinguishable from real life, which is the scary part for me. But that is something that is available.
Well, I want to ask you guys as we get close to wrapping up this segment here. Carlos, I know you've been to 3DEXPERIENCE World before. Tyler, I think this is your first time, right?
This is my first time, yeah. I'm excited to be here.
Well, you know, you think back to like 2019, 2020 as we kind of look back to the beginning of the decade, and we think about, like, I think back to how many creators were here. It wasn't really a space where you see like a lot of YouTube creators, anyone that's making content for people at a design and engineering level online, makers online, even makers overall. Like we didn't, as you mentioned, Carlos, we didn't really have an offering directly for makers, and now we do, which is super accessible, and a lot of you have it, I'm sure. But in terms of the conference, like your week as attendees, like what are you most looking forward to? And there are no wrong answers. I just want to ask you honestly, like what are you most looking forward to? Is it the sessions, the playground, the people? What is it?
Good question. I was just saying to my wife, like this is like a time and space that we came every year, and it's crazy how many people we met, new ones, old friends, and everyone loves the same thing. So it's all joy, and it's like the perfect word for me, right?
Yeah.
Like the space and the place to be. I'm very grateful to be here with you all.
I saw you on the escalator. I caught up with you. I asked you if you brought a coffee-based creation. Like I met you largely here. At least the largest amount of time we've ever spent together has been here. So meeting you over the years, meeting you this year, yeah, it's awesome because you just get those personal relationships you can't get online.
Yeah.
like talking to you guys online even before the show, totally different. But Tyler, what are you looking forward to? There's a lot to get into.
Yeah, I was going to say also the people. I think this is like, it's so cool how like-minded everyone is, and it's just so easy to kind of connect with everyone here. I think that, like, I'm excited for the rest of it, obviously. The playground's cool. My Dr. Octopus suit is there, and I'm excited for the sessions, but I think the people is kind of what really makes this, like, the event that it is.
Awesome. Well, cool, guys. Thank you both so much
Thanks
for coming on here.
Thank you, Sean.
We have another interview coming up just momentarily with Pablos Holman. Take a look. Here we go.
All right, well, we've switched desk locations. Right, quick, hard cut. Pablos.
Hey there.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on. So if you guys have not seen this show before, the way that this goes is our show, we have a bunch of fun guests that come on. Of course, then we'll have a general session coming up after this. General session is all 3 days, of course, and we have some amazing keynote speakers that always show up and share their insights with us. Pablos, you are one of our keynote speakers this year, and we're thrilled to have you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So you have a book out. I got your book.
Cool.
And I had attended, I actually didn't know that much about you before
Fair enough.
coming into this. And so I was like, I'll pick up his book and, skim through it on the way
All right.
here.
How'd that go?
It went great. Okay. I sat down on the plane, flipped it open, and I read this baby cover to cover.
All right.
I can't even remember the last book I read cover to cover. I've got it all dog-eared and highlighted. I loved it. It's a fairly new book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Are we part of your book tour? Is that?
I mean, I'm kind of perpetual book tour.
Perpetual.
At this point, yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool. No, it was a great book. I really enjoyed it. I think it's hard to find kind of what I'll call clarity of thought, I think, in a lot of these things. You talk about, so I guess to preface you guys at home, the book kind of covers, and I'm sure your keynote will as well, some like really, really high level world scale problems, right? Too many to name sometimes,
Yeah.
but I really appreciate your ability to kind of take that down a notch, maybe in terms of complexity. Right, the book feels very accessible for someone who may not know anything about this particular technology. Let's look at it at kind of a base level, but also kind of, at a depth, but also width-wise, you are very good at looking at things kind of, what I'll say, cradle to grave, looking at the whole problem. Is that something that you feel like you've always had, or is that something you've just developed by looking at these problems all along, or where did that come from?
For me, I always was enamored with this idea that for me, the first technology I worked on was a computer. I got a computer when I was a kid, and I grew up in Alaska. You read the book, so it describes that, and there was nothing else to do. But I just felt like I had this superpower.
Yeah.
Because I could do things with my computer that nobody else could do. Where I came from, nobody had ever seen a computer.
Right.
So I wanted to bring these things to life and bring them to people and show people how a computer could make things better for them. And so that was kind of the first technology I had that experience with, and it kind of worked out. Computers ended up getting faster and more powerful and all that, and so then I sort of defected to trying to bring other technologies to life, and a lot of that is made possible by the computers.
Yeah.
But that helped me, and that really happened when I went to work in 2001 for Jeff Bezos, and we started Blue Origin. And Blue Origin, people, think it's just billionaires, playing around in space. But really what it is this kind of long-term vision for humanity. In the best case scenario, Earth just melts into the sun, and this will all be over. So what we're trying to do is figure out how do you do a project that would take generations.
Yeah.
And maybe many generations. And that really opened my mind to thinking on longer time horizons and really thinking about how do you try and solve bigger problems. And the ways that we can do that map to our toolkit. And that's what technologies are, is they're tools in our toolkit to help us solve these problems. And so then the book is really about what are the big problems in the world, what are the technologies that we see that are coming that might help us to solve them and make things better for people.
Yeah, very cool. You mentioned the toolkit, and you and I were just kind of standing backstage while we were watching the creators there, and you mentioned, what a cool toolkit that they have to work with if you're starting here. You mentioned you started on base level, first computer ever kind of a thing, right? And that's, I feel like that's kind of a common trend that I notice with people who are pretty successful these days, and of course, obviously, a part of it is just age range of like where things were available. But I think I actually asked Mark Ribera, founder of Boston Dynamics, last year a similar question, because there are so many people who are able to get in the infancy of an industry, or computing, or in his case, robotics. Do you feel like that is an advantage, or with technology has grown so much now, you say these guys have a great toolkit, it's also significantly more complex, right? You have a computer that's base level, you can pop the thing open and look in there and see. It's much more accessible for a kid who's got no other distractions or anything. And do you think we've technologied our way into an issue where things are less accessible, or entirely the opposite, where there's just so many more tools?
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience. I mean, an Apple II was like a Jeep. You could just sort of pop it open and get a screwdriver and go at it. That's not true for an iPad.
Right.
So I think that for a kid today to get the, sort of understanding experience I got about computers would be much more difficult, but that's not the right thing for them to do. They're starting with the first AI ever.
Yeah.
And that's at age 7 or 8 or 9 or whatever. And they're going to grow up with that, and they're going to blow past us because they take those tools for granted, and they start their thought process about the world starts with a quite advanced toolkit. And it starts with AI. Ours kind of ends with AI.
Sure, yeah.
AI is going to be the last tool we learn to use.
Right.
But for these kids, that's going to be the first tool they learn to use, and they're going to start from there. And so, if I had been born 10 years early, I probably would have been hot rodding muscle cars, just because that's the stage of where things were at.
Yeah.
And for people who like to build things and tinker with things and all that.
And I kind of use that analogy too. It's like, people who grew up in that era of taking apart a flathead Ford, it's so simple. You can pop the thing apart and slam it back together. But if you start with a, current day Type R Civic or something, it's like, whoa, there's like a lot more you need to know to get like, do you feel like the barrier of entry has raised, or is it just different?
Oh, God. The barrier to entry for everything is through the tarmac. I mean, you can go to an AI and say, how does my Type R Civic, how do I install a NOS injector? And there's a YouTube video, and if that doesn't work, AI will make one for you. I mean, there's nothing you can't learn. I mean, when I was a kid, we had to go to the library and dig through the card catalog, and that was the extent of what you could learn was on microfiche. So there was it's just a different world. So now, the job is to learn how to learn, and to learn how to take advantage of those tools and learn how to navigate it. But and learning is a process of connecting new things to what you already know. So I think it's very important to learn something deeply, so that when you pick up new things, you can connect them to that. For me, that was computers. So I'm working on rockets and protein sequencing and lasers and stuff. But the truth is, I connect it all to my understanding of computers, which went deep.
And that was something I had noticed in your book too, and something I wanted to talk to you about as well. It seems like you obviously get your hands into all kinds of different things. Like, do you feel like that's kind of like multidiscipline is sort of a superpower these days because you can get into so many things? Do you think it's a huge advantage to have a lot of different like you were calling out Rodney Mullen as an example of creativity, which I love. Like, you're pulling stuff from all over the place.
Yeah. But I think that goes back to what I said. We call that T-shaped.
Okay.
So T-shaped people are the ones who went deep in something. For me, it was computers, and then can be interested and curious about and think and learn as a generalist across a lot of different topics. Most people, like scientists, often are very deep, but they're super narrow.
Right.
And that's how they distinguish themselves. The world's leading expert in the left earlobe of a South American lizard or something. And then your millennials are like this. They're just flat.
Sure.
They're interested in everything that they saw on TikTok, but they never went deep in anything. And so they're kind of limited also because they can't understand and appreciate the depth of knowledge that you need to really move the needle on something. So T-shaped is, I think, the people that are certainly the most valuable to me that I try to find.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good thing to try. And that depth could be anything. It could be scuba diving or something. But now, when you learn about anything else, if you learn about aerospace, you
tie it back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that was going to be my next question. Then I see that as definitely being an advantage. How do you choose that? So it's just you know, a lot of the stuff that you say in your book is just kind of like working on problems that matter to you, right? So what is important to you, that's going to be the thing that drives you enough. So I guess that T-shaped part of it is just what the thing is that you're interested and passionate about. And
So yeah, so this book is called Creating Technology That Matters.
yeah,
And I'm not trying to tell you what matters. I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you, like, you know,
Find it.
how to you figure out what matters
Yeah.
to you, and then let's make technology that could make that 10 times better. And that's what I really want to help people see, is that, you know, when humans level up, it's because we invented a technology, brought it into the world to help us solve a problem at a larger scale. And we're endowed now with the best toolkit ever. You know, we have the most people, the most education, the most experience, the most money, the most technology, the most of everything. If we can't build a better future with this, we have no excuse.
yeah. We had a speaker probably a number of years ago now. I think it was, hopefully I'm not misquoting this, but I think it was Vijay Kumar. He's a roboticist, and he said something similar that was just like, you know, when you democratize these tools, you just get more shots on goal, and you're gonna just by default.
That is true.
Yeah.
And the most democratized technology of all time was the computer, and now it's AI.
Yeah.
And people think it's kind of, you know, crazy, evil, big tech companies making AI, but the truth is, they have to make it big
Yeah.
because it's expensive. But when it's that big and that expensive, you need every customer on earth.
Right.
So you could be a teenager in, you know, sub-Saharan Africa, and you get the same AI, maybe not the same one I have, but pretty close.
Yeah.
You still get AI, and everybody can do that. And so it's actually kind of amazing that the whole world's leveling up. And, you know, we were excited before because we were able to, you know, bring like Wikipedia to those kids
Sure.
and YouTube to those kids
Sure.
for free.
Yeah.
Now we get to bring them AI, which is pretty stellar. I mean,
So one of my questions when you know, in reading through this, and you kind of alluded to it there, you know, it's like AI comes out and everybody's scared of it, and it's evil corporations, and you know, reading through your book, you're very optimistic about the future. You're I guess a possibilist, as you would call it. And I was going to ask you, you know, how is it that you stay so optimistic about things when there's a million reasons, right? You'll flip on the news and you'll see a million reasons not to be. Is it just a matter of that you see in the work that you do, you see so many things that are exciting that are coming up that it's like, okay, this one can solve this one can solve. Is it just a matter of that, do you think?
that's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Is that I get to see what's coming.
Yeah.
And I get to see not all, but a lot of what's coming. And so it's hard for me to think of a problem we don't know how to solve.
Sure.
Or at least don't know how to attack in a much better way.
Yeah.
10 times better or 100 times better.
Right.
And so for me, I don't know how, I can watch the news and I can get wound up about all the stuff going on in the world. But, you know, those are mostly problems between people. Those are problems between groups of people, poor human decision making, that kind of thing. But the technical problems, we know how to solve them.
Yeah, so okay, so like on that, the example that comes to mind in there is, I think was it called the Salter sink, the ocean cooling? Yeah, so in a system like that, it's like, okay, you make it, it's a great solution, we can't get anybody to pay for it. Like, how many times, like, I feel like most people, when you go through that a few times, it's just like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to change
That
anything.
is true. I think that's a big part of why I work on so many problems, is that you can get stuck on one, even though you know the technology works, even though it's cost effective, even like that one's a way to suppress hurricanes.
Right.
Who wouldn't want to do that?
Wouldn't want that?
And it's super cheap.
Yeah.
And it's easy to do. And it's pretty low tech.
Yeah.
But there's no business model.
Sure.
And so we can't get, you know, governments these days are not, you know, doing a lot of large scale infrastructure projects. So it's hard to get them to do it.
Yeah.
And so, you know, but we invented that almost 20 years ago.
Right.
So we want to get it in the world, but we have to wait for a time when you can finally do it. And there's a weather report for that. You know, this shifts over time. For 17 years, I've been trying to tell people nuclear reactors are coming finally.
Right.
And I was wrong for all of them until this year. And now we finally get to build them. So, you know, so sometimes you just have to wait for the world to catch up to the technology.
Yeah, well, that's cool, and I certainly appreciate, like I said, we're excited to have you here, but it's great to have people like you who are shouting that out, because the rest of the voices are sometimes so loud that there aren't enough people saying, we can solve these things, we can do it, we just have to decide to do it, or the technology is there to do it, or these are all the reasons why we can. So I'm thrilled that you're here. I'm sure everybody's going to love your keynote. So
yeah, we'll have some fun with it.
Yeah,
absolutely. I
absolutely.
think it's good to just pick something, pick one problem or two or three that you care about, work on those, ignore the news, and you'll make a much bigger impact.
That's a great call to action.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it so much.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm really looking forward to your keynote, and upcoming, we've got Mike Buckley, who's going to be somewhere over there. I don't see him right now, but he's somewhere in the swarm of people who are waiting to hear you speak. So we'll hang on for a second, and we'll shoot over to him when he's ready. Oh, it looks like they may be ready already, so we can cut over to them soon. Thanks, Pablos.
Cool. Have a good one. Thanks,
you too.
Man.
All right.
Hey, thanks, Jesse. So as you can see, we're standing just outside general session. We're getting ready to go in a little bit exciting. First day, things are going to be pretty cool, right? So
All right, welcome back. We will probably check back in with the walk and talk into general session momentarily. Just for those of you watching at home, I was just in the YouTube chat saying hello to so many of you, checking in on your comments. Thank you so much. Like, honestly, your energy in that chat means so much to me. The energy here, of course, is phenomenal. We see people walking into general session here. But once again, thank you so much for keeping up the good vibes there in the YouTube chat. So a lot of you saying you look forward to this actual event, the virtual show every year. Just a few reminders. You can go to YouTube right now, Solidworks, the Solidworks channel on YouTube, and just like you saw in the pre-show, you can set those reminders for each stream, and I highly recommend that you do that. Set those reminders for each daily stream. They're a great thing to do right now as we wait to maybe check back again with Mike Buckley and a lot of our esteemed guests as they walk into general session. But also as we wait for general session here, we have about 13 minutes or so to go. For those of you joining just now, welcome. You are not too late. We are just getting started here at 3DEXPERIENCE Pro 2026 with the live show. I wanted to mention for many of you, this is not just a bolt-on to the oh, we're back. It's not a bolt-on to the conference. We have a lot of live stuff here. I think we're back here. So let's take a look with Mike.
okay, so Eric, tough question. Why are you here?
Well, I've been a SolidWorks user and a SolidWorks community member for 30 years. I just recently retired, but I've only retired from employment. I will never retire from the SolidWorks community.
I don't know, Todd. That was a pretty compelling thing. So now I'm going to ask you, what does this event mean to you and why are you here?
It's a lot for me. The biggest thing is family. It's the community. It's learning. And I'm doing a lot of networking because I'm looking for a new job.
Okay, I think he topped you. I think he did.
So.
I wouldn't be happily retired if I could, but.
Okay.
Todd's QR code, just if you want to scan it.
It goes to his Venmo account in case you guys want to submit money. No, just kidding, man.
I'm making plans for next year.
Yeah. So, next question. As you can see, they're filing into general session. So, when did you start using SolidWorks?
Do you really have to ask that?
Yes, we do.
2005.
Eric?
I first saw it demoed January 21st of 1996. We purchased it 3 months later at the community college I taught at. And then in April of 96, we held our first user group meeting. So, somewhere near to 30 years.
Late 1900s then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Todd?
I would be 2001 plus, so it would have been 2002.
Yes. 2001 plus. You and I go back 2000. So one of the great things about the community and everything that's going on here is you can see there's a wide array of people with more than 2 years of experience, plus a lot of people that are brand new coming here. So with all of that, the next question, what's your favorite feature?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I love sheet metal.
Sheet metal?
Yeah.
Okay. Eric?
Mine's a bit obscure, and it doesn't really have any practical purposes, but I absolutely love the flex feature.
Flex? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. They're just pulling deep for that one. Todd?
I'm also a sheet metal person, so I love the sheet metal tools. My favorite tool would be the S key shortcut. I use it for everything. I use it all day, every day.
Delete face.
Yes.
Love that.
Okay. I'm a sheet metal guy as well. Todd, you know this. I think for me, one of the best things is weldments.
Yeah.
Going from manually drawing stuff to having it all multi-body, there's so many cool things you can do with that. Now, what version are you currently using?
Well, EDU is on subscription always, so 2025. And then we upgrade every summer.
2026.
2026.
Of course, 2026. Okay, so we're going to dig a little bit deeper here, a little bit deeper. All the answers can vary, because right now you guys are all being very much the same. Have you used the platform?
You know I have.
Constantly.
Yes, I have, and it's the best way to find stuff that you've lost. The search tool is so powerful.
I was expecting you to say, and the robots are the coolest.
Well, yeah. I mean, that to me, I love the robots and 3D Lean and being able to find stuff.
Finding stuff's overrated. I mean, you don't need to know where your data's at.
Especially when you're getting paid by the hour.
That's right. I mean, it's an hourly job. It takes 6 years, and I put a -1 after it, so it's all good, right? So, Lynette, as you guys use it for education, what part of the platform do the students love the best?
The tools that they use the most are the collaboration tools, so like the project programming or the project planning, is what they've been using the most. And I don't know, I think they're just so used to everything being connected, so it just works for them. They're just...
Eric?
Oh boy, I spend a lot of my time these days working with the Maker platform and supporting the Maker community. So just the fact that it's available at such a democratized price that, basically if you've got a pulse and you can fog a mirror, you can get your hands on Solidworks and do some amazing stuff.
I think you just wrote the marketing right there.
Just being able to access it anywhere. You're not tied to a certain server or location. Get it anywhere, any computer, just log in.
So we're about to wrap up here. We got to get back to talking about conference. What is one thing that you're most excited about this week, besides the guy that's going to talk here in a little bit?
Seeing all my Solidworks friends.
I'm going to give two answers. The Tuesday night event at Houston Space Center. I mean, as a kid who watched, the moon landings live, yes, I'm dating myself, I can also share the story of when water's recipe was invented. But seriously, Ed Eaton's B-Rep presentation tomorrow is the main session that I am totally looking forward to.
Okay, that's a good one. That's good. Todd?
I'm really excited about the Tetris build, kind of like personal project, but I'm super excited with how well that's turned out over in the Maker Zone. and getting to see the community, just the people that I only get to see once a year.
So I'm a little bummed by you three. I'm just going to say, I'm a little bummed.
We're all here to see Mike.
Shop floor. Totally,
Thank you.
totally. Shop
Thank you.
floor.
Shop floor. Yes.
I just didn't want to seem like I was shilling for you, you know. But
Hey, I got to take it where I can get it. So, you know,
As soon as
I
the
need
check
some
clears.
help.
yeah.
It's Venmo, Todd.
Ah.
We have your QR code,
Okay.
remember?
Yep.
So one of the things, yeah, just down on the side, we got this. So one of the great things that comes with 3D Experience World and all the components is you see the quote unquote running of the nerds that just took off. You'll see that here in a little while. And then we also have the ability for us to all come together from all different walks of life, different locations, different parts of the world. One of the benefits of that too is there's something for everyone. You just heard three people that have very different interests of what they're trying to get out of everything here. And they have the ability to come together, meet as friends, and still go find everything they need. So, what is one piece of advice that you would give to someone that's thinking about coming to this next year?
I would say register early because I didn't get in all the sessions that I wanted to. So register early as you can. And don't be afraid because there's so many people that are willing and open to help you. And I come here alone every year, so and I've made so many friends over the years and always feel welcome.
My main advice is just make it happen, you know, move mountains, just to borrow a phrase from Nike, just do it. Get yourself here.
We're converting him. Make it happen is the slogan for manufacturing.
Well, like I said in my blog post, just go. My advice would be, number one, just go. But when you get the session, favorite anything that you're interested in because you're only going to be able to pick one each time. But you have a record of all the ones, so when the sessions are available later, you can go through and watch them all, and you don't miss out on anything.
And if you find that a session's maybe not to your suiting, you've got a backup plan. You can run over and catch another one.
That explains.
Talk to people. Just go and talk to people.
That explains what happens when I present. Everyone finds an alternate. I see how. Now I know the secret. I know the secret. I know this works. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh no, let's go the other. So we're about ready to go in, and we're going to cut over here in a while to everything that's going to be new. It sounds like there's a lot of things for a lot of people. There's a lot of ways to interact with others, right? We have some cool things going on. What is your goal at the end of this week of going through it? Like when you leave here, you'll be like, you know what? That made it all worth it. What's your plans? What's your hopes, your dreams?
I need to sit down with like Luciano and probably Mariah and just get more of my questions answered for the Delmia manufacturing platform that I'm, still learning.
For me, it's the conference gives me the energy to, carry me through to the, the start of the year and gets me all energized for, what I'll be doing, and it's just a tremendous energy boost. I mean, I live for it.
Okay. So, learning, pick me up. I can do this, right? Just do it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Make it happen.
Okay, make it happen. See, we're gonna have this done by the end of this. Everyone's gonna be like, make it happen.
Recharge, re-energize. The big thing for me is learning new things and then learning more about the things that I think that I know a lot about, but I really don't, because I get here and I've learned so many things that I didn't know.
Okay.
And most of all, making new friends.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, for me on my side, it's listening to all you people ask questions and being like, hey, this is how we need to make it work and make it better for the future. So with that, they're gonna hook us here, so we have to go. So I appreciate all three of you stopping and spending time with us. We can't thank you enough, and if you happen to see any of these folks around, please stop by and say hi, so nobody has to be by themselves.
Yep.
And with that,
we'll talk to anybody.
yes. And with that, we're done.
Please take your seats. Our program is just about to begin. Please welcome the host for 3D Experience World, Tracey Wilson.
Good morning! Good morning! Welcome to Houston. Welcome to 3D Experience World 2026. Yes! all year long, I look forward to this event and being a part of this amazing community. And this year, I'm going to ask you to help me out a little bit. Let's give a hand to all the first-timers who are here today. Yes! Welcome, welcome. We have a really exciting week planned for you today, covering the latest enhancements, new products, and celebrating this phenomenal community. Today, we'll go beyond inspiration and learn how technology shapes our imagination. So to get us started, please welcome the CEO of Solidworks, Manish Kumar.
A serious conversation. And
please welcome Manish Kumar.
Well, what's the next plan of action? What are we going to do next?
Does anyone know where?
So,
what? Manish,
can we?
Are you chatting in the audience?
Sorry,
Oh, you
sorry,
with your friends?
sorry. Come on. I have to go on stage.
Listen, I know you love the community, but it's showtime.
Sorry.
Give it up for Manish Kumar.
Good morning, Houston. These guys, they never leave me alone, you know. Always this bug, fix that bug. Come on, Joe. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all here. Whether it is your first time, your 27th time, or somewhere in between. On behalf of everyone at SolidWorks and Dassault Systems, we would like to thank you. Thank you for tackling the hard problems. Over the next 3 days, you will see how your skills and our software can keep making the world a better place and make jobs easier. Now, a lot has happened since we met last, but one topic stayed firmly in the spotlight: AI. I'm often asked, is AI all hype? Will it take away engineering jobs? Will AI make designs obsolete? And to be frank, there is a real uncertainty here, and some of it is well-founded. AI can take away, or AI can already take on meaningful jobs. It can work, especially repetitive work that follows pattern. That means some tasks will shrink. Some roles will change. Having said that, I believe the relevance of you, the engineers, the value you bring, must not be understated. AI is just a multiplier. You are the value. The coming wave of AI-enabled innovation will make your judgment, your craft, and your ability to work in the physical world even more important. AI is just an engine. You are the driver. Let me explain why. History follows a very similar pattern. Innovations begin by solving some simple-to-solve problems, narrow problems. But it ends up rewriting history. Consider fire. Our ancestors did not harness it to launch a civilization. They harnessed it for warmth and protection. But once those problems were solved, fire became a source of innovation. It kept humans safe from wild animals. The first communities, it allowed them to cook, which supported human development. It enabled them to smelt ore, which moved us from the age of stone, rocks, to age of metal, copper, bronze, iron, right? The first person holding the torch could not have imagined the industrial furnaces that would one day build our world. The same pattern held true in 1700s. The steam engine was built for one singular task of pumping water out of coal mines, flooded coal mines. And it became another source for innovation. Once that pumping engine became a turning engine, it gave our innovators inspiration to build locomotives, steamships, factories, and the entire modern city. I believe we are in the spark phase of artificial intelligence. We have the fire, but we haven't cooked the food yet. We haven't built the furnace yet. Today, we use it for narrow tasks, for summarizing, for generating images, debugging code. But AI is not just a tool. AI is a source of innovation. And like the other innovations that came before it, it will lead to discoveries that you cannot imagine. To the creators, engineers, designers, makers in this room, you will drive that second wave of this pattern, I tell you. The AI architects have given us the fire, but you will decide what it powers. And I'm a firm believer that the most world-changing applications of AI have not even been invented yet. You will use the source of this innovation to solve problems that you do not even recognize today. The new industries will follow. In fact, this transition introduces a massive new challenge for everyone in this room. Many people think AI is a brain in a digital box, but for us, brain needs a body, right? Recently, I watched a mechanical dog learn how to walk. The AI part was simple. It was a loop teaching the dog to move one step ahead, one leg at a time. But the dog still needs a body that can survive that real world. Joints that move, not just move smoothly. Structures that carry load. Packaging that keeps heat under control, mechanisms that do not fail when it slips on the floor or when it bumps into a chair. AI can help the dog learn, but it cannot skip the hard truth. Motion requires mechanics. That's where you come in. AI can learn the pattern, but it cannot defy physics. That's where you come in. Think about medical devices. We have spent decades designing devices to monitor patients. An AI-driven device can recognize a dangerous pattern and surface it instantly. And it can trigger a response workflow. That shift from recording to acting demands a rethink of industrial design, safety, reliability, and integration. And every product in your portfolio is approaching that redesign moment. More sensors in less space, more heat from the local processing, more actuators, more moving parts, more ways software touches the physical world. AI may remove some routine works, it will, but it will also create a new workload. Reimagining machines that were never built for autonomy. And that reimagining happens right here with you and with Solidworks. Now let's dive into what drives AI. And my view is it's engineering driven by you. Take the chips that power AI. Those chips do not appear by magic, right? They are manufactured with some of the most complex mechanical systems ever constructed. Hyper-precise wafer handling, vibration isolation, airflow control, factory automation. That is mechanical engineering. Then think about the data centers that run those chips. Rows of racks, backup powers, industrial cooling. To build them, you need machines that dig, drill, lift, place, right? And the systems that keep everything stable and safe. In fact, our friends at Vermeer built that very machine to do exactly that. And you see them in SolidWorks design splash screen, all of you. Every step of AI story is paved with hydraulics, thermal management, materials, design decisions that have to work in the real world. To connect those sites to the grid, to keep them running, you need specialized utility vehicles and rugged industrial equipment. So to the creators in this room, your judgment, your craft, and your ability to build the physical world have never been more important. A brain needs a body. Similarly, AI relies on the physical world, which makes engineering the industrial backbone of AI. I hope you're as convinced as me. This year at 3DEXPERIENCE World, we have 355 breakout sessions. Over 20 of them are going to focus on how we are utilizing AI inside our tools to enhance your workflows. In tomorrow's general session, I'm going to show you some of those AI enhancements that we have been able to make. We have planned for Solidworks portfolio, and I assure you, you are not going to be disappointed. Do not miss it. The variety of sessions that the team has curated for the event is really impressive, and these numbers showcase it as well. I'm confident that our attendees will be pleased with over 270 hours of content. It's our most jam-packed agenda ever. At SolidWorks, we believe in the workforce of the future. I would like to take a moment to welcome the students and educators joining us this year. Please give them a round of applause. Whether you are learning the basics of CAD or aspiring to be an AI expert, SolidWorks is here for you. As we develop AI tools to strengthen our design, simulation, manufacturing solutions, we are also preparing the next generation. Over the next 3 days, you will learn, connect, and network, like I was doing there, with this incredible community. You will hear how AI will touch and enhance everything you do. But never forget, much like SolidWorks itself, AI is a tool in your box. You are the driver, AI is just an engine. Your creativity, your perseverance in the face of uncertainty, and your craftsmanship are what defines engineering. That is what defines our future. Welcome to 3DEXPERIENCE world. Let's meet that future together. Now, let's switch. Today, it's a real pleasure of me to welcome someone who truly speaks your language, the language of engineers, designers, and makers. Please welcome the CEO of Dassault Systems, Pascal Deleuze. Welcome back, Pascal.
Thank you so much, Manish.
You know this community loves you.
And I love this community.
I know you love this community, right? Everyone here is talking about AI. What's one message that you want our designers to hear from us today?
It's very simple, Manish. AI is ready for you. Not to replace you, but to amplify what you do, to make you even more powerful. Your knowledge, your know-how, your judgment, your experience, my view, are the most valuable intellectual property in this new world. And in the generative economy, IP is becoming the new currency.
And that's where the 3D universe comes in, right?
Exactly, Manish, because they combine the virtual twin with science, artificial intelligence, and with virtual companion now. But the most important, they keep you in charge, they keep you in control. So all of this, I think, Manish, with the practicality, with the discipline this community is expecting from SolidWorks.
And that's a future we are excited to build. Pascal, stage is yours.
Thank you, Manish. Hello, everyone, and wow, I'm always impressed by this crowd and this incredible community. Look around you. I think you are the best and the largest engineering community of the world. Engineers, designers, makers, partners, students, educators, all here in Houston. We don't talk about the future. I think here we are building it. You turn ideas into machine, you turn constraint into products, you turn physics into reality. And this is why I love this community. And this is also because we speak the same language. Look at this. It was me 30 years ago, right? Sometimes people have a hard time to recognize me. But I was designing the next generation of cookware products. Same challenges, same constraints, same obsessions. Will it work in the real world? And even back then, I was already in love with SolidWorks. just like you are. Look, this is where Solidworks is. And I think because our language is the language of parts that must fit, you know, forces that must balance, design that must survive to the real world. And today, in a world changing faster, this mindset matters. It matters more than ever. I think Manish said this, but we are living in a moment with massive acceleration. AI is becoming part of almost everything. And for engineers, this is changing the game. Again, not because AI is really changing or will replace you. It's because I think engineering is becoming more than ever central in everything we do. AI is allowing you to explore more designs, options, reasons, faster about trade-offs, access knowledge instantly, and focus on what really matters, decisions. And the world needs more. More machine, more infrastructure, more medical devices, more complex systems. None of this is happening without you, without your judgment. And AI is not removing the responsibility. On contrary, I think it is increasing it. That's why AI is a force, a multiplier if you want to elevate engineers, not to bypass them. And there is one reality. The real world is not made of text and images. It's made of physics, materials, energy, constraints. And you know, in the digital world, many things are looking great, but in the physical world, they must work. And that's why at Dassault Systems, we just model the shape. We are modeling and we bring objects to life in the virtual world. Our virtual twins don't just represent the geometry. We model behavior, performance, manufacturing, and usages. Because the virtual twin is not a static model. It's a living representation of how something behaves across the entire life cycle. And this is the foundation of everything we do. Now, what we are seeing today is part of something which is much bigger, something which is fundamentally changing. The virtual world is no longer just representing the real world. It generates it. And I think we are entering what we call the generative economy, a world where products become software-defined, a world where the virtual is driving the physical, a world where intellectual property is becoming the true currency. And you, all of you, you are creating IP every day in your design, in your assemblies, in your simulations, in your manufacturing know-how. And this is incredibly valuable. And our mission is pretty simple. Help you to generate it, protect it, and multiply its value. That's why we introduce the next chapter in our journey, the 3D universes. The 7th generation of a long family tree, 3D modeling, DMU, PDM, PLM, virtual twins, and now 3D universes. Each generation has changed how you imagine things, how you design them, how you produce them at scale. And 3D universes, in fact, is bringing modeling simulation with data science on one hand and artificial intelligence on the other hand. Not an AI as a gadget, but AI at the core, a core of how engineering truly works. Not AI on top of engineering, AI inside engineering. So what we are building is very simple. There is a name for this. We call it the industry world models. Why so? Because it's grounded in physics, it's grounded in the causality, the engineering reasoning, the traceability, the certifications, everything you need to do and to make the things real. That's why also we believe AI is a companion, not a black boxes, Not an autopilot, but the companions that resonates with you, challenge you sometimes, make you accountable. And this is AI for industries. Trustable, science-based, and grounded in the real industrial knowledge. Last year, when I came on this stage, if you remember, I spoke about the virtual companions. And this year, they are real. Let me introduce them. Aura. She is orchestrating the knowledge and the context, from requirements to project to changes. Leo is bringing engineering reasonings, mechanics, structure, motions, simulations, manufacturing. And Marie, she is bringing scientific disciplines, materials, chemistry, formulations, regulations. You know, they are different. Now, to prove they are different, let me ask them a simple questions, and let's see how they answer to the same questions.
Which material should I use to design this e-foil wing?
When choosing a material for an e-foil wing, you'll want something that balances strength, lightness, and resistance to water. Many e-foil wings are made from carbon fiber, since it's strong, lightweight, and performs well in water sports. Fiberglass.
From an engineering perspective, you need to optimize the strength-to-weight ratio and minimize hydrodynamic drag. Carbon fiber composites, particularly unidirectional layups with epoxy resin, are ideal due to their stiffness and fatigue resistance while remaining lightweight. The alternative, fiberglass reinforced.
From a material science standpoint, the critical factors are density, modulus of elasticity, and resistance to water-induced degradation. Carbon fiber reinforced polymers offer a density of 1.6 grams per cubic centimeter with 10,000.
So you can see they are not chatbots. They are decades of Dassault Systèmes expertise combined with your knowledge. And I'm also convinced on something. Innovations come from confronting the different point of view. This is exactly how our virtual companion works. Aura, she's exploring the possibilities. Marie is grounding it in science, and Leo is making it real. And together, they can collaborate to find the optimum. Manish, I think one more thing. Could you come back on stage? I think we have a special announcement to do, right?
Yes.
You all love the Model Mania contest, right? This year, Leo will not just be watching. Leo will compete against you. But before that, Manish, I think, could you please do a live demo of Leo?
Let's try. Can we switch the screens? Now, frankly, my friends, this is against the advices of my marketing department. We don't try to do live demo. And Pascal is making me do something here. So what do you want?
But you know, I'm the CEO, so I could ask what I want.
I have to agree.
I want live demo, right?
So I have to agree with him. You know what? So my bonus hasn't been paid yet, so yes.
Don't worry, Manish. So let's start with a simple question, Manish.
Okay.
Leo, could you please create a sketch from this drawing?
Okay, so first one, I have it in my clipboard. I have a drawing. Can you extract sketches out of it? And by the way, I pasted it very fast, so some people will say that this is video, so I'm deleting text, okay, out of it, right? And I am pressing enter. Because yesterday while I was doing it, some people were confused. So here, it asks me that, sure, let me help you. Let me guide you through steps. And it pops up something called drawing to sketch, select a PDF file. Okay, so let's try to select a PDF file. So in Model Mania, as you know, you have to have a PDF file that we give you a PDF file, and then you have to use that in order to create the model. So here, you can see that what AI is doing here is that it is looking at that PDF file, and it is providing segments segments that it wants to keep as sketches, segments that should not really be sketches. So there is a title block, there is a isometric view that it shouldn't really keep as sketches. So it is discarding it. Not only that, Pascal, it read every single dimension. So this is also done by AI.
You mean all the dimensions?
All the dimensions, and I can even modify it if I want. You see, these dimensions are editable. But here, for the sake of time, let me just try to create a sketch. So I was able to go from a drawing to a sketch like this.
Wow. Now, what about the 3D parts?
You want more?
Yes.
So create a 3D part. Now let's see what it does. Actually, what it'll do is that it'll identify the sketches and it'll know how to create a 3D part out of those sketches. Soon enough, it will show me a preview of the model that I need to have. And once the preview is shown, I'll hit OK, I accept it, and there you go, you have the 3D model. There.
No. Hold on. Now, a tricky question for you,
Yes.
Manish. Is it fully parametric? Real specs?
If it was, do I get bigger bonus?
Maybe.
So here you go. Let me first hide these planes so that they don't come in way. So you see this is a 3D model that I'm playing with, and it is a fully parametric model.
Yep.
So it learned based on all the past designs in order to create a parametric model. So this is a fully parametric model.
And
how about that?
Wow. And now if I want to know if this part is strong enough?
Now, Pascal, that is not part of Model Mania model contest.
Not yet.
Okay, but let's try. Can I do performance analysis on this part? Let's see, what does it say? Let me do a linear static finite element analysis on the part for your requirements. Oh, okay, it's doing something. So actually, you will see the results soon enough. Now, this part is not magic. What is happening is we have trained this part. We have created a lot of these parts, similar parts, using design of experiments. And we have trained a model with which we are able to create a new part and map the results of the previous part to this new part. So this is a physically accurate simulation analysis of this part. It's called surrogate modeling. Whoa! And you can see this is real. This is not video.
So next year, I'm going to do the Nemo. No need you anymore, Manish.
The risk of AI, right? No, but Pascal said that he still needs a companion.
Of course. Thank you, Manish.
Thank you.
And all of you who are participating to the Model Mania contest, good luck. Right? I don't know who is the one who's going to use Leo to win. Now, you know, with 3D experiences and virtual companions, you will experience three things. The magic first, and you have seen it. You know, natural interactions, immersion, you are no longer in front of the screen, you could be inside your design if you want. Performances, it's a moonshot. 10 times productivity. That's what we are talking about. Less rework, faster cycle, more innovations. But more importantly, new possibilities, design and solution who could not exist before. And you know, our virtual companions are generating and exploring them. This transformation is also changing how engineers should be trained. We all know that students are growing up with AI everywhere, but physics remains essential. The future engineers combine strong fundamentals, deep domain expertise, and the ability to work with those virtual companions. That's why education, skills, community are so central in everything we do. From students to professionals, Solidworks is really helping you to learn, to build, sometimes to get a job, and sometimes also to start your own company. Because this community is really shaping the future. Now, Solidworks remain at the core. Again, practical, accessible, loved by millions of people. And last year, when I was on stage, you spoke loudly, including through an article titled The 37 Things, that confuse me about 3D experience. I think we listen. I listen. We fix things, and we will continue to fix them. And why so? Because this community matters more than anything else for us. Solidworks is also expanding with simulations, manufacturing, cloud and analytics, and virtual companion and generative experiences now. But more importantly, Solidworks is expanding without losing its soul. Same practicality, same discipline, but much more power. So to wrap up, last year we made commitments. I think this year we deliver it, and it's only just the beginning. But we all know that the technology are not building the future. People do. You do. And our commitment to you is very simple: building solutions, respecting your engineering, honor physics, protect your IP, and keep you at the center of the game. So together, I think we are not imagining the future. We are really building it. Again, thank you so much, and welcome to 3D Experience World 2026.
Thank you, Pascal. Thank you so much to Pascal. It is reassuring to hear from both Manish and Pascal that engineers and Solidworks are at the heart of this AI revolution. AI is a multiplier to help you solve problems we can't even begin to imagine today. Now, you'll be able to learn more about the virtual companions for Solidworks users tomorrow morning and at user sessions all week. So to hear more about the hardware that will help enable the AI in Solidworks, here's a word from Dell.
Dell Pro Max and Dell Pro Rugged. Find us at booth 210. Speak with Dell experts and our partners from Intel, NVIDIA, and AMD. Experience in-booth demos featuring Dell Pro Max laptops, towers, and Dell Pro Rugged. Dell Technologies.
Thank you to Dell. Yeah, you can applaud for Dell. They're one of our sponsors. That's okay. Don't be shy. Well, you have heard about the AI strategy and how it applies to Solidworks, but how do we help you put those tools into action? After spending the fall touring the globe and spending time with the ecosystem that has supported you for 30 years, this man has the answers. Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of Mainstream Innovation, Jean-Paul Abbasi.
Good day, everybody. It is really a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here with you today. I guess you like live demos, huh? Very good, very good. There is another surprise for you today. I will introduce an extraordinary testimonial from one of our customers, as we like to do. Because, let me start with my note first. Every year, World is a milestone, a moment where the past, the present, and the future, you've seen that, right? Come together. Last year, as we started the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the first release of SolidWorks, we made a very important announcement, right? That we have seen here on stage again and again. We share that 3D universes capture the industry knowledge. And we are scaling it. And virtual companions will help you. You have seen it in action. Leo is a virtual companion. These virtual companions will help you navigate the complexity and advance science and technology and create innovations that truly matter. We talk a lot about innovation, of course. Now, this announcement that happened here last year started a journey around the world. But we didn't just want to share this powerful idea, this powerful vision. Most importantly, we wanted to listen. We wanted to reconnect with our ecosystem, our customers, our partners, students, educators, entrepreneurs. And we wanted to understand what really matters in a world that is continuously changing. And what we heard is something that has guided my professional life as an engineer since the beginning, that ideas truly matter when they have an impact. You have heard this today, and you will hear this from me today as well. And the timing always matters. So I want to talk about time, because for years we measure success by time to market, but the world has changed, okay? Time to market is a number, is not enough. What we need is time to value. This is what counts today, because delivering a product is not the finish line, okay? Value is created when your work truly changes lives, when you create a better customer experience, patient outcomes, more productivity of a factory, a more sustainable product. That is when value is created. And this brings me to this notion that today the real competitive advantage is the velocity of innovation, okay? What's the difference? Well, speed is a number, right? Velocity has direction. It is what helps move from insight to design decision, to validation, to feedback, back into the loop, but always in the direction of increasing value. Now, AI, as we have seen, has entered the loop. And yes, it is going to change everything. And as you have heard, and I am happy to repeat, AI does not replace human creativity. It expands it. It helps find the patterns faster, do validation more effectively at a scale that no teams or individual could afford today. But even a brilliant idea and AI, it's not enough, right? It's not enough. Innovation requires a system that keeps velocity in the right direction and always ahead of uncertainty. So let's keep going on this analogy. No? You have heard the velocity, innovation as an engine. I would say that innovation is like a flywheel, right? It is hard to start, but when it does, momentum begins. The next round helps make the next one even easier. And learning accelerates, and very importantly, confidence grows. Now, that's why I said that innovation is like a flywheel. But like a flywheel, innovation needs an engine to keep the momentum going. And for us, the engine is this amazing and powerful Solidworks portfolio. But again, to continue the analogy, what powers the engine is the fuel. What is the fuel of innovation? You have heard this already from Manish and Pascal. It is industrial data, market signals, design decision, simulation outcomes, performance feedback. All of this is the fuel of innovation. And with industrial AI, industrial data, AI becomes contextual and becomes a force multiplier. It reduces friction at every step, increases knowledge, guiding decision, predicting outcomes. Less time, then, is spent searching, reconciling, fixing misunderstanding, and misalignment, and more time is dedicated more time is dedicated to creating value. And most importantly, trust grows. This engine of innovation, the flywheel, is also designed to increase trust between humans, between machines, between technology, and between AI now. And believe me, trust is the most undervalued technology in the world. But I want to be clear, okay? As we said even earlier today, a platform, AI companions, are not enough. Every best engine with the most balanced flywheel needs a driver, okay? And why? Because driver provides intent, provides judgment, provides guidance, and provides purpose. And the force of this driver is our ecosystem. It is you, our customers that bring in real problems, real world problems that we are challenged to solve. Our partners that bring expertise, that bring scale, world-class local knowledge and help. Our ecosystem includes our educators, our students, entrepreneurs that brings new ideas, new ways of thinking. And when this ecosystem is connected through one platform, when people and AI learn together, the cycle of innovation becomes unstoppable. Now, I want to make this tangible with a story that I love because it is at the intersection of art, engineering, and manufacturing excellence. In 1934, an Italian artisan called Angelo Molteni, together with his wife, Giuseppina, they started a small furniture workshop in a town near Milano, Giussano, Italy. And after World War II, Angelo started embracing modern manufacturing, but he always stayed committed to craftsmanship and quality. In his pursuit of stylistic excellence, he started working with the world's most influential architects like Joe Ponti and Aldo Rossi, Foster and Partners, more recently Vincent van Duysen, who is the artistic director now. But just to name a few of them. Now, today, the Molteni family still leads the Molteni Group and is one of the leading luxury furniture groups. And they are a Solidworks customers, more to come. In fact, I would like to welcome today someone who understands the velocity of innovation firsthand and who is responsible for taking Molteni's legacy into the future. Please welcome the Group Chief Information and Innovation Officer of the Molteni Group, Andrea Roero.
Ciao,
Andrea, and
Ciao.
welcome.
Thank
welcome. I promised an extraordinary testimonial. I am sure you will deliver. So, welcome to 3DEXPERIENCE World. I think it's your first coming here.
Yep.
I hope you will enjoy it. Now, you have led digital strategy transformation, business transformation across many, many organizations, including Accenture, IBM, the CNH Industrial Group. Now, what brought you to Molteni?
Thank you, and hi to everyone. Good morning. Let's say that to enjoy the challenge of driving the shift of the business paradigm from product excellence, so making a kitchen, just to make an example, to innovate living experience and long-term support excellence, in other words, making after sales. So at Molteni, we are not following any fashion cycle, but we are really designing beauty with a timeless architectural language. And we remain fully committed to the Made in Italy manufacturing.
Well, made in Italy is always associated with quality and style. So for an iconic brand like Molteni, I guess this makes a lot of sense to, to stick to the Made in Ity brand. but it comes with challenges, I believe. So tell us about that.
A lot of challenges, absolutely, and the furniture industry today is under intense cost pressure and needs to increase the innovation velocity for personalized living experiences. So Molteni Group operates in more than 100 countries in the world with different brands, which are Dada Kitchen, Citerio, and Unifor for offices. And this creates complexity, and it forces, let's say, to some questions. So how do I scale the excellence? How do I increase the innovation velocity without compromising the quality, differentiating, and architectural integrity?
Yeah, that's a big challenge. So how do you plan to tackle all of this?
This is a very good question. I think that there is one word, which is the product innovation thread. We need to fully virtualize and integrate it. So connecting the dots between architects and between manufacturing, sales, engineers all together. Decades of collaboration with leading architects are the Molteni's greatest asset, but much of that knowledge is still in the minds of the artisan. So we need a digital platform, very power AI, that capture the expertise and translate into a modular product configurable line. So this can be executed with precision through an highly automated production system. Shortly, we need to virtualize the Molteni heritage so it can operate in a global scale, while preserving the rigor, the craftsmanship feel from a concept to the entire product life cycle.
Well, that's vision, to virtualize the heritage. This is a very powerful expression, and that's explain why you decided to partner with Solidworks and Dassault Systèmes, because to accelerate innovation, you wanted to preserve the DNA of the unique brand, and also with the help with a very vast and strong ecosystem, as you have explained.
That's the key, the ecosystem, exactly, GP. So we are making a significant investment together for our future.
So one last question. What lays ahead for the future of Molteni furniture?
Let's say to design an intersection between technology, lifestyle, and design. So to connect the dots between the architect, dealers, clients that will co-design all together in a boutique showroom, let's say enhanced by a technical platform and digital future. So we want to achieve with industrial reliability the real-time manufacturing, but also providing furniture as a living connected system with product digital passport and a long life cycle support. So these allow to strengthen durability, sustainability, and realize circular economy principle. This is what we need to together to strengthen the relationship with our client around the world.
Very good. Thank you, Andrea. So, and thank you for your partnership with Solidworks. But stay with me on stage as we wrap up this testimonial. Well, Andrea and the Molteni story reminds us a very important point, that innovation is not about compromising between tradition and technology. It's about connecting them. And when we give innovators, the tools and the ecosystem to move with confidence, trust, and velocity, the result is not only better product, is value that lasts. Thank you very much for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you again to GP and Andrea. That was a beautiful display of the innovation velocity. Well, over the years, we have talked about the importance of the 3DEXPERIENCE platform to connect people, applications, and data. And now, today, you've heard about the AI functionality that is coming to the platform. So today, to hear more about this and the benefits of SOLIDWORKS users, please welcome Manish back to the stage, along with the CEO of the 3DEXPERIENCE brand, Morgan Zimmerman.
Welcome, Morgan. So Pascal, you wanted red platform, you have red platform. So Morgan, let's get straight to it, okay? What is 3DEXPERIENCE brand?
Of course. So 3DEXPERIENCE is designed to help our clients and our users to virtualize knowledge and know-how so that they can fully participate and win in the generative economy.
Suchit, ye kya bol raha hai?
Manish, I have no idea what you just said.
Okay, I said in Hindi, Suchit, what is he saying? I don't understand his language. Can you explain to me in a language I understand?
Okay, fair comment. Let me try to help you. Manish, you remember, you told me once you built a table.
I did.
Can you explain me how you built it?
Okay, let me give you a full story. So when COVID hit, like many of you, I was suddenly stuck at home. And my setup was pathetic, as you can see. It was a tiny table that used to occasionally help me work from home, but now it had to support 2 monitors. I wanted a giant one instead. I did that, but you know what? By the end of the day, it was still not good. My back was killing me. And I realized that my requirements were very simple. I needed an ergonomic design. I needed large enough table to hold everything, my laptop, my monitors, printer, etc., iPad. And the structural integrity had to be there so that even if my then 10-year-old daughter jumped on it, it shouldn't collapse. But I didn't even know the basics. I had to physically go to the office, beg the security to allow me in, with a tape measure to figure out the height of the table that I used to work on that used to make me comfortable. Literally, I wished I could have just asked anyone that give me the height, and it should have given me an optimal height of the table, but I was alone. I couldn't find a desk that I wanted to buy, so I asked a fatal question to myself. Can I just build it? I had the motivation, but I immediately hit a wall. I had built just one bench that you see before COVID, and it was very easy for me. It was literally. But I lacked the knowledge and know-how on how to build a good-looking table. When it came to the construction, I started to learn, how do I create a flat tabletop? I read about biscuit joints. In fact, till that moment, honestly, I thought biscuits were something that you eat with tea.
So do I.
Right? Then I had to guess on material. Some of you will laugh. I decided to go by 2x6. It is a 1.5-inch thick wood, solid wood. I built the tabletop, looked beautiful, but I suddenly realized that I had created a monster. See, you know, but I didn't. It weighed a ton. I had no clue what kind of legs would support that dead load without buckling. It was another guess. When I put the table together, it wobbled. So I had to slap a side panel for stability, which added even more weight. Then came aesthetics. I guessed the stain to match the floor. I guessed wrong, of course. In the end, I had a desk. It is massive. It is good enough that my wife allowed it to go to my living room, frankly, but it is woefully over-engineered.
So all of that looks like it was quite difficult, wasn't it?
Extremely complicated for me.
After that, did you ever build anything else?
I did. I built this bookshelf.
And was that as difficult as the table?
Actually, it was not. You know why? Because by the time I built the table, I already had acquired some knowledge, things like how it works by the wood size, shapes, etc., ergonomics, physics, etc., that things have to be stable. I also acquired some tools and what wood joinery to use, how to match grains, etc. So it became much simpler for me. So the second project was much simpler because I had gained more knowledge and know-how.
Exactly. So essentially, when you went from the table to the book stand, you had virtualized knowledge and know-how. But it was in your head only.
Right.
But because you had made that virtualization, the second object was much more easy to build.
It was.
So now imagine you are a professional furniture designer. You've generated many of these items. Where do you think this knowledge and know-how is captured today?
It's simple. That knowledge is typically captured in the documents that I have created, right? Plus the approved designs, and the know-how is in the processes, how I assemble things, which joineries work, what designs failed, whether manufacturing succeeded or failed, right?
Bingo.
Okay.
So now imagine a furniture manufacturing company. Their knowledge and know-how are dispersed in all of the different objects that they have created in the last decades, in design, in documents, in manufacturing data. If we can virtualize that knowledge and know-how, meaning if we can elevate it, then we can assist designers in every actions with virtual companion, promptings, and speeches. And with that, they can generate new objects based on that collective captured experience.
Oh, I see. Because the knowledge and know-how is what helps you create the new objects, right?
Exactly. Now you see the concept.
Okay, I think I see the concept. So essentially, you're trying to use the data that is everything, all the data that is dispersed everywhere, collate it, and then extract the data, virtualize the knowledge as well as know-how, and apply that virtualized knowledge and know-how to create new objects, right?
You got it.
Okay, simple. Why can you not just start with that? I don't get it. Okay, so Morgan, to achieve this, do I have to change my practices?
Well, actually, no. We can elevate decades of knowledge and know-how sitting in your design and documents right from within SolidWorks. But you may want to look at Swim with new eyes. It's now your 3D-aware personal notebook. It actually consolidates your to-do list, your teams, your design, reviews. It simplifies things. With that access and context, everything becomes AI native. It fuels virtual companion to help you understand and be guided all the time. You can also share all of your design and discussions with peers in one single click. And of course, it's accessible from your mobile phone, from anywhere.
Awesome. So please join us tomorrow. In the tomorrow session, we'll do a deep dive on virtual companions. So now, my next question is about security. You know, all that knowledge and know-how, it's mine. I want to keep it secure. I don't want to give it to someone else. How do you secure it?
The platform is securing that knowledge and know-how so that only you, the furniture designer, or any specific company, will be able to use that expertise. No one else gets access to your intellectual property.
Okay, but Morgan, you also mentioned that it only works if my data is on the platform. Why can I not have it locally?
That's a good question, Manish, but it's simple. Because the process to extract all of that knowledge and know-how needs complex AI models and deep data mining. It requires massive compute power. For every company to try and buy that compute power is almost impossible. But we, as 3DEXPERIENCE, we can build that infrastructure. By working online, we can extract the knowledge and the know-how and give it back to you through generative ability to create new objects.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, now let's move to the next topic. A lot of our users want to move to the platform, but they have given us feedback that there are hiccups, right? Now, because at SolidWorks, we obsess over our users' feedbacks. We always do. The team has been busy responding to and bringing Pascal's vision of making the platform red to life, right?
Right. And it actually starts by making it easier to buy. Manish, how did we improve that?
Let's dive into it. You can now buy SolidWorks online directly from our website. We have also simplified our offers into SolidWorks Xdesign on browser, as well as SolidWorks Design available in the familiar Standard, Pro, Prem versions. But where do users go after they bought the license?
That's a good question. Well, they just go to 3ds.com. and coming in spring to solidworks.com. They will log in and access to your platform. We've added direct link to get you where you need to go. No more lost emails or browser bookmarks. Just access straight from the web.
Okay, but once I'm in, I don't want to feel like I'm in a 747 cockpit, right?
That's a fair comment. And this is why we have built the simplified compass. It highlights only the Aero apps with clear description, so you know exactly what you can expect from these apps. Of course, for power users, the full list is still available in one click. All apps shows a full screen of list of apps which are available, and of course, you can filter out by roles. The user can customize the compass to make the list more compact for him, or create favorite apps to make them easier to find next time. You can even explore apps by role or learn about all of what these apps can offer through 3DEXPERIENCE.
Okay, then you can install SolidWorks from there. But users ask, what about the 45-minute coffee break known as updates? Not anymore. We have limited what is needed during an update. Only required update on each service pack is the connection to the platform, and that takes 90 seconds. 90 seconds. You can leave the SolidWorks design version untouched.
But what if someone is in the middle of a project and they don't want to change anything yet?
Actually, even that is, we have taken care of that. Now you can stay on a specific version for up to 2 years. So you are essentially on your schedule now.
Manish, that sounds simpler. But if I am a navigational structure kind of guy, if I like the way I'm navigating my Windows Explorer,
then you love what my friend Yannick has delivered. The Content Explorer. It brings that familiar Explorer feel to the platform without losing the power of database. New contents appear instantly with no indexing weight, and you get predefined views of your recent, favorite, and collaborative spaces. It's even got SolidWorks user favorite filters for parts, assemblies, and drawings.
And I heard that you can also use bookmark folders, like on my phone photo libraries.
Exactly. In fact, one part can live in multiple folders at the same time without duplicating file. It's organization of the 21st century. So, to summarize, simpler buying, faster logins, a cleaner compass, 90 seconds updates, and organized data with Content Explorer.
Well, you told us that we were slowing you down, so I think we went to work, and I guess we actually delivered.
We aren't done yet, by the way, so please keep on giving us feedbacks in our enhancement communities, as well as on Swim and our forums. Now, okay, Morgan, now I really understand what you're trying to do for this crowd, for this user base. I think I'm satisfied. How do you guys feel? Is he red enough, or do we want more red? So the verdict is clear, more red, which is what we do. We are going to simplify it even further. Trust us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you so much to Morgan and Manish. And I hope you will all check out the SolidWorks AI Lab in the Dassault Systems booth to see those new tools in action and let us know what you think. And to keep things moving, we're going to hear from one of our sponsors with their own velocity, HP.
When we race as one team.
HP provides a fully integrated workplace experience. It improves user experience, simplifies management, reduces complexity, and enhances collaboration.
Our engineers and technicians are now able to perform their activities more efficiently so that we can really focus on what happens on track.
Thank you so much to HP for their support of this event. And that is a wrap on general session for day one. But yes, okay, sure, yeah. It's an exciting day. It's a great way to start the day. Yes. We are going to be back here tomorrow morning to learn more about the future of AI with Pascal and NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, as well as real-world customer examples with Suchit Jain. Yeah, it's going to be a really, really exciting day. So don't forget to check out all the exciting customers and sponsors in the 3D Experience Playground, as well as our 3D Experience stage. We're going to hear a little more in-depth presentations from our customers, and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions. So check out that stage. Now, thank you for your patience with my broken arm, and also thank you for your patience with our broken printer. We know it's been a little slow with the registration. You will get emails about how to register, and we are really grateful for your patience with this because we know this is an incredible day. Also, things aren't that bad because there are puppies in the playground. Thank you, Draft Site. So if you're feeling a little bad, you need a little stress relief, go pet those puppies. It's going to be great. So have an amazing day reconnecting, and we'll see y'all later. Take care.
Welcome back, everyone. I see the mass exodus now out of general session. I mentioned at the top we have like 4,000 people here on site. And I also mentioned at the top that this particular live stream is not just a bolt-on, a sort of appendage to the show that we have here on site. We are bringing you special exclusive access, exclusive interviews, and I'm here joined by three gentlemen that are part of three major areas, I think you will all agree, around the world, at home, at the office, of what we do here at Solidworks with all of you: training, certification, student advancement, student empowerment, all that. With Avelino, Joe, Brian, what's up, guys?
How's it going? What's up, Sean?
Yeah, so if you could just give some proper introductions to yourselves, it's kind of going down the line here.
Okay, so my name is Avelino. I work in the SolidWorks certification team. I've been with SolidWorks for about 22 years, with the certification team for about 17 of those years, and yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Hi, I'm Joe Russo. I lead the SolidWorks training team. I started with SolidWorks in November of '96. Been in tech support, documentation, and have been with training since 2007.
Hi, my name is Ryan Kohler. I'm on the SolidWorks education team, mainly in the tech sales area, and I've been with us ever since I was interning in 2008.
So when I think about the work that the three of you do here at SolidWorks for the community here, it's kind of that journey of how do I go from I am learning SolidWorks, like I am learning SolidWorks, to SolidWorks has changed where I am and where I'm going in my life, personally, professionally, as I'm sure many of the thousands here can attest to. And I want to talk about this event right now, right? We should. We're at 3D Experience, after all, right? So Joe, I want to ask you, what are some ways that we're helping users at this event learn? And then Avelino, how are we empowering through certification? Oh, I see somebody just photobombed us here. How are we empowering our attendees to demonstrate and certify what they've learned? So Joe, let's start with you. How are we helping our users learn at the event?
Sure. Here at the event this year, we have close to 300 breakout sessions. 55 of them are hands-on sessions where you get to actually use the software. There are meetups, there's the HIVE, the networking, the way you can ask questions of experts and champions. So many ways to learn here at 3D Experience World.
And the certification's huge at this event. Actually, we took an Uber over. We were on the same flight over, so we were talking all about this stuff, but what's going on with certification at this event?
So here at the event, we have 3 certification sessions. Our big day was yesterday, where we had 2 major certification sessions of 150 seats each. And roughly about 167 people showed up to take the exams. and about 95 people actually passed. So we certified 95 people yesterday. And then today there's another smaller session of about 30 people. And then on top of that, we also give all the attendees one free certification exam. For anyone who showed up at the certification sessions, we give them 2 free certification exams. So a lot of opportunities, yeah.
And I mentioned this is not just an appendage to not being at this event. I may interject with a little bit of certification flavor later on in this segment, a little alphanumeric code of some sort. So I'll tease that for now, so stay tuned. But Ryan, I want to get it into students. I mentioned we have, in those 4,000 attendees, 400 first-timer registrants on Sunday. We have a lot of students out there, right, watching at home, on site here. So how are students represented at the event here?
Sean, it's a great question. So we have students represented from coming to the certification events to going to the different sessions. They can sign up for the whole time at a discounted price, as well as on Wednesday, we have the ability for any student to show up for free. We also have students at our booth from the AAKRUTI global competition.
Yeah, we saw those guys earlier today.
Exactly.
Huge crowd.
Yeah, we got all the finalists are going to be rotating through the booth, and we also have some RoboSub teams as well. We get a bunch of students represented all around the competition.
So I want to stick with students because this is a time of year, this might be your one big time that you're checking in on, hey, what is SolidWorks doing this year? And if you're a student, there have been a lot of changes in terms of how students can access the tools, right? And that's, in terms of that first area, I'm learning SolidWorks, I'm changing where I can go, right? It matters in terms of how do we access SolidWorks. So in terms of just basic accessibility of how students access SolidWorks today, because it's different than yesterday, right? There are more avenues to do it. What are the ways that students can access SolidWorks today, the major ways?
So there's quite a few different ways. One of the main ones is through the school. If the school has subscription, then they actually get licenses for the students to use at home. Also, certifications as well.
Yes.
Now there's also student teams. So if you're on a Baja team, a Formula team, a AAKRUTI, or even First Robotics, you can actually sign up to get free sponsorship through us. And if you're an individual student, you can actually go purchase it from us at a discounted price as well. And the big thing a lot of people forget is it's not just CAD.
No.
We're actually giving them almost $100,000 worth of commercial software. The only difference is a watermark. So simulation, flow analysis, plastics, premium everything. It's actually insane how much stuff is in there.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits, you know, Jesse and I, just in terms of checking back in, right, with what's going on with SolidWorks, right? One of the things that we talked about at the very beginning is when we use that term SolidWorks design, we're now talking about, so strictly speaking, the CAD package. But when I say things like, how do I get SolidWorks now? As you mentioned, it's not just CAD. It's not just SolidWorks design. It's not just making 3D CAD shapes, right, and automating your 3D designs, but also testing all these different areas that, of course, make you ready for the workforce. And with this, I want to give a special interjection to this segment. If we could show my screen here, right here, if we could show my feed. This is the code that we talked about.
Yes.
So I mentioned, you know, you mentioned especially, yesterday was a huge day for certification, but also wanted to thank all of you that are watching here, wherever you are, at home, whichever country. This is a code that will get you 50% off for the CSWA and CSWP exam. There are some terms and conditions here. But Avelino, thank you as always for
you're welcome
out there.
And for anyone taking advantage of this code, please make sure to use it before the end of the conference, because the code will actually expire at the end of the conference, well, at the end of the day of Wednesday. So make sure to, if you are planning on taking the CSWA or CSWP, you have 50% off until Wednesday night.
So beyond the scope of the event, we know this event has just started. It's going to keep going through the end of the day on Wednesday. We'll have special coverage for all of you here. But I want to ask you, Joe, and you have Avelino, beyond the scope of the event, what are some ways that users of all kinds, whether they're students, makers, industry users, can engage with our training materials and our certification materials in 2026?
So thank you. We have been adding a lot of new curriculum over the past 2 years. We're starting to go direct to students and direct to makers and customers. We've launched on SolidWorks YouTube channel and on DraftSite YouTube channel over 200 videos with tips and tricks, beginner's guides to SolidWorks Design, SolidWorks X Design, and SolidWorks X Shape. We've also added some design project videos. So in the short 2 years, we've had over 2 million views of those YouTube videos. In addition to that, to help students, on the SolidWorks academic curriculum page, we've added an intro to CAD class, 12 design projects, And I think I'm happiest with this one. We've added 250 practice problems for CSWA practice, and soon we're going to be launching another 115 for CSWP prep.
Nice.
There we go.
Perfect.
You know, I'm the B-roll king around here. Love making B-roll, love Camtasia. So you can see some of the things you were talking about, right? The design projects. This is a great page, by the way.
You can see the CSWA and CSWP practice problems scrolling by, and here come the design projects. Yeah. So each one of those practice problems, teachers can assign as homework, or students can go and take it themselves. It has all the dimensions and drawings and tips you need in order to complete the model at hand. And we have them sorted by levels, so from basic sketching all the way through up to CSWP exam level. So 365 practice problems now live on our curriculum page.
Awesome.
One for every day of the year.
Yeah, hey, there you go. Yep.
And then in 2026, just like in previous years, anyone who is working at a company that has a professional, commercial SOLIDWORKS license can take advantage of free SOLIDWORKS certification exams through our subscription service offer. So if they go to solidworks.com/certification, there's all the information on how to redeem their free vouchers. So that's for commercial users. But for students, for education centers, just like both Ryan and Joe, what they mentioned, we actually provide all of the certification exams for free, but the school has to be a certified SOLIDWORKS academic provider. So students out there, if you guys are at a school or university where you guys are actually using SOLIDWORKS, but your instructors are not giving the SOLIDWORKS certification exams to you, please ask them to apply to be a certified SOLIDWORKS academic provider. It's totally free. It's just a procedural procedure that they have to follow, and then they can give essentially an unlimited amount of exams to their students. So yeah.
Yeah, and that checks every box of what we're talking about today. And I want to spend a little bit more time. You know, we talked about this area here in terms of design projects, different practice materials, an awesome page for so many different types of use cases. I want to go back, if we could, show the certification program materials that we had captured there, if we could, on the screen here, the certification program information that we captured. Because, yeah, you guys have done a lot of work in terms of making the certifications accessible, and I think a lot of us, you know, we talk about the CSWA, the CSWP, the CSWE exam, you know, the less than 1% of users. Yeah. This page does an awesome job as well, talking about how we go to that second part of that sort of framework that I mentioned earlier in terms of going from learning SOLIDWORKS to SOLIDWORKS can change my life and change where I'm going, right? How SOLIDWORKS gets you a job, so you guys do a really good job of that. Yeah. But it doesn't stop at CSWA, it doesn't stop at CSWP. Like at this conference, right, we talk about designers and engineers, predominantly that is this conference, right? But we have CAD admins, we have people who are specializing in PDM. So can you just talk a little bit more, as we have some time here, about the different types of exams we have maybe beyond the CSWA, CSWP, CSWE?
So, well, first off, I'd forgotten to mention, so all of the exams are kind of divided in not only areas of expertise, but also levels of expertise. So we offer all sorts of exams in the mechanical design area, the simulation area, product data management area, in different levels, associate level, professional level, and expert level. And for the people who are at expert level that have attended the event here, we actually are throwing a special party on Monday night. It's always, every year, it's always thrown on Monday night to
It's probably one of the most fun events ever. Yeah, exactly. Like the CSW event is awesome.
Yeah, and tonight we're throwing it at essentially a big arcade where all of the video games and pinball machines that you see in Stranger Things.
Did you guys go ahead of time to test that the arcade machines and pinball machines all work?
My teammates
did,
yeah. My teammates
you gotta make sure they work.
And tonight, yeah, I'm gonna be there. But yeah, that's a way of celebrating the experts. But yeah, we do offer certification exams in a lot of different areas, so that no matter what your area of expertise and what level you're at, you can objectively show off that expertise through a certification, through a certificate that you can achieve. And yeah, so that's we're really proud of what we are offering, yes.
And Ryan, I want to pivot back to you on that second part of that statement, that SolidWorks can change where I can go. And it's not just about learning the tool, learning how to use it, but it can literally change the trajectory of your life, right? It's a pivot point. But we talked about on this page, right? There's a section that says, SolidWorks can get you a job, and more than just get you a job, and get you, as you see in that video, if you watch it, and get you promoted, right? You can upskill through SolidWorks. But substantially, right, that affects your career. So what I want to ask you is that phrase, SolidWorks can affect where I can go in my life. How is SolidWorks still objectively better at doing that than everything else out there?
That's another great question, and one of the major things I want to also pivot off of the certifications. So all schools, if you're on subscription, you actually get access to associate, professional, and the 5 CSWP advanced exams and a bunch of other exams, 13 different exams. And we give that. The only thing we don't give by default is actually the expert level. That can actually be done upon request of actually fulfilling all the requirements. So we actually have some, I think, maybe 14 years old is the youngest we've had CSWE.
Yes.
We've had some amazing things with certifications and education. Now, when it comes to giving yourself the edge, especially on your resume, certifications are, almost all of our certifications are industry recognized. So they're all around the world. I think last year we had over 80,000 people pass in education with regards to certifications, ranging from the associate to professional to some of the advanced exams. Now, if you and I were going to the same school and you had the certifications and I didn't, and we went for the same job with the same GPA, there's a likelihood that you would get it, especially if they're focusing on CAD. Now, the other thing too is, don't trust me, but if you go look on any job site right now, you type in SolidWorks or any of our competitors, you will see yourself how many jobs there are out there looking for SolidWorks expertise. Even if you go on a LinkedIn, you're using Sales Navigator, listing out how many people are listing SolidWorks as a skill is crazy. It's in the millions. So people are looking for jobs in SolidWorks. We are looking for engineers. We are looking for people graduating college with a degree in engineering that knows SolidWorks. And once again, don't trust me, you can go look yourself.
Yeah, it's a great message. The first time you said that to me, I think was at an event that we were both at back in December. It was actually live streamed on the SolidWorks YouTube channel, so if you're not subscribed, subscribe now. But yeah, you were out there and you're like, the best thing you can do, and I think a lot of you would agree, right? If you're just saying, yeah, I am not going to report this to you, I'm not going to tell you, just go do it yourself and go check for yourself. Obviously, I don't own Indeed.com, neither do any of us, I'm sure. So you can search for yourself and get that information, and that's probably one of the most valid sources you can possibly obtain, right?
Yeah.
So no, it's awesome. We're at a point where each of these programs, each of these initiatives that we've been talking about today, it's been going on for quite a while. The training team, and it's so interesting to kind of observe how, as technology's changed, as in terms of how we access different information has changed, different resources has changed. You guys have all been updating your approaches, like the certification catalog revamp, awesome. Having design projects available. Also embracing, I should say, I'm not sure we gave enough credence to this, YouTube Shorts. Like we have, you have to subscribe to the channel for sure. Check out the shorts, these are great tech tips that your teams make. But some of the most viewed content that we have on the channel are the YouTube shorts from the training team.
Certainly, and we tried to balance, we wanted them to be fast and creative enough, but we wanted to have at least one nugget of information in there. And then when you're done watching the short, there's a call to action that takes you to the 4-minute YouTube video, the full tech tip. And at the end of the tech tip, there's a call to action to the My SolidWorks lesson. So if you want the 20-minute version, where you want to dive deeper into that subject. So we built up based on your level of interest, your style of learning. So we go all the way to full e-learning and all the way to our curriculum of 35 training manuals.
Yeah, it's incredible. What were some of the considerations in kind of revamping the certification catalog over the years?
Let me think. Really, it was more like a feedback from users. Just what information they were looking for. Feedback also from hiring managers. What kind of things that they wanted to, I guess, highlight, for example, in candidates and their job postings, things like that. So that was probably a major part of it. Yeah.
And there are aspects, Skillforce is definitely something that I think needs to be underscored more and more and more. Actually, on SolidWorks Live, right after 3D Experience World last year in 2025, we had a special episode where we talked a lot with Simke about Skillforce. That program has been off and running throughout the year, this past year. But also, I have to say, I can't spoil too much, but stay tuned, right? Stay tuned throughout the entire conference. We will surely have more to get into as it pertains to student offerings and how, once again, on that theme of accessibility, meeting people where they are in the current day, we're certainly making every effort to continue to do that more and more, better and better. But once again, we have been at it as SolidWorks, we've been at it in the business for over 30 years now. Of course, we saw tons of celebrations last year at 3D Experience World honoring that sort of special 30-year marker. So as we kind of round off this session here, I know you guys have a lot to get to as well throughout the conference. We're just getting started here on SolidWorks Live. We're going to pitch it over to the HIVE and a tour of the HIVE in just a moment, our big community space where we had that first timers meetup yesterday. What are some numbers that you're proudest of? I'm sure you're thinking the crazy YouTube Shorts numbers we got, and you guys are going crazy there. But what's a number? It doesn't have to be the biggest number you can think of, but just maybe a number of certified users, number of CSWEs, whatever it is personally that makes you feel proudest of the space that you're working in here at SolidWorks.
Can I pick a few, or do I have to pick just one?
Hey, pick a few.
Okay. We have jackets that say 1 million training manuals sold, but that took us about 25 years to get to. Whereas in 2 short years, we now have over 2 million views on YouTube and Instagram, which is insane to think of the reach that we accomplished once we were given the green light to go directly to customers and directly to students. So I would say that those 2 numbers, the number of books we've taught through the years as people were starting with SolidWorks many years ago, to then the reach we've had over the past couple of years.
I love that.
And I have a very special number to share. Just a few weeks ago, we surpassed the 1 million mark for certified users.
Whoa.
So there are 1 million certified users out there, and a great many of them have taken exams from all around the world, exams that I have personally written, and also my teammates have personally written. And out of those 1 million people, I've gotten maybe 800,000 death threats. No, just kidding. Oh my God. No, but we are so proud of that many people that have taken and successfully passed all those certifications.
Avelino probably doesn't. You've been working in the certification area for so long. You probably don't remember. You certified me as a trainer.
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah. So out in Pennsylvania, it came out. Oh man, I did a lesson. You guys will probably relate. Did a lesson on patterning, but I did it because I was like, I think I can do patterning. It's probably the easiest thing for me to do. I probably won't fail. Yeah. I was like, I'd be so humiliated if I failed. But no, it was a great experience. So, Ryan, now on to you. Just a number you're proudest of here.
Yeah, so actually, I'm going to have to tag a little bit off that million number because over half of that is education.
Yes, yes.
And that's the amount of students I've got certified over the years is crazy. The other one is 6 million, or over 6 million is how many students we have worldwide using our software. And then another one that's really big is over 30,000 institutions worldwide. So we have lots of people using our software all around the world, and we just look forward to helping people out and getting them more software.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for everything you do, for stopping by the desk. We're going to send it over to the HIVE.
Well, it was great to hear from those guys on training, certification, EDU. I am no longer at the desk. I'm down here at the HIVE. What is the HIVE, you might ask? Well, these handsome gentlemen next to me are about to let us know. I have Dan Wagner, Matthew Hall. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad, man.
Great. So yeah, we are, I don't know, a few hundred yards from the live desk. Further on down, we mentioned this area in our pre-show when we were talking about the First Timers event, which we'll cover here in a second. But what I want to get from these guys is, kind of why this area exists. Really cool area that we've got this year. Beautiful light coming in. Nice, relaxing area. We've got some couches. But aside from that, what it physically is, what is the purpose of this little space in this event?
For sure. Can I take this?
You may.
Yeah, the HIVE, Jesse's interesting. It's kind of evolved over the last few years, and it's meant to be a networking space where you might have a chance to have a quiet conversation, talk to an old friend or meet somebody new in a networking space. We also hold events here. So this year we held the First Timers meetup in this space, last night, basically, yesterday afternoon. And we had 400 plus people sign up for the first timers meetup, which is crazy. It was awesome. And if anybody else, anybody out there knows Joe Lance, we had Joe here explaining to the community like why it's important that you're here, what you hope to get from it, and why you should come back next year, right?
He's the man for the job.
He's the man. So the Hive, yeah, back to your question, is meant to be a networking space where we can hold these sorts of events. And this year we decided to kind of carve out this really interesting space in the convention center, and it's just working really well.
Thanks, Ian. And it is a great place to come, relax, recharge, connect with people, as you said, new people to build your network. We also have a team from the UK. They're doing live streaming videos, well, a podcast, excuse me. They're behind us, and they're regularly posting their walk-arounds as well as recording stuff for their podcast. You might even have the chance to get on that podcast.
Yeah, I see we've got Kirby and Johnny behind us. They're doing their thing as they often do. I'm going to be talking to Johnny later today or tomorrow. I think they have a Measure Mania or something like that going on. I'm not sure it'll be on the live show, but I'll be talking with them. They're staples of the event at this point, right? Last year in the playground, this year out of the playground. What's your goal? You're trying to get people to basically find the space, right, and just and make use of it. What kind of planning goes into picking a good spot for it and making it conducive to what you want to use it for?
Yeah, one of the things we did last year was we asked our advocates, we asked our community members, where do you want the Hive to be, and did you like having it in the playground?
So just ask. That's how you solve
just
it.
Ask, right? And that's how we here at SolidWorks solve a lot of things. Yep. And they told us again this year, hey, we want to be able to access the Hive all the time, even outside of playground hours, and look at us, we're standing here right now, so a lot of fun.
Well, very cool. We have some tech sessions that are coming up at the desk, but I'm so glad that we were able to get a chance to stop down, check this out. The first timers, I'm not a first timer. I do have the pin on, but I am not a first timer. But I did stop by the event last night, and I had not been to the previous one, so it was cool. It was really great to have it in the Hive because this is a great central location. I know you guys can't see it at home, but this is kind of the main area where everybody is, so it's a perfect spot to have this, and it was absolutely packed for the first timers event. I mean, the whole area was totally filled in, and I saw people watching from the upper levels to see what was going on, and you can't miss Joe and his gigantic hat doing his Joe thing and getting people hyped up for the week. So great spot for this and lots of cool stuff going on. I see every time I walk by here, I see people enjoying the couches and chit-chatting, and even last year when we walked by this area, we ended up meeting up with some people that were here. So it's a great location and a good mission. So I appreciate you guys. Well, let's check back in with the desk, and I think we've got some cool technical sessions. We've got a couple technical sessions that are happening at the desk this year, but today we've got a technical session with the user interface with Nicole and Rob, and Sean is back at the desk already. I am going to make my way back down to the desk once I finish up with these guys, because it's a session that I really want to catch. It's about user interface and making use of that to improve your workflows, which is right up my alley. So one of the many sessions that you can attend at this. But guys, thank you so much for having me down in the Hive.
Thank you for stopping by.
I will see you soon, because I'll be walking back and forth as I go by many times. So I will stop back in and say hello. All right, back to the desk.
Welcome. So nice to see familiar faces here, and I have some familiar faces, at least familiar to me, here as well at the desk. Nicole and Robert, welcome.
Hey, thanks.
This is something that many are looking forward to, and I say that because I have metrics to back it up. This session you cannot register for anymore because it is fully booked. Of course, we have an agenda, we have an app, and if you are an attendee at 3DEXPERIENCE World, which I hope many of you will be in the future, you register for your session, you reserve your seat, and yeah, once again, if you go to the app, I showed you guys actually before we got here, before we even flew out to Houston, respectively, on our respective flights, that it was booked.
Yeah.
So welcome. The intentional interface, engineering a cursor-centric workflow. We have an audience in front of us, an audience at home, at offices around the globe. But yeah, welcome. I'm so excited to take this in. So let's get started. I'll try not to tell too many jokes as we go.
Way to make us really nervous with the offices around the globe thing.
All right, well, welcome everybody. This session is going to be about evolving from a passive software user into more of a pilot of the SolidWorks user face. We want you to be engineered for speed, focus, and control.
Oh, it's not clicking through. Okay. So, my name is Nicole Walden, and this is my friend Robert Langford. We're both SolidWorks certified experts. We've spent our careers helping other people work smarter and not just harder. We're here today because we believe that your software should be a transparent extension of your design intent.
Have you ever considered the hidden costs of your user interface? We mean the daily tax you pay in wasted motion, lost focus, and physical strain just to find commands you're so used to using.
I gotta say, it's interesting as we get started here that you guys, even in that slide graphically, which I love, like it wasn't just like crazy ton of text and no images, but you can see you guys have crazy different backgrounds.
Very.
You bring different perspectives to this presentation, so I'm looking forward to it.
And oddly enough, we used to work together, so
Did
we
you?
do have
Yeah, you
overlap.
did tell me that. You told me that on I think Thursday when we talked.
Yeah, we have overlap, but we took it in very different paths.
That's interesting.
So what we're trying to get across is the symmetrical mindset. We're wanting to use both sides of your body to get the modeling done. And we want to recognize the subtle differences and problems that may be costing you more than you realize. Seemingly insignificant, you're doing hundreds of features a day, and it adds up. So there's an interface tax, which is the barrier and the state of true design flow.
So with that, you look at the concept that most people use a 27-inch monitor on a normal day. And when you're moving your mouse, even if you have a hypersensitive mouse, you may move less than the physical amount to get there, but on average, a single command is going to take you 13 inches of travel, just for every single feature that you enable on the command manager.
That's another great graphic. Like you think about that, like if you were to track or make lines or curves out of, as you're saying, you know, each bit of mouse travel, it becomes very evident when you see a graphic like that. So I understand.
Yeah, and with the assumption that you only move and enable 500 features in a given day, the amount that travels up to when you look at what that actually goes to is insane.
Yeah.
And not to mention the fact that people will end up with like fatigue in their shoulders and their wrist, you know, from that constant movement that you guys are engaging in on a normal basis. It'll actually add to a strain.
Because every time your eyes leave the geometry to go hunt for an icon, you're basically disengaging your brain, and then you have to re-engage it to get back into that mindset. When we show you the cursor-centric method, we're talking about getting that down to less than half a second.
From if you're one of those people who uses drop-down methods, you're on a typical basis every 2 to 4 seconds just to activate from drop-down boxes. And then you can get down to a half a second if you utilize the more cursor-centric options.
Yeah, already I'm kind of thinking, when you showed that like bar graph, I was thinking in terms of percentages. Because it's like seconds is the unit for one action, but as you're saying, so many actions, that's a ton of different time at an efficiency level.
Yeah. So next, Robert's going to tell us about what we're going to look at.
So this is the solution, and it's not about working faster or harder. Anyway, this cursor-centric philosophy is designed to eliminate waste, and the goal is to perform nearly every command with the commands right at your fingertips, so your eyes stay on the model and you don't lose focus.
And by mastering what we call the focus 4, then you'll actually utilize less mouse travel and be able to stay more in tune with what you're actually modeling as compared to, you know, searching for different commands and looking for different features. So Robert's going to take this next one.
All right, so we got mouse gestures. Hopefully everybody's using them. They're super efficient. I love them, and
you didn't to start with.
I did not.
Were you? Is this why you guys work together? Were you an influence? Okay.
Yeah, I told him, I was like, I promise, just try. I'll take you to lunch if you don't end up liking it.
It was a struggle, but can't live without them now. But basically, you drag in the direction you want to use that command, and it just becomes a muscle memory. So we've got several up here. And really 4 to start with is probably best, if not even 2, just to get used to it.
Yeah, there's just as I think we may need to swap out your mic just so we can get it broadcasted a little bit better here. I wanted to talk a little bit about mouse gestures. So some of the examples that you have here, right? We have 4 different options, right? I think as of the latest, and I could be wrong about this, but I think you can get up to like 16 different potential gestures, which is crazy. And it's also all the more reason. The conferences like these are great because that's the type of thing that you'd see. Mouse gestures, first of all, because a lot of people probably don't know about mouse gestures. Maybe they've heard of them, or maybe they haven't employed them. Maybe a lot of you guys. Like, how many of you out there in the audience use mouse gestures today? Okay, so a good bit.
I like those numbers.
Like for example, I use my keyboard for almost everything, and I could still say like. So I know, right? It's like I know you can kind of customize the amount of them, but even for me, it's like just a reminder. Hey, use them. Like you might know the amount of different buttons you can have on there, which I know, but if I'm not using them, I'm not benefiting. So
yeah. So for myself, muscle memory was a key for it. You know, it's like, how do you break what you do without meaning to? So I purposely went and turned all my keyboard shortcuts off so that I couldn't press them anymore. And when I went that route, it forced me to realize the features I was using on a regular basis.
Now you're scaring me.
So even the ones that we have up on the screen are going to be the escape, the OK button, and I even use mouse gestures to activate my S key.
Cool.
So that way I don't have to touch my keyboard on a normal basis.
It's a game changer.
I convinced him. It worked.
I never heard of that, by the way. Have you guys heard of using mouse gestures to activate the S key? Yeah, I definitely learned something with that.
Speaking of the S key, so it's the floating command bar that you can hit the S key and it'll pop it up. But if you put it as a mouse gesture, you can just drag and you've got it right there in front of you. And basically just put the most common used commands on there.
And the ones that you put there, it doesn't always have to just dial in back to what you use right now. You have the ability to simply search and find any feature that you may not use often enough to add to your command bar for your S key, but that doesn't mean that you can't still enable it. I don't want to have to go use my drop-down menus or a command manager, or even go to the search bar. So I just have a search bar that comes to my cursor, and I enjoy that use of it much more.
Now you're talking, typing things in on a keyboard. I'm in.
So next we get to the context toolbar. Most people won't even recognize the fact that this comes up because everyone is so sensitive with their mouse that they instantly start moving on to the next piece that they want to go to. And so when I'm training new people, I always tell them, click and pause. Don't instantly just start moving your mouse away, because the moment that you move your mouse, then it disappears. And most people also don't realize the fact that you can actually even customize the context toolbar. Most people think about the fact that they can, work through and customize their different ones, but they never think about the context toolbar.
It's also like right there, you have so much, right? You have breadcrumbs right there as well. And we're expanding what you can do with breadcrumbs with every release. Like very recently, in a recent version of Solidworks, you can now access breadcrumbs in large design review, which itself is getting improved year over year, adding the ability to add different types of mates while opening your assemblies in like record time. Yeah, it's awesome. So cool, these are great tips.
Yeah, and if they could get to the point where they can give me breadcrumbs that will allow me to do multi-mate mode, then I would be really happy. But speaking of breadcrumbs, that's the next piece. That's the next pillar that we need to talk about. Most people have breadcrumbs and they will notice that it appears at the top of their tree, right? Next in the little flyout feature bar. But you can also press the D key to bring it from your cursor. But because I'm not a big fan of using my keyboard, as I've mentioned, then I've actually toggled the setting to simply just bring it to my cursor so that way my breadcrumbs are right there with my in-context toolbars and I don't have to go looking for anything.
Very cool.
Because the larger everyone's monitors get, the more that travel distance is going to become, even to get to your breadcrumbs when they're at the flyout feature tree.
Is anybody here in the chat or out there, do you just use your laptop monitor, like a single monitor? Anyone? Oh man, that was me until like last year. I finally got like a big widescreen monitor, and I feel exactly what you're saying. Like the travel is real, yeah.
So most people have like dual monitors and things of that nature, but I actually switched over a couple of years ago and put in a 43-inch single monitor. So it's like having the equivalent of having 4 22-inch monitors that you could basically dock onto each other. And when I'm really wanting to hyper-focus in on SolidWorks, you can imagine how much that travel distance was on a 43-inch monitor, even compared to a 27.
Sure, as I'm learning and listening, it becomes more apparent for me.
Yeah. So next we're going to look at what you can even do to get away from your keyboard even further. So you can use the Windows key plus the H command to actually engage with Windows dictation. So I will rename my features, I will rename my descriptions and everything else without ever having to touch my keyboard. And because most of the time—
I've never heard of this.
And it even works with my Southern accent. So if it can do that, it can usually do much about anything.
Wow, that's awesome.
So, and by renaming my features as I'm going, the next person who engages with my models are going to understand my design intent a lot more thoroughly than they would if it was just called Extrude 1 and things of that nature.
Love that.
And for people who are dyslexic, for example, the ability for them to simply speak to it is going to allow for them to not have to worry about how they typed it in or anything of that nature as well.
All right, so next we want to activate your non-dominant hand, so you're primarily using both of them. So I want to keep my hand on the mouse at all times. So how do I type stuff in? Well, I learned to type left-handed, just with my hand. But what if I had a number pad? Then I can type dimensions in, and I never have to take my hand off anything. So it saves a significant amount of time. And
That's, I mean, by the way, I gotta say, sorry to interrupt. Can I just appreciate that you are presenting with a keypad, a keyboard, a 3D mouse over there, and you don't even have a PC in front of you. Like, that's like crazy demo abilities there. So yeah, I have to appreciate that. That's insane. You're on full display with your devices.
And most people don't realize the fact that you can just buy a cheap numpad and have it just plug up and it just be work Bluetooth. You don't have to go out and spend a ton of money. But the other option that you could potentially do as well is specifically just going to give yourself the ability to just shift your keyboard over. You could give that a try prior to ever going out and spending any money at all. You just take your keypad, shift it over, and then now you can use your left hand. It takes a little more effort to type in, but if you're using the Windows H, you're not even typing in your descriptions and stuff anymore, so why does it matter?
True.
So the next piece that we want to talk about is, again, you don't have to go in and make purchases to be able to utilize these pieces, but you can do that. I personally, this is the setup that I have. I use the 3D connections. That's not a plug for them. It's just what I do. But I use that, and you'll notice that my numpad is specifically on the left-hand side of my keyboard as opposed to my right-hand side. So that way, I simply don't ever have a reason to take my hand off of my mouse when I am designing, because then that's going to slow me down. The one that I do typically switch between, though, is going from the numpad over to my 3D connection space mouse.
Okay.
So that way I'm doing my zoom, pan, and rotate. I work with very large.
This is truly how you have it set up.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I work with very large equipment that can be several hundred feet long.
Okay.
It's not necessarily very tall or very wide. And so the amount of movement that you have to use to be able to zoom, pan, and rotate just makes it so much simpler to be able to go down that particular route.
Makes sense.
so that's where the estimated 28 minutes a day comes from, that we're trying to eliminate thousands of tiny 1-second delays that bleed your day dry. This is your, let's see, the totals. Just go.
Consolidating these efficiency relieves some of the what we call interface tax, returning 112 hours back to you over a year, which works out to be 14
I've never seen any
days.
of this like charted out this way.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. You guys have provided insane data that you've captured on some of the actual benefits. Like usually we'd stop at like, hey, you're just going to save so much time. It's like how you're breaking it down even down to neural rewiring. It's pretty insane.
So that's where my autism actually comes in as a benefit, and that hyper focus on specific things and wanting to make sure that anything that I specify, that I have the data to back it up.
I'm definitely benefiting. This is awesome.
So you will have a slowdown period in the very beginning. It is not something that is just going to instantly work for people. The first 3 days are going to be the most challenging when you try to change over and use that new environment. But the simplest option, the easiest way that you're going to get used to it is to disable the other things that you use on a regular basis to force yourself into actually doing it. And when you can go that route, then you're going to legitimately rewire the way you work with SolidWorks. You can utilize mouse gestures so fast that the graphic won't even render on the screen, and it's already put itself into the command.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. If we could as well, maybe have someone just from production. I think the power supply is not quite working here.
Oh no.
But I did want to ask you in terms of being able to capture some of these statistics. Yeah, I mean, what gave you some of the angles as far as like what are we going to be reporting? And how, like, were you actually spending that time and recording, over time? Like, how much time did this actually save me and everything?
Yeah, so I did time comparisons. I would do the actions with and without the actual features turned on. I would use the command manager. I would go down that path. I would time each of my actions. I just basically did a recording of the whole thing and then would notice the start and stop times of each one. And then I started working on like how many features does a typical person interact with on a normal day. And it wanted to, okay, it's gone. But it wanted to try to say that people were going to engage with a lot more features than that on a regular basis, but it didn't occur. And I was like, no, I'd rather be on the conservative side and have a lot less features that it assumes that a person engages with versus the possibility of it being more.
Yeah, and I wanted to go back and ask you as well. I mentioned I'd never seen anyone that used a mouse gesture to execute the S key. So how did you do that? Is that like a macro that you're doing?
No, the shortcut bar is actually a legitimate feature that you can select.
No way. How did I not know that? Like at this point?
Yeah, most people will try to look for it utilizing the command S key, but it's actually called shortcut bar when you're looking for the commands to add to your mouse gestures.
As we get the machine kind of reconfigured and all that, and we kind of get back online, these are little tips that come up, of course, at conferences like these at 3DEXPERIENCE World. Some of these tips we also come across as well, like on our team. A lot of what I do when I'm not at 3DEXPERIENCE World is we're making new feature content. So a lot of you may have seen SolidWorks Delivery Day or What's New program on SolidWorks Live. We also did like a past 10 best 10 features in a certain subject area, like parts, assemblies, drawings, user experience over the past 5 years, which we just recently published. So that stuff certainly helps. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming to this session here. Really appreciate it. Once again, we're just kind of tuning in on some technical difficulties, but as well, I think it's a great time. As we know, we are virtual. I've been saying it throughout the conference. To check in on the chat. So we got some love for the shortcut bar command. Definitely some love there. People saying, yep, awesome. A lot of people checking in and just talking about the setup. Numerical pad, so I see Elliot Cruz here, just a comment. Numerical pad must have a tab button for it to be useful.
But if you buy one that has programmable buttons, you can actually add to the functionality and put your escape key, the tab key, and all kinds of other options on there as well.
See, that's where, so if we could segue over to the 3D Connection mouse you have here.
Okay.
Like I have a mouse, and as you guys could probably guess, like some of the things that I might be prioritizing may be different than what you at home might be prioritizing in terms of accessibility, different options. So my mouse, to be honest, I got it for like $8 on Amazon. Yeah, I know, I'm getting laughed at. Great. Awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, it's super simple. It's a cordless mouse. It works. And the biggest benefit to me and the biggest priority for me is that it doesn't make noise when I click. It's a silent clicker. Again, $8 on Amazon. I don't know the name of it. I don't even know if the company's still in business, to be honest with you. But it works, and I love it. So what am I missing out on if I am going with a mouse game that's $8 on Amazon?
So for me, I like the added weight that you get with this one. So when you're moving and shifting around it.
Okay, so yeah, mine feels like it's $8. I think inside there's actually 8 crumpled up dollar bills. That's what makes up the bulk of the mouse. Yeah, this is a heavy duty 3D connection, like true to its reputation mouse. So yeah, this is a weighty piece of equipment ready for real work.
Yeah, so the added weight comes in handy. The ability to customize the buttons on either side. I know Robert has his customized too, so that way he can even use copy and paste because he engages with things of that nature on a normal basis. You can rotate without the use of the actual scroll wheel, so that comes in handy, so that way you can do a little bit more like that. So when I'm traveling on a normal basis, obviously I don't take my keyboard and mouse and everything with me on a normal basis, but if I'm going between different locations at my job, I will use my mouse and my little travel so that way it doesn't get messed up, and I will take my Space Mouse wireless version that is more susceptible, because I will get somewhere and I will reach for my little puck so that way I can zoom on somebody else's monitor, and I'm like, oh, they don't have that.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. And then I just have to basically like sit on my hand so that way I don't try to keep reaching for it when it's not there. It's like an extension of yourself that you don't realize that you use until it's not in front of you anymore.
Right. And then as far as Space Mice, like I made the SolidWorks Champions program way back when. The SolidWorks Champions program is alive and well. I see a lot of SolidWorks champions out there. Let's make some noise. So part of the swag over the years, you might get a nice special customized Space Mouse. I've used the little puck over there that Robert has. So Robert, are you more familiar with like the super duper, like extensive ones with all the buttons, or
I've always just used the puck.
Are you?
Yeah, I love the puck.
Yeah. So, do you guys have familiarity with the really big ones with like the sort of wrist pad,
the Pilot
all that?
and all of those? So I've actually been using one of these since the original Space Ball in the early 2000s. Yes, I'm old, I know. But I have been going through multiple iterations of those. But I found that because of my use with the command manager and turning that off and going more cursor-centric, that I didn't even need all of the additional buttons that came with those applications. So I just simply went with the simple one that traveled with me everywhere.
Sometimes too many buttons.
The fun part, though, is getting it through airport security, because they always are like, what is that?
Yeah.
So I just go ahead and leave it out and just go ahead and assume that it's going to get scanned, and they're going to be like, what is that thing? And how are you?
I have a funny story about that. I think your PC may have stayed out too long last night. It was like falling asleep here, but I think we're back. Look at that. No, funny story. As we kind of get back into the flow of the presentation, we had Tyler Csatari. He has like 3 million subscribers on YouTube. He was up here, and he had that sort of octopus thing, that backpack that he was showing that he made on YouTube, and I was saying to him, this has to be one of the most wild things that's ever gone through TSA. Could you imagine being a TSA agent some days, seeing some of the stuff that comes through? That has to be one of the wild ones. But yeah, I think we're back. We got your feedback, right?
Yep. So basically, when we look at the piece here, we're leaving off where we had on that particular.
Sorry. So at this point, we're back in SolidWorks, right?
Well, we're going to switch over here in just 1 second, since it's just now popping up.
Awesome.
But the one thing that I did want to mention before we go to that is the fact that we do have this presentation along with more of the breakdowns of the numbers and things of that nature that people can go out and download if they would like to go that route
Awesome.
as well.
Thanks for providing that.
I'm aware. He grabbed the mouse and I'm trying to tell it to duplicate.
We're double mousing.
Okay.
All right. Your computer is like, I'm so groggy, I'm still waking up.
Yeah, it's
Last
like,
night was a
I
hard
don't
night.
understand.
Experience world, too much partying.
It drank too much.
But yeah, we're trying to show SolidWorks here.
It's not coming up on the screen.
Yeah, if we could show the feed of Nicole's PC here, her main PC. I think that's what we're trying to show.
Yeah, we went to duplicate, but it didn't do it.
All right, so let's try to duplicate that. Getting some instructions in my ear. So we do duplicate. I think we're in.
Okay.
There we go.
Goodness. Okay, so this is an out-of-the-box SolidWorks. No customization done yet.
Stop zooming. Okay, so at this point, we're going to walk through how to do some of the customization pieces. So if you wanted to go through and come up with certain pieces that we want to, say, modify our mouse gestures. So to modify our mouse gestures, how do we actually customize those, Robert?
Well, we're going to right-click up here, and we're going to hit Customize.
And where's right here?
That's up there.
So
above where the command manager would be.
So when you do that, you'll notice that plenty of options keep coming up on the screen of different things that you can go through, and they have different commands. So you could even engage with the dictation option inside of Windows to even search and find those particular features that you're looking for. But if we made our way over to the mouse gestures for the purpose of this, you'll notice that it has tons of different options. And let's say we wanted to go away from 12 or 16 and we wanted to simply come back down to 4 or 2. Then you can customize what's there, and then you simply do a search for the command in question. So for this purpose, we'll tell it we want to do the shortcut bar. And like I said, most people will try to type it in looking for the S key, but it's called the shortcut bar as its official name.
Ooh, can I insert a tip from a release of SolidWorks that just came out? Because this one actually came out as part of a service pack very recently, just a few months ago. You know how you mentioned, like, if I'm searching for S key, it's like perfect. I should have thought of this for the demo, but I didn't. I'm so mad. So if you're looking for shortcut bar, but maybe you want it so that people are being able to find it through S key, you can set up like little aliases now, which is awesome. So you can set up so if you are searching for the S key, if you're always looking for S key for shortcut bar, or like if you're looking for save as, but you're thinking export all the time, you can set it up so you can set up these aliases for like save as. You can say, I want an alias to be export. So if I'm typing in export in the command manager, or the command bar here, the command search, it will still come up with save as every time, even though obviously that's not the same word. But yeah, this is awesome. So I learned this shortcut bar thing is blowing my mind still.
Great, it's seamless.
So you'll notice that his shortcut bar almost didn't even appear on the screen at the point in time at which he enabled it, because he drug through it so quickly that it couldn't even appear. So now if you wanted to expand and customize your S key itself, you don't actually even have to go up to the top and to hit customize. You can be looking at the S key and then right click and select customize there as well. And then the nice part about the S key and its customization is it's entirely dependent on whether you're in a part, an assembly, a drawing, or a sketch. So I don't have to look at a bunch of features that I don't have a use for.
So what would we want to add on here?
Well, I do lots of sheet metal work on a normal basis, as well as structural members. So maybe you can find me the structural member command?
Oh, I typed in sheet.
So now you just grab a hold of it and then drag it where you would like it. Now, since we only have a few of them, why don't you show them how we can make it a little wider versus having it be 2 rows wide?
Yes, you can drag it and make it look nice, or you can scrunch it all up.
So it's entirely customizable based off of how a given person wants to use it. And one of the things that I always tend to say is that if I use a given feature more than 5 times in a day, then it's something that I should probably just flat out add here.
That's a great way to think of it. Like, cause I'll go to these sessions and I'll think to myself, like, what am I actually going to do after I leave this session? Like, I'm learning all this stuff. How is it going to change how I actually work? So that's a good like little factoid. It's like if you think to yourself after the session, you know, what am I using more than 5 times, right? And if you just make a short list, even if it's on a piece of paper here, you can just go home and be like, all right, that's my list. That's going to be on my shortcut bar.
And you'll start to notice the pieces that you need to add to it and dial in as you go forward. And it'll be something that randomly 2 weeks from now, you're going to go, oh, why don't I have that feature on there? And you see how easy it is to just simply right click on it and customize and add to it as you're going. So it's not something that you have to get perfected on day one. You can still be dialing it in 90 days or 120 days later, depending on how your workflow changes throughout that time period.
Cool.
Robert, do you have anything else you want to show us?
I just clicked something on accident, but
So one of the ones that I tend to like to use as far as my mouse gestures is concerned is the browse option. So you'll notice that at the part level and the assembly level, I tend to keep a lot of my stuff in the same position so that way, from a neural pathway standpoint, it's just consistent and I don't have to think about it.
Yep.
When you get to the drawing and or the sketch, those can tend to differ quite heavily, but the ones that I use on a normal basis, I do them quite often. But you'll notice that right here, browse open documents. How often do people actually engage and use Control Q or Control Tab or things of that nature that you use on a daily basis? Again, I like to not use my keyboard, so any of those types of things that I want to engage with, I simply go in and add to it. So if I have multiple windows open, instead of even having to hit Control Tab, I just tell it to browse, and now I'm engaging with it without even having to touch my keyboard.
I'm such a keyboard person that, and some of you will relate to this, I didn't even know the Control Q had a proper name for what it did.
Forced rebuild.
I just thought it was called Control Q for so many years. Like Solidworks, the company before I worked here, just made something called Control Q.
Yep.
I know, it sounds dumb, but that's how I thought for many years.
And then the funny part about it is if you actually try to look it up, you could use the alias that you're referring to now. But on a normal basis, if you were looking for that, if you didn't know that that was actually going to be called the forced rebuild, then you wouldn't even be able to find that.
Sure.
So you'll notice it says force rebuild, and then in parentheses it says Control Q, because that's how so many of us reference it, that they actually made the own reference. But if you actually tell it that you want to look for Q, you'll notice that it doesn't actually even appear.
Yeah, I can relate.
So it's a lot of different options as far as customizations are concerned. And depending on what it is that you build or what it is that you model or how you interact with the interface, that in itself means that you can just simply customize it to the extent of what you need it to be versus how it comes out of the box. If I had to use it out of the box, I would be struggling on a normal basis.
I think one of the things that you guys have highlighted a lot for me as well is like we talk a lot about new options, new ways of doing things, like use mouse gestures, use new keyboard shortcuts. You can turn on new tabs in a command manager. We have a new tab. It's like I think at times what is equally as important, I think you guys will agree based on what I've been hearing, is sometimes just turning things off and limiting things and forcing yourself to work with almost less. I think can be as impactful as introducing something new at times. Like just decluttering things is so important. Like just because, in summary, just because you can have 16 mouse gestures, maybe doesn't mean that you should have 16 mouse gestures.
Well, not only that, but trying to actually get it dialed in where your mouse can actually go to all of those spaces equally and not accidentally go to the wrong one.
So
sometimes it's just a matter of slowly integrating and starting at 2, moving to 4 in a couple of weeks, going up to 8. Just get to a point where you're comfortable and then try the next level up and make sure, does it work for me or does it not? And then just simply back down if you decide you don't like that many.
Very cool. Awesome.
So, do we have any particular questions that anybody came up with?
Yeah, let's do it. So we have about 10 minutes here. So we have 2 audiences, which is a unique aspect of this particular session. We don't always have an online audience, but today we do as well. So we'll check in with the chat in just a moment. But do we have any interface or workflow optimization questions out there? Even if we can't get a mic, maybe. Oh, we do have a mic. Great. Let's take a question here.
Hi, I really like the mouse gestures. I was curious. You shrunk down your overall bar from the 16 to the 4. What were your 16 mouse gestures that you were using on the day-to-day?
16. Man, if you asked me about 16 Solidworks commands, just list them. I couldn't even do it. I'll blank out.
Yeah, so I had 12 to begin with, and you'll notice that they pretty heavily differ. And most everything is going to be in the same positioning, though, with the exception of the OK button or the confirmation corner, depending on what particular feature that you're engaging with. But I try to have continuity of what is in use at the different ones. But the escape key, the OK, and to accept, I use diametric just because my parts tend to be very long and not very tall, so isometric doesn't always necessarily fit onto the page very well. And then if I'm in a part, I'm going to end up with save. And again, as I mentioned, I do a lot of sheet metal and structural steel, so I have a lot of those specific ones there. And then because I utilize configurations instead of just a normal control Q that everyone else uses, I use a force rebuild for all configurations, so that way the other inactive configurations don't get forgotten. And then even down to setting like my material and my move bar, a move command. And typically the move command, when I have my mouse, is not anything that I have to care about, but on those rare instances where I didn't bring my mouse with me and I'm working only on my laptop, then we need to have the moves to make it a little easier. So that's one of them that I tend to engage with.
Does anybody in the crowd just solely work with the trackpad on a laptop? No? I figured. I'm asking all questions that will guarantee me no hand raises. There's something wrong with me.
Oh, somebody does.
They just don't want to admit it.
I've tried it. I mean, we've all tried it on a plane, heading to a conference or somewhere, right? But it doesn't really work out that well. It's definitely not my preferred mode of operation. Oh, really? Oh, so there's a SolidWorks champion out there in the world from Egypt, I believe, who uses a trackpad, who will also be featured today at Model Mania Xtreme. All right, so that's a great plug, Michael. So Model Mania Xtreme will have a champion challenge a little bit later in the stream. So you may get to see someone who tries to use a trackpad in competitive modeling environment, which makes no sense to me, but I am excited. I'm so excited to check that out. So that's awesome.
I want to see it.
Yeah. Does anybody else here have any questions? All right, got another question here.
Yeah, great presentation, thank you. I was wondering if there's a way either on the shortcuts bar or on the mouse gestures to have different tabs, so if I'm doing solid body modeling versus surface modeling, I don't need to have 16? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would be nice if they would do that, but it's mainly just if you're in a part environment, you get a part environment. Sketch, drawing, and assembly, but they don't allow for it to modify based off of what particular features that you're actually using. But that is a good instance for you to be able to interact with your in-context toolbar so that way you could embrace what kind of features you may want specifically. So it's like you could use one place to specify that versus another on the others. Okay. That'd be my suggestion.
Yeah, it's almost like if there was, because sometimes you're doing mixed modeling, right? So you'll have solid body and surface body features in the same tree. But if you could gesture or tab over in the shortcut bar, that might be a neat enhancement. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Anyone else have any questions?
I know you don't like using your keyboard, but are the keyboard shortcuts also customizable?
Yes. Yeah, you can customize those entirely. There's an entire window just for the keyboard side. And then if you utilize them often enough and you wanted to potentially share them, you can actually even print out the list and tell it to only show ones that you actually have commands assigned to versus seeing everything. That's how we used to do it back when I first started doing it.
I have a general question. I mean, how many of you have CAD admin or PDM admin style duties at your jobs? See, I can ask questions where we get hand raises. That's great. I've learned new tricks. Thank you so much for teaching me. No, but the reason I mentioned that, and you guys might know where I'm going with this, you can make all of these customizations, and some of them you might not want to have ported over automatically to your team members or the people that you're kind of in control of or managing over. But you can save out via something called the copy settings wizard. A lot of you might know this. You can save out what's an SLD REG file. It's basically a SolidWorks registry file. So it takes it out, and yeah, so even with the copy settings wizard, it also asks you some questions in this wizard, right, in terms of what you'd like to port out. And if you're using an admin image and you're deploying an installation, you can have this special macros already mapped to a network drive or wherever you're managing them. You get pretty sophisticated with it, right? So yeah, this is a great tip because if you're taking in all this inventory You're making all these customizations. You're like, this is just a general use good practice for my users. You can save that out and have it ported over to them.
And then because we have a few extra moments here, one of the other places that I also tend to customize my interface a bit more is the heads-up display. So with the heads-up toolbar, you can add customize a couple of different areas up here, and then I also will even go so far as to add in specific things into my design library for specific paths of things that I use on a normal, regular basis. So that way I don't simply have to go through and find them, you know, by search commands and things of that nature on a regular basis. But most people don't even realize the fact that you can customize the taskbar and what is even considered the default.
Awesome. I saw someone in the chat mention that they also customize the shortcut bar, because we talk a lot about inside of the SolidWorks design application, of course, modeling features, right? Whether it's rebuilding, base flange and sheet metal, whatever it is. But some people will even put like PDM commands like lock or unlock, that kind of thing on platform as well. So yeah, there's a lot of general use case things you can customize there. Any other questions?
Oh no.
No, actually, this is just a plug. If you're interested in seeing a lot more of this customization and some practical demonstrations, I actually have a presentation on Wednesday morning called "Optimizing How Do You Customize Your Interface and Other Modeling Efficiencies," and I'll show you some different things that Nicole doesn't do.
Yeah, we're
so yeah, no, seriously, if there's anyone's interested in seeing some more practical demonstrations, I know this is a shameless plug, but yeah, no, there's a lot of this customization, so I'll do a lot more practical demonstrations and in-use things, and again, like all of us, we all model differently, and so how we all customize our interface is quite different from each other. So.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think because we mentioned, it's easy to mention there's 270 hours of conference here. Many of you, of course, we're trying to bring a lot of the conference and special parts of the conference that other people don't get to see. We're here to you at home or at work, wherever you are, whichever country you're in. But if you are here, there are different sessions that kind of build off of each other and they kind of fill in each other's gaps, right? So if you are thinking about coming to 3D Experience World next year in 2027, Michael, that is a great plug for that very reason. Absolutely. So cool. Let me check in on the chat one more time. Right here. Great presentation. Thank you. We can also customize the right-click menus. So somebody mentioning it. So I just love that everyone's just trying to share knowledge.
Yeah.
That's one thing that makes this different from like a webinar, right, or a YouTube video, where it's just like one speaker. Like the environment kind of becomes the presentation. It becomes the offering. So, you know, I want to say just in closing, thank you both for jumping on. This has been great. I enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you.
Robert, Nicole, thank you so much. Round of applause for these guys here. Just a testament. I mean, you never know you're going to learn at 3D Experience World. And thank you all in the chat as well. We're going to continue on with an interview with Psyonic momentarily, so stay in your seats. We'll be right back. Thank you so much.
All right, well, we're back here at the desk. I am Jesse again, just to remind you, and I'm here with Dale and Dr. Aadeel Akhtar of Psyonic. Guys, thank you for joining me here on the show.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Absolutely. You've brought some pretty cool stuff, which we'll get to, but give me just a quick overview. Psyonic, what are you guys about?
Yeah, so at Psyonic, we develop advanced bionic limbs for humans and robots. And so what I'm holding here is our latest product, the Bionic Ability Hand. And it is both a prosthetic hand for people who are missing their hand, and it's being used on robots all across the world, including at NASA, Meta, Google, Amazon. Mercedes is building cars with them through Apptronic's humanoid robot. Same hand that goes on humans goes on robots.
Wow, that's incredible. It seems like that would be kind of a huge advantage for you guys in that you have two sides of the same story where you can sort of test your hardware with a live person who would be doing the same things as a robot might do, but you've got both sides of the kind of training loop there.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what makes us unique too, is that if you're building a robot to do human tasks, we've developed our hand we've optimized it for humans to do human tasks, yeah. So it makes sense that you'd use the same thing. And Dale, I would say that you've been able to do most everything that the robots are trying to do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of times when we're talking with people who are interested in using the hand, we're developing proof of concepts, and a lot of times that's just me using the hand, figure out how to do the task, and it's definitely gives us an advantage.
That's interesting. So you'll go out and specifically train on something like, oh, this is something that a customer wants to do or something that we want it to do, and then you'll go out and specifically train that task and then transfer it over to this unit?
Exactly, and we just started a collaboration with NVIDIA to take the human data and train AI models so that the robots can use them using their compute.
Wow, and then backfeed probably to the humans.
Exactly, right? Yep, it's a synergistic cycle that just feeds into both.
That is really cool. So this hand that you have here, tell me a little bit about this, because obviously I see this moving and it's interacting. So how is that different, I guess, in the sense of how he's able to control this one?
Yeah, and so these are actually the exact same hand. This is just a clear version of the hand, so you can actually more easily demonstrate. And so Dale, do you want to explain how you actually control the hand?
Yes, so I've got two sensors here on my forearm. They're EMG, or electromyography sensors. Okay. So basically, they're just reading the small electrical impulse that our muscles make when they contract. And so it's focused on the muscles in my forearm, and so when I flex the muscle on the outer side of my forearm, that sends a signal down to the hand, which is going to open the hand, and on the inside of my forearm is the one that closes the hand. And then there's ways I can switch between different grips and do different gestures and operate the hand in the way that I need for a specific task.
That's incredible.
And then if you touch the fingers, you can actually see the signals are going in the opposite direction. And so he can actually feel that through a vibration motor that's in his socket. So you've grabbed a raspberry without crushing it. We've had some of our human users grab hollow eggshells while blindfolded. We've even connected this to brain implants, where we had some of our users where they were feeling, they were touching the fingers on our hand, and then they were like, that's my index finger, that's my middle finger, that's my ring finger, because they were stimulating that area of the brain that corresponded to that.
Wow, that's absolutely crazy. So I actually don't know that much about bionics. Is this unique to you guys, this feedback loop that you have? Is this some of your special sauce? Or?
Yeah, and so we were the first bionic hand to ever incorporate touch feedback on the human side in particular, and so that was particularly exciting for us. And so the thing is, what we see is that on the robotic side too, you need all the same things, right? You need to have tactile feedback in order to interact with your environment, whether you're using, like a drill to put car parts together, or really put complex objects together as well too, and do pick and place tasks. All of that is very crucial to have tactile feedback, speed, dexterity, etc.
Yeah, I would imagine, that it's something that we obviously, as humans, take for granted, right? That we have so much information coming back to our brain that is just crazy amounts of data that you then have to realize you've got to program or, process or do something with when you get to this side of things. But the feedback loop is obviously humongous for us. I think when I was interviewing Pablos this morning, I think in his book he was talking about trying to get robotics to sew clothing and things like that are very slippery and weird and require a lot of touch and feel and things like that. And I was thinking about you guys as well with that kind of feedback loop. Like, that must help enormously They were talking about some other ways of using cameras to try to get around that, but you guys have worked it right back in a much more human way.
And you know, that's so interesting too, because one of our users, Mandy Pursley, she's actually a professional costume designer.
Oh, wow.
And we've seen her thread a needle like with both ways, where she would hold the needle with the bionic hand and use her natural hand to thread it, and then the opposite, where she's holding the thread and threading it through the needle being held by her natural hand.
I can barely get a needle threaded myself, like, and I don't have any.
And the thing is that so we have a panel at San Diego Comic-Con every year. We're in San Diego, and then it's a panel on bionic arms in the real world, where we have our human users, 6 of them, just talk about what it's like to have a bionic arm in the real world. And she actually did a live demonstration in front of everyone of doing that, and we were all just in awe of her ability. So that's the thing, right? If our human users can do it, then we should be able to train the robots to do it as well.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's really cool. Like I feel like a lot of times, well, and I guess you guys would know far better than I, but without having that split side by side, there are probably like different advantages to developing different skills, whether you're doing it for a human or for a robot. Obviously, the robots are going to benefit greatly from that, but just getting that feedback back to a human must mean the world. I mean, it's got to be, and maybe Dale, it's a great question for you, but it's got to be just night and day compared to anything else that you can actually get some feedback back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, prosthetics I had in the past, you know, there's no tactile feedback, there's no sense of, you know, where your arm is in space, and so just having that confidence of reaching out, knowing that, okay, I've grasped the object I wanted to grasp, and just kind of developing a little bit of a better sense of like where my limb is in space and how I interact with the world. It's a huge advantage having that tactile feedback and getting that sense of touch.
Yeah. Now, so what does it feel like? I mean, like, think about like the first time you used it, if you can think back to that. I assume at some point it just becomes totally natural and you don't even really think about it anymore, but was it something that you could immediately feel, okay, I'm getting something, but it feels different from one side to the other, it's not symmetrical, and then at some point your brain just almost doesn't notice the difference, or what's the experience like?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely new sensation. It's you know, a little bit foreign to the body, and so it took a little while to kind of get used to that and understand like what the arm is telling me, and now, yeah, it definitely feels like very natural. I mean, even just the small vibrations in the motors themselves, like when I come in contact with something and I feel like the motor fighting a little bit harder or stopping, like even that is information that like I'm able to like process and use for how I interact with things. So yeah, it's definitely so much different than anything I had used before.
That is really incredible. So there's only a couple of sensors as far as control and feedback, or are they dual purpose, or how does that actually work?
So yeah, there are 2 separate systems. Okay. So I have 2 sensors here that are reading the opposing muscle groups on my forearm here, and that's how I open and close the hand. And then there's a small little vibration motor in here that gives me that tactile feedback. So I get haptic feedback upon grasp and upon release.
Incredible. That is really, really cool. I imagine there's got to be an enormous challenge when you're designing something where like the interface of it is a human. That's got to be a humongous challenge. Is it almost easier to work with a robot than it is to do the other side, or are they kind of equal and different?
You know, I think there's challenges in both, right? So the interface is definitely a challenge on the human side, but the thing is the compute is a lot easier, right? Because like we've got the human brain to work with, exactly, right?
Yeah.
On the robotic side, you have to then couple like the hand with like, you know, an NVIDIA Thor, or like the vision system that they're using, and then all the other sensors, and then make sure all of those are working in tandem. So it's almost like an equal challenge, but a completely different one.
Yeah. I was talking to Pablos this morning too about just having, you know, a vast array of interests. And how those different pieces of information kind of feed back to the same thing. But you guys have kind of almost parallel things that are feeding back into the same point, which is really cool. You can use those both to inform each other. Well, It looks like we're just about out of time. Otherwise, I would keep talking to you guys forever here today. But I super appreciate you guys joining the show. Hopefully you guys at home have enjoyed seeing these guys. And did you have a robot here with you this week as well, or just the hands in the playground?
Oh yeah, so right now it's just the hands in the playground, but we've got a really cool demo, which actually we can see if you can do right now.
Yeah.
So if you put your hand in front of the camera here, you can actually control this yourself.
What? That is crazy. Can you guys see? Is this picking up on the camera at all? I don't know if.
Yeah, I don't know if I bring it closer, but yeah.
That is absolutely incredible.
And so we've got this demo running at our booths for anyone who wants to try it out.
For anybody who's here, definitely go check out their booth and check that out. That is amazing tech. Thank you guys so much for coming on the show. It's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Absolutely, it was my pleasure. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you for having us.
Meow is a fever dream company that has taken those visions and made them real and tangible.
Meow is an immersive art exhibit. We build worlds of story and immersive artwork.
Get people to engage and think, engage curiosity.
Our goal is to be at the forefront of immersive artwork and narrative-driven immersive storytelling. So those are our main drivers.
It's art outside the box. It's something you just have to experience. We come from all walks of life, from all skills, all talents. We have sculptors, we have painters, we have people that build in metal, we have people that build in wood, and we have digital fabricators. And so it all starts there, where we've just welcomed everybody from every basically facet of engineering and art and design. And that translates down into our exhibits, where we've gotten way more inclusive on designing things.
It's just constant collaboration between disciplines. So an artist will come up with some crazy idea of a sculpture or an interactive they want to make, but a lot of the time that person has a lot of creative, incredible ideas, but doesn't have the technical know-how to make it come to fruition. So there's a lot of engineers and designers that make the technical aspects doable.
We'll have I call it napkin CAD, right? So you'll start off with this napkin sketch. SolidWorks plays a part in bringing our exhibits to life, as we'll get a 3D rendering or a model or some other form of just intangible detail from an artist.
Some of our more organic shaped elements will be sculpted. A smaller, scaled down version will be sculpted out of some kind of sculpting material, and we'll do a 3D scan of that organic form.
And we'll take that and bring it in, and we'll build a steel armature, or we'll build an aluminum armature beneath it, and we'll work on simulating the motion of how this thing kind of moves and is supposed to work, and we'll utilize it in that fashion.
That's a workflow that I use all the time.
Without the use of SolidWorks, I think that the exhibits would just be a mess, and they would take 10 times longer, and I don't think they would be as safe as they are. I don't think that they would be as amazing as they are, honestly.
We're creating a lot of steel weldments. A lot of the parts we cut are on our CNC laser cutter that's cutting steel 18 gauge through 3/16. The sheet metal environment in SolidWorks is really useful for that fabrication method.
So we'll use SolidWorks in terms of a design review to help facilitate what we call NTEs, not to exceed dimensions, and we'll utilize like materials and weights to make sure that, hey, this thing isn't going to weigh 10,000 pounds and break through the floor. We will utilize it to render what is going underneath, just to make sure that the artists and the creative directors and the stakeholders are just like, great, this will work. It's perfect.
We need to design our projects to be really strong and robust because thousands of guests a year are interacting with them. So we need to make sure they're really strong so they work, but also so that they're safe for lots of people to use.
So what's great about SolidWorks is the fact that the drawing files are linked to the 3D models, so that when you are creating these, really extensive drawing packages that have to go out to get reviewed, analyzed, and stamped by a professional engineer, if there are changes that are made, they're made instantaneously. A dimension on the whole is moved automatically, overall sizes and views are updated.
It saves a lot of time. You don't have to redraw things. Like if you update the model and your drawing updates automatically, that just is a huge time saver.
Everything is it's so fluid and it's just so user-friendly.
We make really weird shaped objects, and art and sculpture often doesn't take traditional forms. So working tech access into structures like that, it's very challenging to do without CAD software. So SolidWorks helps a lot in that regard.
A lot of our models are coming from an architectural partner out of, other softwares. And so we'll have them exported out as like a step model or a DWG or an IGS file. And we'll bring those files into SolidWorks to be able to create reference geometry and planes and to actually build in situ around all of this.
I mean, we come up with so many crazy ideas, and a lot of the hard part is just figuring out how to make it happen. And our CAD design team takes on a lot of that, is like, how do we flesh out a creative idea and actually make it? So that's where SolidWorks comes in.
I think something that sets apart, somebody who's just getting into the software and being a novice user from somebody who's much more advanced into the expert level is understanding, top-down and bottom-up modeling and design from assembly. Parametric modeling and designing parts inside of an assembly is something else. And utilizing even the equations, functions, and stuff to be able to, use math, use algebraic equations to design. And I don't think a lot of people understand and recognize that SolidWorks does have that capacity to be a computational design engine.
To be able to pull off what we make, it takes so much planning and forward thinking and a lot of technical know-how. So I think for people that know how things are actually made, it wouldn't be surprising that we use SolidWorks.
What it means to me to be SolidWorks certified, whether that is at the associate, professional, or expert level, is that one, you put the time and the effort in to learn the software and to actually take time out of your day to try and do something new. And I believe that SolidWorks is the only 3D modeling company that actually offers a certification on their software.
When it started, it really broke ground in terms of what we were trying to do. There was not a lot of organizations doing anything similar, so it created a lot of buzz.
We have Meow exhibits in the following locations: in Santa Fe, Las Vegas, Denver, Houston, and Grapevine.
It started here in Santa Fe, and that's where the company is based, and that was the first exhibit.
So Radiotave in Houston, imagine a old-timey radio station that got cut into by another dimension. This other dimension has kind of oozed in, and that's really evident of where the ooze has happened, because you'll see that ooze spread throughout the exhibit.
The focus of that exhibit is sound experimentation, and we have so many different interactives that do that in that space. It invites co-creation with the guests. So I think that's something really special about Radiotave. I think a highlight from that exhibit is our interactive instruments. They're actually acoustic instruments that are solenoid actuated, and people can kind of compose their own music to create in the space.
and they're all remotely controlled, and they're all analog instruments too. There's no like MIDI controls coming out of it, and they're all controlled. And there's a 14-minute music piece that was written by one of the artists here, and that kind of plays, and the patrons can, tap on and add sound to it and change the song. What makes Houston special is that it is the most technologically advanced and in-depth exhibit that we've done to date. And we integrated tons of technology into it. We integrated games into it. We've integrated just the idea and the concept, and the story behind it is much more in-depth than our other locations. It has stuff that, one, you can take your whole family to and enjoy it. And you can take your whole family and enjoy it just on like the surface level of like, oh cool, this is like really neat art. And then you can take your whole family and really dive into like the story underneath it. You can get into the interactivity of it. There's a lot of hidden gems and Easter eggs hidden within the Houston location, but you'll have to go find them for yourselves. And yeah.
In each new city, we have a call for artists to submit applications to build out rooms in the Meow exhibit. They're called like flex rooms, and they don't necessarily need to be tied to our overarching narrative, but it's the artwork that the artist wants to make. On the production side, Meow is always trying to reduce our environmental impact. So that means creating art out of what a lot of people would consider to be trash or found objects that were used for a purpose and then retired. So we're always looking for ways to incorporate things that would normally be thrown out into our exhibits and make beautiful things out of them. In the Radio TV exhibit, we created our art team anchor, which is entirely created on site, is all found objects, and as well as some bespoke sculptures like mixed in. But it's really an incredible space that features like this huge tornado of different objects swirling up into the ceiling.
The idea of like being environmentally sound, it manifests into Meow's work as we try to use as much upcycled and recycled materials as possible. You could see that in the house where there's a room full of bottle caps, and there's just like, we reuse carpets and couches and stuff. But we do strive to, for example, we try to use as much, scrap metal as we can to build our exhibits. We're trying to keep stuff out of the landfill by making art with it. How did I get here? My journey along the way is a long and twisted one, and it involves a multitude of different softwares and design processes and learning paths. And I personally have been in almost every facet of engineering, from commercial and industrial erection to sheet metal forming and structural steel, electronics, hydraulics, pneumatics. I've been in agriculture. I've been in high process manufacturing and high volume manufacturing. I've been in furniture, and I mean, here I am. I'm not exactly sure how I got here.
Was always really creative and made a lot of art growing up. Went into engineering, studied mechanical engineering, and I was kind of doing my own artwork on the side. I had my own art portfolio, kind of completely separate from my engineering work. So I was developing both my art and my engineering portfolios kind of in parallel, and I was looking for some way to bring them together. When I was finishing up my undergrad, I was looking for like what companies are like at the intersection of art and engineering. So Meow was like at the top of my list.
We never will tell, a CAD designer that they can't be a fabricator. We won't tell a fabricator they can't be an artist. We won't tell an artist they can't be we will always encourage career growth inside the company and outside of the company. We've had people that have left that we've thrown them big parties for. That's like, hey, congratulations, I'm really happy for you that you're moving on and you're moving up in your career and doing better things for yourself. So we'll never hold somebody back from, their true passion. Meow is driven by creative curiosity and engagement and inclusivity, and taking something that seems like, is that possible? Is that real? And making it real and making it possible.
We're constantly looking for new ways of interacting with our guests and like creating a truly awe-inspiring, immersive art experience.
Meow is evolving from space to space by thinking about everybody inclusively and taking that idea and that thought and applying, you know, traditional art like sculpting and painting techniques, and then adding technology into it and wanting to bring everybody together as a whole to get everybody thinking outside of the box.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to another exciting chapter of SolidWorks Live. It's Monday, the first day of 3D Experience World, and we couldn't be more excited, and I couldn't be more excited to be here. I have two amazing guests with me today. The topic we're going to be discussing is how we can get more girls into STEM. We've been talking about this forever. Since I was in college, there weren't an awful lot of women in engineering. Unfortunately, we are still not on par with the number of men or number of boys getting into STEM education. So I brought two educators here in different capacities, both Amy's. I'll go get to their bios in a second, and we're going to talk about the issues. How can we as a community get behind and encourage more girls into STEM, because we know diversity leads to greater levels of innovation in all circles, and certainly in engineering. So I'm going to introduce my panel real quick. I have to throw my glass on so I can see. First off, we have Dr. Amy Thompson. She currently serves as the CTO for the Connecticut Center of Advanced Technology. And in this role, she leads the technology, talent development, and training teams as a unified powerhouse that delivers end-to-end services to manufacturers, supporting their technology adoption journey. She is also Associate Professor and Resident of Systems Engineering at the University of Connecticut and the Associate Director for the Pratt & Whitney Institute for Advanced Systems Engineering. Amy, welcome. We're excited to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Then we have Amy Hamilton, a longtime SolidWorks user and user group leader. She has been a teacher for over 24 years, God bless. Amy is passionate about educating the next generation of technology innovators and leaders. She's obtained multiple certifications in SolidWorks and 3DEXPERIENCE, developed and delivered tutoring and training, teacher training programs, and is committed to fostering a collaborative, creative, and inclusive learning environment that prepares students for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. Wow, that's quite a mission, my girl, my friend. All right, so obviously we all know the stats, right? You know, it's still pretty grim. We still have a lack of girls getting into STEM fields. So instead of starting with the, oh my gosh, things are still terrible, because we know, and we're going to have a panel tomorrow, we're going to drill down into some of these issues in more specifics. But what I really want to know from both of you is, what are some recent wins over the last year, or even maybe more recently, that show signs of hope, that you know that that things are changing, and you know there is a way out of this, that things are changing, I should say. Amy, you want to go first?
Sure, sure, I'll take this. So, you know, I remember what, you know, back when I was young and I started, you know, engineering school, and yeah, I walked into my first engineering physics classroom of 175 people, and there was literally about 3 or 4 women. And you know, I was lucky enough to kind of come from a high school of taking science and math where there was a lot of women in our classrooms, but when I got to college, those females just kind of disappeared. And the impact it had for me, you know, that first day of my class, I left that classroom and I thought, oh my God, what have I done? I'm like, I've made a mistake. Like, I don't belong here. That's literally the feeling as a young person. And you realize, oh, maybe I don't belong here. Maybe I don't fit. Or what am I thinking? Can I really do this? A little bit of self-doubt, even though you've spent many years building up that confidence. And
kind of that imposter syndrome.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just looking, observing, and thinking, you know, I've made this wrong decision. I don't belong. And you know, really, what it does for you your whole career when you're actually able to be successful, you don't want other women to feel that way, right? I don't want any other woman to walk into a room and be that just a few people there and think I don't fit, I don't belong here, I've made the wrong decision. And so, you know, I've spent a whole career doing a lot of things so that women don't feel that way. And I think we have made a lot of improvements. You know, I think at least when I was at universities, you know, I taught at the University of New Haven, I taught at the University of Connecticut, there were definitely increasing enrollments, you know, undergraduate enrollments in engineering. They tended to be in very specific careers that maybe are more gender specific, things like biomedical engineering, industrial engineering, chemical engineering, you know, increase, you know, in some of those programs, you know, up to even 20% female, which seemed like a huge win.
That is a win.
But there's still a lot of programs, especially electrical and mechanical engineering, that are still in single digits, you know, and you still wonder, like, in this day and age, even at my career, it's like, why aren't there more women coming in? So hopefully maybe we can talk a little bit more about that. And, you know, I have my own experience and own kind of opinions about what those barriers are for young women to decide to come in, and hopefully we can talk more about that.
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Well, for me, the successes are always the students who come in who go on and do great things.
Sure.
And you asked about this week, right? So this week I got a text message from a former student who has come to my classroom several times. She's a young powerhouse Latina. She is absolutely dynamic. She doesn't think she is, but she is. And she's come to my classroom several times. Well, last year she came to show what she's been working on, which is the lunar lander, what Blue Origin is doing. And she's one of the main engineers on the project, and she sent me she keeps me up to date on the status of how it's going. She was fortunate to go out last year when they shot the women into space.
Yeah.
So she was there and got to participate with that, which I thought was like amazing. I was so happy for her. But she sent me a text message, and it's this picture she's taken explaining how when they have a mission that goes into space and it stays, there's always a disc with the people's names on it and things like that that stay there. And they were allowed to put 4 people's names on this disc that's going to be on the lunar lander that's going to go up. And my name is going to be in space.
Oh my God.
And
oh my God, that's so cool.
So blown away that here's this student that I idolize now.
Yeah.
And I tell her how amazing she is all the time. And she says, I really don't do that much. And I'm like, when you come in and my girls lean in and they see someone like them, yeah you're a hero.
Oh, absolutely.
So when she sent that to me, I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing that. So
wow.
for me,
what a win.
That's a win.
Oh, I would imagine.
That's a big win.
That's a huge win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you did, I mean, you played up a role in that, right?
Yeah.
And
I
you
mean,
know you did, yeah.
I've always, those are the kinds of kids that, you know, they'll call me,
Yeah.
you know, hey, I'm da-da-da-da-da, and I'm like, okay, well, have you tried? So I still have students who call me and ask me questions.
That's great.
And I think that's what makes a difference,
Yeah.
is when we're willing to, even years later,
Yeah.
answer a question.
Yeah. Just the human aspect of teaching comes into play.
Yep.
So let's ask Amy. What was you seem to when you said barriers and you said let's get back to that.
Yeah.
Okay. We've done the fun stories, the heart. What are the remaining barriers? And more importantly, what can we do as companies as teachers, as school districts, what are the next steps? What's the action items for all of us to support this? You know, it won't happen on its own, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things I found, over my whole career, from high school to college to the workplace, is that you really have to give people opportunities, and if you don't make those opportunities available to women, no one's going to say, oh, this is fun, this is great, I want to do this. And I think, for me, even though I was introduced to kind of science and math, my uncle was, a Boeing engineer. My mother actually studied math and statistics. And so I had a really, and she helped me with my mathematics. So I had a strong background, but I wouldn't have said when I was a young person, I want to be an engineer. Like, that was not something that was probably going to happen for me as a young person, because I had other interests. But my father gave me, I'm gonna age myself here, but my father in 1985, I was 15 years old, and he gave me a PC. He gave me a computer. So this is before the internet. This is before Windows.
Wow!
And it was the one. It was the one with no hard drive and the 2 floppy disks.
Oh yeah.
You put the. So I played the 2 floppy disks, and I played Pac-Man. I played all the games. And after about 2 or 3 months, I'd played all the games, and I'm sitting looking at this computer, and I was like, and there was these books that came with it, and I was like, oh, I wonder how this thing works. So I literally picked up the basic programming book, and I sat there and I started teaching myself basic programming, because I had done everything there was to do there. So, one thing to know about women is, like, we're very inquisitive. You put something in front of us, I'm going to want to try to figure out how it works. And I taught myself basic programming. And back then, I didn't know anybody who had a computer. I didn't know anybody who had programming. I was sitting there, and it kind of changed my life. And the thing I would emphasize, especially when I reflect back on that, it wasn't really about learning a skill. It wasn't learning how to code. It was the process of learning how to think, how to research, how to figure something out on your own. And what it did for me was give me a confidence that I could, after you teach yourself programming, and I've taught myself, how the DOS operating system worked, which was a little bit more complicated. And it's like, after that, it's like, oh, you feel like I can do anything. I've just taught myself, how the operating system works and how programming works. And I would have never done this if my father didn't drop that computer in front of me. And he could have given it to my brother, and he gave it I don't know why he gave it to me. But it worked out for me, right? Because and the thing that really made it fun also was that I really liked math. And I really didn't really have an understanding how math translated to the real world, right? And a computer does that. It's like, oh, I can program my math in the computer, and I can write a code, and it can solve it, and it made math real for me. And so, it was this kind of transformative experience for me. And it's so, it's something so stupid. I'm giving you a computer to a girl, and you shouldn't assume what they want or like or don't like. We're all humans, and we want to be challenged. We want to solve problems. We want to use our brain. We want to learn. We want to think. We want to learn confidence, and we need to give, expect more for women, for young girls, and believe that they can do this.
Yeah. Amy, in the classroom setting, following up what, sorry, both Amy's, okay, what Amy just said. Do you do in the classroom, are there any tactics that you change up when you have girls in your classroom to kind of have that aha moment, like your dad gave you a computer, or like that kind of spurred, right, your interest in, oh, math, okay, this is math, this is very interesting. Like, is there anything you do differently when you see a girl coming into your class than?
It's really strange, but I see the girls and the kid, I see them all as, young middle school children between the ages of 11 and 13, and that they're struggling with, where do I belong, how do I fit?
Puberty.
So, yeah, all that good stuff. But when I see a girl who is, like, kind of quiet and pulled back, and then I'm looking and seeing what they're doing. And then it becomes this, me kind of getting next to him saying, that's really great. Why are you doing it that way? Or how are you doing this? And, you know, and I have a conversation with them. Then when I find that they've got this passion about, you know, this particular, you know, how do I get the shape, this shape? Or how do I make my dragster go faster? Or just little things, and that helps. But I think the biggest thing is that when I do the stuff with the girls in the classroom and the guys in the classroom, I make it that I try to integrate both of them, both the girls and the guys working together, one. And two, if I have a group of girls who seem to be standoffish and don't want the boys working with them, I'll honor that. But then the next time around, I'll say, okay, this time around, you have to work with some of the guys.
Yeah.
Because I know that the first time they might be like, you know, the boys are silly, they don't want to do this, because the boys tend to fool around and make the girls nuts because they're more serious. They're much, oh, I have this task to do, I need to get it done, and then they have the boys in the group, well then, but getting the girls interested, basically giving them the power to feel safe where they are.
Okay. I think that's a pretty good way to wrap it up. I think, I mean, we know the capabilities of women. We are the most powerful creatures on the planet. Sorry, that's my little feminist rant right there. But it's true, right?
It's true.
We know that. We know, I mean, we know that together we can bring value. Diversity leads to greater levels of innovation. It's just the reality. DEI might be dead, but that is a reality, right? Thank you so much, both of you. I really appreciate your time. I want to let everyone else know we have Tuesday is our Women in Technology Day. We're going to start the morning with a breakfast at 7 a.m. We have a Women in Technology panel that these fine ladies will be also joining me for, as well as a few others. And then, Amy, you have a panel after that. Please stick around. We've got some great content coming up for Women in Technology. We're so happy to be here. We're so happy to have you here. We're so happy to have all of you here. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Have a great 3D Experience World, everyone. Take care.
Which camera? Yeah, number 3. Up there. He's good at this. This is Jim.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us here in Houston, Texas, and online at home. My name is Gian Khaleesi. I'm here with the legendary Jason Poole here for Model Mania Xtreme.
Wow, Gian, it is absolutely great to be here. Last year was exhilarating, and it's a whole new year in 2026.
We are next level here in Houston. I want to introduce the SolidWorks Champion Challenge. We've got 2 decorated SolidWorks champions. I want to bring out our first one, traveling all the way from Bulgaria. 3-time Model Mania Xtreme winner and still undefeated. You may know her for her SolidWorks flowers, but in her day job, she designs the most demanding precision measurement electronics. SolidWorks Champion of the Year 2022, an engineer who isn't afraid to design the impossible. Some call her the queen of the feature tree. Please welcome Danute Nikolova. Our reigning champion, escorted by her husband and coach. Danute, you ready to step into the ring? Beautiful. In the opposing corner, traveling all the way from Egypt, 2-time Model Mania Xtreme winner and still undefeated. He discovered SolidWorks at just 14 years old and never stopped accelerating. Some know him as the SolidWorks animation advocate. Others know him as the Egyptian speed demon of SolidWorks. AAKRUTI. the swagger. We love it. Yeah, yeah. All right, contestants. We've got Solidworks parts open, ready to rumble for you. Let's show. We'll bump mics right before we begin modeling, and I'm going to show you what today's challenge is. It is this three-dimensional SolidWorks part. It may strike as simple in the beginning, but trust me, this is trickier than it may seem. We're going to give our designers a second to strategize while we hear a word from one of our sponsors, the SolidWorks Makers Offer. Let's roll that video. SolidWorks for Makers. We've got a special offer, 50% off with the code MAKERS 3DXW26. Jason, do you recognize this model that's happening back here?
It looks familiar.
It does. It almost looks like a dinosaur that's about 20 feet to our left. If you haven't checked that out, go over and see that. A Jason Poole original with a huge team of support, SolidWorks and X-Design, and a lot of epoxy clay and pink foam.
And a lot of thanks to Go Engineer for 3D printing that dinosaur's head.
Yes, that would not have happened without Go Engineer and their 3D printing technologies. The services that they offer are absolutely incredible. Be sure to come talk to our Go Engineer friends here and learn more. All right, I think we're ready.
How do you feel?
I think we're ready to start this first round. So here are the rules. We're gonna do, first round is gonna be 3 minutes. When you hear the sound of the bell, you can begin modeling. Once you hear the bell again, you must take your hands off the keyboard or risk disqualification. We'll then resume for the second half after halftime and see who our champion is. All right, are we ready, designers?
No one bump mics.
What? Yahya is ditching the mouse again. He is trackpad all the way. That takes guts.
Mouseless. Holy cow.
All right, on the sound of the bell, let's get ready to model. So Danute, SolidWorks Champion of the Year 2022. Ultra precision measurement electronics is her focus. And Yahya, you were a CSWE by the age of 19 years old. That is absolutely incredible. 57 times SolidWorks User Group Network presenter and 4 times 3DEXPERIENCE World speaker. 57 presentations, man. He doesn't sleep. He stays up all night in Egypt making new Swugin presentations. If you're not part of a SolidWorks user group near you, head to swugin.org. That's SWUGN.org to join a user group near you. And if there's not one, you can start one and we will help you do it. Huge shout out to the SolidWorks community team.
Already 1 minute in.
1 minute in. All right. They're off to the races. They're moving quickly. We've got a side profile for Danute that is looking pretty good. We've also got Yahya's already working on defining a sketch, maybe for that next plane. This is a tricky one. Let's show that drawing once again so that our audience can see exactly what these designers are creating. It looks simple, but boy, is it deceiving. Multiple sketches needed to define one of those planes, and we're gonna see what happens here. It's neck and neck right now, Jason. What do you think?
You know what? I try to not think as much these days.
You can't think too much, especially when you're in the Model Mania Xtreme ring. There's no time for thinking. You just gotta act.
To be surrounded by this much greatness
is
so inspiring.
So much energy. It is electric here.
And we're 2 minutes in now. 2 minutes.
All right, final minute of the first round. Final minute, turning up the heat. Don't worry, we're gonna take a quick halftime break after this minute, and then we'll resume modeling and see who our champion is going to be.
You know what I found unique, Gian, is that both fighters decided to keep the robes on during the actual fight.
I know, usually you remove the robes after you get into the ring, but they feel so comfortable, so alive in them. They kept them on. So both of our designers here have sessions. Dinute is in a session on Tuesday, tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. How do we advance girls into STEM fields? I will be in attendance. I've got a baby girl on the way myself, and I need her to be an engineer, just like me. Yahya has also got 30 years of SolidWorks features you never knew existed, Wednesday at 11:15 a.m. If you're joining us from at home on SolidWorks Live, you'll have to join us in person next year so you can attend some of these amazing sessions.
And it's halftime.
That's it, hands up. All right, we've got halftime. Let's share a word from our sponsor, Go Engineer. Next one after this slide. After that one too, and there we are, Go Engineer. That's some trash talk happening. They are doing very well. They're neck and neck, man. They're very close. The last round is not gonna be a long one. Designers, do we need some water? Do we need anything? Doing okay? All right. All right. Are we ready to get back into it, designers? Oh, yeah. Oh, let's get ready to model. All right, the final round, folks. They're moments away.
They jumped right back in.
Right back in. You know, Yahya was in the middle of a feature when he jumped back in. He didn't even exit.
Right.
He just completed it. He is good to go.
For a lot of people, it's hard to just start and stop again.
It is.
These two are pros.
We don't make it easy for our contestants here, but that doesn't matter when you've got the talent and raw design aggression that these contestants have. You know, Dinute's style, typically described as more deliberate, disciplined, methodical, whereas Yahya is more aggressive, fast, instinctive. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? We're about to find out. I love that foghorn sound. You can never call it enough. It's just the best. Oh, man. We're getting very close. Yahya is very, very close to an end. What's Dinute got going on over here? How are we doing, Danny?
It's called winning is what's happening over here. Wow.
We're 1
We're
minute into
seconds from
round
victory.
2.
We're
1
neck
minute
and
into
neck.
round 2.
Oh,
Also, I need to show our designers what they're fighting for right now. We've got a beautiful... Let me see that mass properties, Yahya. I need to see them. I need to see the mass properties. 132, 173, 132. We've got our champion, Yahya Kader. Congratulations, our Model Mania Xtreme SolidWorks Champion Challenge. Victory for Yahya Kader. And also, Yahya, you also get to take home this beautiful Model Mania Xtreme Championship ring, sponsored by Go Engineer, 3D printed in solid stainless steel. Yahya, tell us, how do you feel?
Well, it was expected. I mean, Dinute is a great designer, but she's not the best. And sometimes, maybe having an extra peripheral like a mouse would slow you down. But I mean, I was born for this.
Born for it. He was born for this challenge, folks. Danny, we're gonna have you back in this ring this week for redemption. I know it. Thank you so much to both of our designers. And I think we've got a couple more matchups I want to highlight here. We just saw the winner. Next one, we've got the Sheet Metal Showdown at 1 p.m. between James Letson and Brian Wilcox. We've also got, after that, tomorrow, we've got Tom Smith versus Cadpool, our Go Engineer technical takedown, followed by the Sub-D Showdown between the Surface Slayer and Dude Extrude. And our final headline matchup between our executives, Manish Kumar and Gianpaolo Bassi at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Don't miss it. We're gonna hear a word from our other sponsors.
my knuckles.
All right, well, we are not at the desk anymore. We've been at the desk, we've been in the hive.
They let us loose.
In the
Like
playground.
we're a crazy dinosaur.
They let us loose. Our first stop here in the playground, obviously, if you don't know what the playground is, you're going to get a good sampling of what we have in here. But the playground is just where people get to come to the event and show off all of the cool stuff that you've seen. We've seen a couple of them at the desk. I guess we've had a couple cool examples. I was just with Psyonic at the desk showing off their hand, but there's a whole bunch of stuff in here to see, all of which is interesting. Our first stop here, as you can probably see behind me, is a pretty wild one. And our fella here that we're going to talk to is our good friend. And
A very popular friend.
Very popular friend and resident maniac, Jason Poole. Jason.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going, man?
It's so
Good.
great. You just so happen to be here as we were getting a camera on you.
What a
That's so
coincidence.
awesome. How about that, man?
And I have the recipe.
You have the recipe. What is the recipe?
This is the recipe for Frank the Dinosaur.
How did I know you'd
Okay.
have that handwriting?
Yeah, right here.
It looks just like yours.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about this project.
Sure, Jeff.
This project is physically here.
It is.
But it started digitally?
Sure. Kind of wanted you to follow me around with it. Yeah, this started digitally. Me and Gian Calisi kind of had the idea with the whole Slug Me team.
Yep.
And Sal and Chinlu Lama helped with the framework and cutting out the foam on the router and made a fixture for it. And yeah, it just started with a dream, you know? It was like, what can we make that is almost impossible to make with any tools?
Yeah.
And for me, personally, I wanted to challenge myself and learn more about X design. And Gian Calisi showed me the way with that. And I also wanted to do something that was organic and natural, but at the same time, something that's never really been seen before. So that's why we made up Frank.
All right.
He's a Slugasaurus Rex.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you mentioned X Design. Tell us a little bit about the software that you used to design this guy.
About X Design?
Well, about X Design, you also used some other tools, right? You used a little bit of
Well, when
generative
we
design.
started the idea with the Slug Me team, it was like we needed a place to have like all these ideas. And so we used 3D Whiteboard and 3D Lean and just put all those ideas on it. And that way, if whenever inspiration strikes you, you can just paste, you know, if it's an image or a link for what supplies we're going to need.
Yeah.
And then that transition to, we're building a dinosaur. And then after we had that in our minds on what we wanted to do, it was like, okay, has anyone here made a dinosaur before? And we were like, no. So that's where the research kicked in.
Yeah.
And we really saw what other sculptors were doing. But for us, it was like, how can we use the modern tools and then the craftsmanship as well? One thing I always like doing is like painting and sculpting.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard to do that when you're driven by the tools that what you do for your career path. But for this, it was an awesome option to just jump right into sculpting.
Super cool.
Yeah.
So this is all built. We're getting a little bit of behind the
my
scenes
garage.
back here.
Yeah.
So designed up in X Design, 3D printed. There was some foam. There's a steel frame that we can see here. So
I wanted
really,
to show you how the steel frame went together. Here, Sean. So this was Gion's idea. I was terrified how we were going to miter all the different joints to build the armature, because inside it's a steel armature. And Gian came up with this idea to pivot, all the steel tubing around these. So working with Sal and Chin Lu, we were able to make that happen. And Dan Wagner even came out to the house, and we were in my garage just chopping up foam. The core is steel. And then on top of that is XPS purple foam. And then one thing that a lot of people ask is like, how did you get the texture on this?
Yeah.
Well, Andy Barnes created this for me, and I 3D printed like 6 of these, and it's basically a rolling pin that has reverse texture in it, and I was able to go through and roll all this out.
Yeah, and he made that in generative design too,
Yes,
right?
he
so
did, absolutely.
Node-based
No
design
way.
patterns.
That was one of my biggest curiosities is how you got the texture.
Yeah, and another thing that I have to point out, which turned out amazing, was the eyeballs. The whole time this was in my garage, I just had a 3D printed eyeball for reference to be able to sculpt everything around it. And my kids were even like, Dad, this eyeball's no good. And I go, don't worry, I got a secret weapon. His name's Luke Daly. And he showed up and actually did a resin pour of a 3D printed, highly painted eyeball. So that gave us the real authentic feel. You know, it looks wet. But as far as the texture and the painting was done in my driveway and in my garage. A lot of airbrushing, a lot of automotive paints to cover big volumes. And just try to keep it realistic. And another thing Luke told me to do was like, Jay, when you're all done, it's gonna have that showroom finish and you need to mess it up. So literally these nails, like after I added texture to them, I was like digging them into gravel to get that authentic, like this dinosaur has lived a long life feel.
That's a good thing if we get a close up on the nails. Are those talons? Is that what they're called, talons?
Yeah. And another thing that was really cool is when Gian was at my house and we were sculpting this, I had my 3D printer just running like crazy. So if you look over here, all of these little baby spikes, all these baby spikes started like this, had a bamboo shoot glued into them, placed on top of the foam, traced out, cut out the foam with like an X-Acto knife and pliers, then seated it in, Gorilla glued it down, and then put the epoxy clay. Is like the coolest thing in the world. It's a 2-part clay, and you just like mix it together, and then you have like 25 minutes, and it's there forever. So the funniest thing is you go from like not working that fast to like working as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And so once we saw like the texture and how deep it was like game on, and we had to go all the way. So we did the whole thing, textured the whole thing, and just went pretty hard.
That is wild, man.
Shout out to GoE for 3D printing the head. That was an SLA print. It came in like this giant dinosaur head. The coolest thing ever being a dad is showing up after a family vacation to a large box in the garage. And my kids are like, Dad, what's that? It's probably something dumb. And I'm like, oh no, come here, children. I cut it open and I pull out like this huge meat-eating dinosaur head. You know, and it was just amazing. The whole experience and like the team to be able to work with everyone else and learn like the tools. Like Gian like taught me X design along the way, and it was just amazing. But to be able to have that
collaborative
that fusion of all these different areas come in and just everyone jamming on one project, it was so cool.
So
Chinlu painted the base down here. Sal and Chinlu did that, and the team at the lab. It just turned out so authentic. I mean, look at it. It looks like dirt, right?
That's really cool.
Looks like dirt and plants.
All right, buddy, we got to roll.
Yeah.
You're
Awesome.
one of the most
Yeah, roll
talented
on,
dudes
dude.
I've ever met.
Yeah.
Jason,
Poole.
it's
Let
been
me
an
know
honor.
if you see anything cooler here, okay?
I don't
Come
think
back
I
and tell
will.
me.
I don't know if I'm more scared of
Or
the
report back.
dinosaur
Hey,
or
man.
Jason Poole.
See you soon. Good.
But we got to head out. Thanks, buddy. Good to see you.
Where are we
All
headed,
right,
Jesse?
So now
Where are we going?
headed to the shop floor where they are making things that I assure you are not dinosaurs.
Yeah, we have Model Mania Xtreme right
We
here.
do,
Obviously,
yeah.
you guys just saw an awesome Champions competition. We have a sheet metal challenge later on that will be going on here.
I was going to
So,
say,
lots of
Jason
different
just
ones.
came off of that, so that's why he's pumped up, but that's just how he is all the
Oh,
time.
there we go. Hey, there's our guys. What's going on?
How you guys doing?
We're doing great. How are you?
You guys, sir.
I got the mic once again. Heck yeah.
Second time
Yeah.
on the mic today.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good.
What's going
That
on in
was
the shop
pretty cool
floor?
down there. You
It-
see that?
It is
That was amazing.
incredible. I have no idea how he does stuff like that.
So, you know how it is, man. The world, we just make things over here.
just make
It's going to be really cool. You want to see what it is?
I absolutely do.
You got your dexterity in your fingers, so I'm going to challenge you at the end of this.
I was just at Psyonic at the desk, and they were showing me they've got a little app, and you can move your fingers, and the robot arm moves too. So maybe we try with that.
Now you're going to make me step up my game, huh?
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to start over here. This is the first step of the process. Let me grab the part here quick.
Yep.
Yeah, sure thing. We got a whole bunch. Excuse me, guys. So, this is going to be phase one of what you're going to see at the end of this show.
Cool.
And this little piece right here is being made on a brand new release Tormach machine. Would you like to give a few specs about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the 15LX. It's a revamped version of our older 15L. We've put servo motors on everything, so a lot more power, a lot more speed. We've also got a bar pull here and a collet closer you can see, so a lot of automation capability. We're throwing 2-foot sticks of aluminum here and just churning out those little gizmos for the assembly. And yeah, just cranking through. And yeah, not sure what else to add there.
No, don't ruin the surprise here. We got to get Jesse in on this. We got to make sure this is going to work the right way. So let's go to the next station.
All right,
Come on,
next
Jesse.
step. Let's see. Gotta love some Tormach equipment.
So we're going to take a pit stop here.
All right.
And part of this pit stop is going to be talking about automation, right?
Okay. Yep.
You heard Manish up on stage this morning talking about the future, talking about where it's going to go, all the manufacturing goes with it. So what we're talking about here is extending the capabilities of SolidWorks, meaning that if I model this part, I need to be able to simulate it, validate it, and machine it, right? So here in this instance, we're doing robot programming.
Cool.
And as you can see over here on the screen, we have the virtual twin or the digital twin that you see. Everything's working the way that it's supposed to be. So
incredible.
If you're talking about your fingers on the robot over there, now we're applying it to just do that over and over and over to help the welders be more efficient in what they do.
Super cool. I am always blown away with robotic arms, just in general, but doing stuff like this is always so cool to watch. Like, I don't understand the controls well enough to not just be like mind blown by them.
You know what's cool about this robot, right? It has a 7th axis.
Okay.
So as you can see, it can actually reach around the corner of things.
Okay, wow.
That's the secret sauce in this robot. So if you needed to reach in and grab a part or reach around an obstacle, let's say I make a fixture that's out of maybe position from where I need to be, I can use this robot to reach into that.
Wow, very cool. And so for robotic arms, axis is just, each axis is just a degree of freedom, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep, think your SolidWorks mate, right? I can spin it around, I can move it, I can do all that rotation. Here, it's all kinematic joints that we go through and we put our limits to so we know exactly how it's going to behave.
Incredible.
So let's go down to the other machine, and then we're going to walk through some of the scheduling and processing, and that's where you're going to get involved.
Oh, man. I didn't know I had homework.
So, this is the coolness right here. Come on in and get close. This is the bulk of the assembly that we're going to put together here in a little bit. This is ran on the DNM 5700. And what we have here is we have 3 stations set up. So the way that this works is we put a raw piece of rectangular material in the left one, and when the cycle's done, a finished part comes out. And then over on the right, we're doing the face of the assembly that you're going to build, and that gives us the ability to, every time that we open the doors, we're taking finished goods out. We're streamlining that process.
Okay, so you're machining 3 separate parts simultaneously or just in different operations?
Different operations.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Yep, so the way that it works, I'll show you here. So you start with a rectangle like this.
Yep.
And then this one goes in, and it drills the hole and faces it to a specific length, right?
Yep.
Think of it like your datum in SolidWorks. Then once we go here, we set it in this position, and it finishes the second operation. So this equals 1 finished part when it comes out. And then when we start over here, we're going through and starting with just a predefined disc. And then we machine the top face of that and make sure that it's parallel and smooth.
Okay, cool. So what's the advantage of doing this with 3 pieces already preloaded? Is it just cycle times that you can just run that operation, pop them back out? Okay.
Yeah, it's all about throughput, right?
Yep.
Because when we want this to come out of the machine, we want to have 1 finished assembly.
Gotcha.
So by setting it up in this way, every time we open the doors, we're taking out something that can be produced and assembled.
Gotcha, okay. Yep, that makes sense.
So we're trying to be efficient here, and I'll explain why when we get to our final station. So,
all right, sounds cool.
But if you hear all the noise this week, that's where it's coming from.
You're making the noise.
So,
very cool.
So-
now, I'm already kind of seeing some revealing geometry here.
Yeah. Well, you know, last year we had the astronaut, right?
We did.
It sets up on the table.
We did.
This year we're being a little sneaky because we wanted you to come over and spend time with us so we could explain the process.
I see. You've got lures.
Yes.
For this year.
Trying to bring you in closer.
Smart.
Yeah.
So on this piece, it looks like you've got some custom jaws or something made for this particular part. Is that the setup here? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so the way the process works is we have this all designed up and laid out in SolidWorks, right? Then once we set all this up, we have to have a way to hold it to machine it correctly.
Okay.
We then went into Milling Professional, SolidWorks Milling Professional,
Okay, that was my
brought
next
in
question.
all of these components, and then we're able to create the programs and the toolpaths that we need to run it.
Cool. So are these programmed as individual parts in there, or is this all just one job and it just sees the table as one unit?
So it's all as one job.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So I think we might have it up on the screen over here. So we'll step back over here. So here you can see in SolidWorks Milling Professional, everything's running in simulation and everything's set up. So as this is running around, you'll see the vise over on the left-hand side. So we're simulating everything in one digital environment, so we know everything's going to be right.
Okay, so my next question then is, if you've got this set up with 3 individual pieces, you're inputting, obviously this one gets located kind of concentrically, but the other ones look like they're just setting on some parallels or something.
Yep.
How do you get the touch-off points for those to make sure the spacing is actually correct between them?
Yeah, so we'll come over here because we can see it. And it's more fun to make the camera move, right?
Yeah.
So the way that we set it up is we have a probe in the machine, and it's
Okay.
a wireless probe. So we come in and we say, we want 0 to be off this corner. So
Gotcha.
imagine like a G55 work offset.
Yep.
So we set the corner of the back fixed jaw, and then we match that with what we have in the digital environment. So at that point, this one's a 54, this one's a 55, and this one's a 56.
So they each have their own unique
Yes.
touch-offs.
Yep. So when the
Cool.
program runs, it knows the location positionally. Think of it like doing a coordinate system in an assembly. We know where everything's at based on that coordinate system.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Thanks for the explanation. All right, shall we
So,
continue?
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. This is going to be the process. So let's come back over here.
You know, I've seen a bunch of people walking around with blue bags that have been clinking, and I was wondering what was going on here.
So that's the part
So,
we're going to be working on
sticking
next,
over here.
as we're actually like working towards like a more request.
So where the process starts for the assembly here, and we won't get in the way of them actually showing the technology.
Yep.
But the way this starts is we machine the parts, right?
Okay,
We
yep.
track the parts, we know where they're going to be. So the next step is we go into our ERP software and we actually pull that out of inventory. We take those out of
wow.
the warehouse. So at this point, you would come in, you say, hey, I want to build this assembly.
Yep.
We pick it, and at the bottom here, you can see there's a little printer. So it'll print your ticket to let you know that this is the job that I want to do.
What a cool demo.
Pretty cool, huh?
That's really cool.
So we're tracking it all together, and the other thing that gets tracked is, if you look over here on this screen, that's all the information from that big DN machine you just saw.
Okay.
So we know uptime, downtime, loads, forces, spindle, how many RPM it's running, what the torque it's running at.
Wow.
All of this is connected together. So if that goes down like it's sitting idle right now, see how it flatlines?
Yep.
That can then alert us that, hey, there's something wrong with that machine. So at that point, we got to be concerned how much inventory we have in stock.
Wow, that's incredible. So what's the process of getting them into inventory once they come off the machine? Is it somebody, operator takes them out and then they enter it in?
So it comes, we can scan it, or we can actually pull it every time that machine hits a cycle stop. It pulls a counter and automatically knows to go to the inventory.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so it can truly be a digital connected environment.
Wow, that is amazing. You guys probably can't see too well the screen, but they're kind of going through a demo here as well of just what Mike was explaining to us, checking some parts out of inventory and then getting the printout. And they've got some scanners over here on the table kind of illustrating that.
So with that, let's go around the table. Let's
right.
find you a clock and see if you can assemble it.
Let's do it.
So, I'm going to make you assemble this clock.
All right.
No shortcuts.
No shortcuts?
No shortcuts.
All right. I gotta set my mic down, so you guys are I'm gonna be on mute here.
Oh no setting the mic down.
No.
You gotta do this
I gotta do
one-handed.
one-handed. There's gonna be, who's got their finger on the bleeper button? There's gonna be some cursing. Okay.
So we have some purchase components. Again, if we're talking ERP and MES, right?
Yep.
We have to keep track of everything that's purchased. Then we have our machine parts that you saw along the journey, right?
All right, yep.
So the first thing we gotta do is put the time movement in the
so
box.
I'm assuming that goes here-ish?
Other way.
This way?
Nope.
Other way?
Thing goes through the hole. I told you, I'm testing you, man.
I know.
So we go through the hole like that.
Okay, obviously.
Then we set it upside down.
The YouTube chat was probably screaming at me. Yeah? Here?
Yep.
Okay.
So then we do flat washer and hex nut. When you get to the small nut, you can use both hands for that because I can't do it myself. So not going to challenge you with that.
Okay, right.
Okay, so now we need to put that probe in the bottom there.
Okay, this goes here.
Do you know what this is? Is it coming together?
I'm assuming it's a clock, but I don't know what this piece is.
Well, it is a clock, but it simulates a dial indicator that you would use in a CNC machine.
Ooh, very clever.
So when we come back and dial off an edge. So next step is we would do this white hour hand. It's just a press fit, white side up. So you get the press fit, right? Just like we call out in engineering all the time.
Yep.
The next step is we take the red and we put it on there. There's a little flat on that. For the sake of time, we'll jump ahead to the second hand, and then that press fits on the top.
Guys, I don't recommend building clocks one-handed.
Yes.
All right. Where did that
So
go?
we'll save that one for another time because we're doing this one-handed with Mike, right? So when you think about the process you just went through on the shop floor, it really ties together how a manufacturing shop would work, right? Each machine's making parts. We have ERP. We're tracking inventory.
You've got your own little ecosystem.
Yeah. All started with SolidWorks.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the demo, man. This has been great.
Of course.
I didn't know I was gonna have to put
Always
something
appreciate
together.
it.
Yeah. Thanks for showing us around.
Cool.
All right.
So I'm not giving this mic back to Sean. Yeah, he's just going to be out of it.
I had to learn on my phone. I have to come collect at this point.
No. You come by later, I'll get you a clock. And we'll
I thought we lost Sean already.
Nope, I was here.
He was over pushing buttons on the machine, so now we got to go reset it.
Yeah, they told me I had to
You'll
go.
see what he did.
Thanks,
Mike.
All right. Man, you went through a full work stream.
That was stressful.
That's pretty crazy. So we're heading over to the startup area, right?
We are.
We have startups from different parts of the globe. We're going to give you a look at some innovation right here. Awesome. Abhishek, welcome, man. How are you? So we have startups from all over the globe, right?
Yeah. Oh, you want me to hold it?
Sure.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for this. So yes, we have startups from all over the globe. This is called the Solidworks for Startups program. We get 10,000 startups applying every year. And last year we got around we took around 5,500 startups that are on the program right now. As we speak, there are 7,500 startups in the program. Most of them around, I would say, 4,000 in year one, which is at 100% off. Then 1,500 in year two, which is 70% off, and third year is 50% off. So it's a very well documented and very successful program, I would say.
Awesome. Well, let's take the tour, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. Let's talk to Solar. So the first startup I want to introduce you to is Solar Suits. Hi, Artem. Do you want to give a quick tour of what you're doing?
Yeah. So Solar Suits is a local small business where we're making spacesuits. These are IVA training spacesuits that we currently have on display. They're really light and they have a really high range of motion. We are hoping to get spacesuits up on the moon, outer space, and onto Mars. So, yeah, with partner. It's great.
Thank you, Artem. Okay, the next one is Tusk. So Tusk is also part of the Solidworks for Startups program, and he's from India. Hey, Atul, can you tell us more about what you do at Tusk?
So, hi guys, I'm Atul, co-founder and CTO at Tusk, and we are like part of SolidWorks program, and we make electric toothbrush and oral care products. So many people are facing issues with their current electric toothbrush, and we wanted to solve with the new design, and you can see that the product is here, and yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Atul. Great. And then we have a company called MAGLEV Aero. Before I give it to Ian, who's a great friend, I just want to tell you that we've been working with MAGLEV for 7 years now, and they are a very proud user of SolidWorks, and of course they want to test out and try out Simulia and other solutions, and they apply to the 3DEXPERIENCE lab program. And this is one of the examples how SolidWorks for Startups and the lab program work together as a feeder to each other. So Ian, over to you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Well, guys, I'm super excited to present to the crowd viewing at home or in their offices MAGLEV Aero. We build MAGLEV electric rim drives. So the motor system is on the periphery of the outside. You have a shrouded set of blades, and in difference to a normal impeller system where you have tip gaps and all sorts of other challenges where you have to fit the motor in there, it has a lot of blockage, we are able to drive our fans from the rim, eliminate tip losses, and then have much more efficient blades with less loss and lower noise and deliver a lot more thrust for a lot less power, and that means a lot more useful load on aircraft. So power in the air is a pretty expensive commodity. In general speaking, hybrid power plants, they require quite a bit of the the overall gross weight of the vehicle for the on-demand power requirements of aircraft. By lowering the power, you can increase the weight, increase the usefulness, make it more flexible and easier to design aircraft around it. This is a one-to-one version of a propulsion system that we've built and will be flying this year. So we've thrust tested this system at roughly 200 pounds of thrust. We also are building a 400-pound thrust system, and we're designing 1,000-pound thrust systems as well. Really exciting.
Yeah, super cool. So guys, obviously this is the unit that I was talking about with when Ian was at the desk earlier. On display here, so really cool. I was talking to you last night. It kind of reminds me of my Buell. I ride a Buell, if you guys remember. My Buell brake. We were talking about that last night.
It's a cool bike.
Kind of the flip version of that. Mine's for braking, but that's for power. But it's really cool concept. Super cool. Well, great to see you again, Ian.
Great seeing you again, Jesse. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
All right, scooting over to Sparks Abhishek.
Okay, great. So, any question you have?
No, that's great. These are all great program. You said 7,500? Is that what you said?
Yeah. As we speak, it's 7,500 startups are in the program, and we have a very tough time choosing 3 or 4 startups to bring every year to 3DEXPERIENCE World or CES, wherever we go. But these are great companies. But can I give a message real quick? Yeah. So if you are a startup working on a hardware startup and you have under $1 million in funding or revenue, then apply to the program. It's solidworks.com/startups. Even if you have above $1 million in funding and revenue, don't worry about it. Apply still, and we can find a good solution for you.
Yeah, that's a great message. I'm sure we've got tons of people out there, and it kind of goes along with, we were talking to Pablos this morning. We were talking about how we need more solutions coming out, right? So this is a great program for giving a little boost to those guys who are just starting out. So
yeah, definitely. Thank you, Ian.
Amazing. Well, thanks, Abby. Great to see you. All right, we're moving up. I thought we lost Sean again, but
I had to block myself out.
Here he is. Here he is.
All right. So yeah, we mentioned so many times throughout the proceedings here, right? We have startups.
Yep.
We have makers.
I see we've got Russ and Sparks here as
whole
we're walking
zone
by.
is dedicated to makers, right?
Yes.
Maker zone.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, this is obviously you can see we did not ask all these people to be here at this exact time, but you can see it's a very popular space. So we're gonna have to try to navigate our way through, which is fine. It's real life, right? Awesome. All right, so let's kind of move through here. I think we're going to be with Chin Lu. Here we go. All right, let's make our way over again. Crowded space. Chin Lu, what's going on?
What a shirt.
Welcome.
I know, you like it?
I've had the sticker on my coffee, the old eagle eye or dinosaur eye. Have probably noticed.
So yeah, I was part of the team that worked on the dinosaur.
Amazing.
I did the eggs. Did you see the eggs?
We did see the
It
eggs.
has like
they were
fuzzy
beautiful.
skin.
That's my
Yes.
favorite part.
So yes, we're here at the Maker Zone, and it's a little chaotic right now. Actually, I don't think it's ever not chaotic,
Yeah,
but
I was
in a
gonna
very
say.
good way. So I'm going to give you a quick kind of run through.
show us
That's
everything.
okay.
Doesn't have to be
And
quick.
you can always go back and play with whatever you like. But one kind of plug I'm going to say is, as one of the exhibitors here, they have a really awesome scanning tool, and they were scanning everyone, including their bodies and their stuff. But they took a scan of the entire playground, and we're hoping to be able to share that later on today.
Cool.
So people can actually log on and take a look.
It'll be up online?
Yes,
That's
it should
pretty
be
cool.
a link that hopefully we can share.
I noticed that in the newer versions of SolidWorks, you can actually switch your scene to the playground one of the years. I don't know what year it was, but someone must have taken a 3D photo, so now we've got even better. Full
You can
3D
actually
scan.
step through, yeah. So you can click on
Cool.
and step to each station, so it'll be really fun.
Very neat. All right, where are we going to
So
start?
why don't I just, because we're standing here, I'll give you a quick view of this, and then we're going to go through and then show you the next bit.
All right.
So on this end, as people come in, to your left, you're going to see some machines that are really primed for do-it-yourself here.
Okay.
This one is the Fab in a Box from the Fab Foundation.
These guys have come a long way.
Yeah,
Wow. Oh my
so
gosh.
I think we announced them a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And this is really right now, I think version 3 or generation 3.
Yeah.
And the idea is that anyone, specifically schools or maker spaces, or even just like a science center, if they don't have the fundings to create an entire maker space,
Or my office. Looks like a great spot for
or your
one.
basement, you can actually purchase one of these crates, and it's like in a box, but it's actually 2 crates.
Okay.
And in it you have a laser cutter, a vinyl cutter, and a 3D printer, and all the materials you need. And online you get to have access to SolidWorks for makers. Actually, it's education, SolidWorks for education.
Okay.
And you also have access to a whole slew of lesson plans, like little projects that people can run through. So this is a fun thing. We want to demonstrate it, and we are augmenting it with a few more 3D printers so people can actually come, design with our software, and build, like print right here, right now. So we've had a few of those. On this side, you have a bunch of activities. You do it yourself, and it's really this thing that we thought of last year where everyone gets a gift backpack, and there's so many situations where people put their backpacks down and they pick up another one.
Everybody's got the same backpack.
They have no idea what's there. So the idea is we want them to be able to customize their backpack with some special bag tags. They can do whatever they want, put on charms. They can even 3D print something cool that they design and attach it to the leather tags.
Are the charms all 3D printed as well?
Yes, there's actually, let me
Would
plug a
expect
little
nothing
bit.
less.
Can we steal one real Yeah, quick? absolutely. So I'm gonna plug our next make charm. We printed one.
Why are you plugging this, Shinlu? Do you have anything to do with it?
Yes, so I have a YouTube, well, Sal and I, my colleague and I have a channel called Our Next Make. I don't have the shirt on, but this is our logo. If you want to check it out, YouTube, Our Next Make. But there's all sorts of really cool ways of attaching these. So you can see, you can create this leather backing that it can be in the shape of Texas, boots, anything you like that's here. And you just punch a bunch of holes and just screw the plastic pieces on. So people can customize however they like and then hook it onto their backpacks.
Very cool.
So make
Now,
sure you come make one.
Did these all get printed here, or did you bring those?
We
some of them,
we
pre-printed some.
pre-printed because
Okay.
there's no way we can run everything now. But we are actively replenishing, so it will never run out. And if you have a cool idea, please let us know, and then we can add more, hopefully.
I love
Yeah,
it.
here's the Texas one.
Oh,
So
very
you
cool.
can also print some things on it if you like, if you don't want to clip any of these pins on. So, more stuff this way. So there's multiple ways of making labels. It doesn't have to be leather. There's also resin print, which is beautiful. It looks like metal back there. So
Cool, yeah.
many ways of making fun tags. I do want to show you this community build. Before you come around the other side, you might want to look at the back of this. So one of our community leaders, he thought of this idea of bringing together the SolidWorks community by inviting everyone to design a Tetris piece, because Tetris fits together beautifully,
Look at that symmetry.
one on top of the other. So they all assign each other a shape, but if you come around to the other side, you'll see that hidden behind each of the shapes are these intricate, beautiful demonstrations of what you can do with 3D printing, with different techniques like inlay for with wood. There's even some amazing painting that's done by some of our user group leaders and advocates and champions and just really cool users. So there's a whole slew of different flavors. There's still more being printed right now, but people are being so creative.
These are so cool.
Yeah, and the 3D printers are so powerful nowadays that you can really do some ridiculously amazing pieces that are just, you can never fabricate this in any other way.
These are so neat. I didn't even know about this until I was talking to Amy Hamilton out in the hallway, and she showed me hers. We had Amy in a segment at the desk.
She
and,
made a classroom.
Yeah, her classroom is so cool. These are so creative.
Yeah. I believe someone was telling me this might be the most expensive one, just the technique and the printer that needed to do this. And quite a few of these were done in our 3DEXPERIENCE lab too.
Cool.
So we help people, they designed it, but we help them print it out and get it here.
Very cool.
Yeah. And
what a neat project.
Yeah, so as we talk about the community, on the other side of our makerspace, we're demonstrating the diversity of makers and the products that they do. So we have a lot of droids that are designed. You may want to stop by Wally, so we'll swing by. Wally's doing a special guest appearance.
Nice.
And then we also have some cosplayers who are using SolidWorks to design templates for armor, for like harnesses.
Using sheet metal to make
Well,
flat patterns?
yeah, basically,
Yeah.
and then using that to cut out leather and all sorts of plastic faux leather type of equipment to create this kind of basically outfits that you can use for cosplay.
Very cool.
There's also, I think you visited Jade before in the past. She does
We have,
pottery
but I
design.
always
She's
enjoy
actually
visiting
doing
Jade.
a demonstration of how she
Oh,
does
cool.
it. So you can actually see her at work with clay, with how she actually create the molds to pour the porcelain in.
Cool.
So some of her work is here as well. So here's Wally, if you want to say
Wally.
hi. Hi, Wally. How you doing? He does talk once in a while, so if he's busy, maybe, oh, you do. I thought maybe you were hungry and taking a nap, but. Yes, he looks like he's charging too. There you go.
Super cool.
He's fully articulating. You can definitely come and hang out with him and take some photos. So I encourage you guys to come visit.
There are very few places right now where you could be that you could come hang out with Wally.
Exactly.
Here's
Yep,
one of them.
absolutely. I mean, it's Wally or the puppies, so you kind of just keep going back and forth.
That's true. You're ruining my surprise. We
Oh,
haven't
shoot.
gotten to the puppy parklet. It's not a surprise. You're totally fine. But we do have puppies over there. Actual puppies. We'll get to that in just a second. So don't you tune out.
I do want to give you a really quick peek about.
Yeah, no, we've got a few minutes.
We started this.
Let's check out Jade's stuff.
Oh
here
yeah,
real
let's
quick.
do this.
Hi, Jade.
Jade. I was just talking about your great work with pottery, and did you want to talk a bit about what you're doing here?
Yeah, so, sorry, I'm going to get it covered in plaster. It's okay. So I'm doing some little displays. It's probably best to see it from this side. I'm creating plaster molds from models that I've had 3D printed in like an SLS plastic and then coated it so that I could make plaster molds from it. So the plaster, basically once you have the mold, you can pour the slip in. The plaster draws water out and then you can end up with the ceramic piece.
Beautiful. And you originally designed this in SolidWorks, right?
All
with
in
multi-body.
SolidWorks, yeah.
Okay.
And I tested out how many
Did you do an
parts the
episode with
mold
us
would
on
be.
that, or did we just talk about that?
What, sorry?
Did you do an episode on the making of those, or did you do a blog post?
I've done a blog,
Okay,
yeah.
that's
yeah.
what I'm thinking of, yep.
Yeah, I've done it one for like the design of it and also for creating the mold.
Okay, yep, on the SolidWorks blog. Very cool. Those are so neat. Okay, so I'm sorry, I was focused on the geometry. You said again what you're doing. So you print out the mold.
So I print out the mold model.
Yep.
So, thank you. So yeah, this is designed in SolidWorks. I test it out for any undercuts.
Okay.
And then-
is it resin or do you
No, it's
post-process
an SLS material, but then I coat it so that once it's in like being cast,
Yep.
it doesn't like get too hot and warp the material.
Okay.
Because that happens with plaster. But yeah, I've molded this while I'm playing today. It's just a dropout mold,
Mhm.
so that will hopefully go back in there, unless it's shrunk already. But that's, I know, yeah. But that's basically where this one, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
And I printed it with the hole so it was easier to take out as well. But
Did
I
you
can,
learn that
I can do that multiple
after you
times
printed
as
one
well.
and got it stuck?
Yeah. So then you have to like push a hole in and then break your model. But I mean, I can mold that loads of times and create multiple plaster molds
Very
from it.
cool.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, thanks for sharing, Jade.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, so Jade is part of our Dames of Design.
Okay, right. Yep. We didn't
And
mention
so
that by
we
name.
actually, made a little corner this time, much more intricate. We have a few dames
Yep.
here. In
Hi,
fact,
Danny.
Danny is one of our Dames of Design, so she's got quite a few decorative elements in the back. Did you want to talk a bit about your pieces?
Okay, I mostly like to make for fun, to recreate the nature, and that's something a lot of people know already. This year I finished it with a vase, and I just wanted to make it look like frozen in time moment.
That is
because
really
if a
cool.
cloth goes like this, and that's totally SolidWorks, completely 3D printed.
If you guys don't know or remember, Danny and I, we just did an episode of Live Design, a few months ago, I guess. But Danny is a wizard with a 3D printer.
Yeah. I know, we're still learning techniques from Danny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I would invite you guys to come and take a look. I know it looks a little intimidating with everything set up, but please come in.
Very cool.
Where there's signs and QR codes on everything so you can learn a bit more about the person who designed it and what it is. In fact, Nicole Walden also is another Dames of Design. She designed some amazing tiny little clips to help with comfort of wearing their clothes. We have another designer who created multicolor stamp printing, and it's just a lot. You guys should definitely come check it out if you have time.
Very cool.
We're gonna do one last thing because
Okay.
I think people, it's what you're hearing, really noisy stuff here. Hi, Wally. So right here, you can actually test your finger strength or speed.
Oh, wow.
There's a speed challenge by the Bowhead Corporation. All right, Tatiana's gonna demonstrate.
Oh, full start.
No.
Wow.
You want to see how
Is that
fast
the
you
record?
can collapse? Yeah. It's my record.
It's your. I thought we were in the 9 seconds, but we're.
No, they
You
are
guys have
pros.
been practicing.
If anybody comes though and gets under 10 seconds, then we're giving away a free t-shirt. So 10 seconds, unfold this chair, free t-shirt.
Very cool. So if you guys are watching and you're somewhere in the facility, come on over, unfold this, and you've got a timer.
There's also a leaderboard underneath the TV, so you can check out what other people have been doing. So and you can practice. I think I heard there's some tips and tricks to get. Yeah.
Definitely, there's that.
Yep. Cool.
Process happen in correct order, and then that's when you really get the time down.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. So
technique.
yeah, there's lots going on in the Maker Zone.
There
If
is
you
always
guys
lots
have
going
time, definitely come check out all of the different stations and definitely walk away with a bag tag so you can differentiate your backpack.
Yes, amazing. And obviously, if you guys are watching at home and you can't be here this year, this is one of the reasons why you want to come, because there are so many cool things to check out. I mean, the playground in general, but this is always one of my favorite spots.
Yes, absolutely.
You guys always have amazing stuff. Well, thank you
Thanks
for the
for
tour,
visiting.
Jinlu. Great to see you.
Yes.
I've lost my co-hosts, and I don't
He's
know.
probably playing with some. Oh yeah, he's totally.
Yes.
he's
Every
looking
single
at the
stop
pottery.
we've gotten to, he's wandered off, and
He's with Wally. He's safe.
yeah, that tracks.
I mean, I'm organically getting distracted. Like, so what do you want? Honestly, like.
We are done. We are done with this space, but I guess you can come back for more if you want.
Yeah,
That's
Sean,
true.
Sean and I are definitely coming
But it's a
back
good sign when
later
people get
anyway.
distracted. Like I'm like literally getting distracted from the show, which I apologize about in a way, but you guys understand. Thank
All
you
right.
so much, Jinlu.
Absolutely. Thanks for visiting, you guys.
Sure. All right, so we're making our way over.
All right, we'll see you later, Chinlu. We are off to, where are we going? EDU? Is
Yeah,
that-
we're
is that where
going
we're
from
next?
maker projects to student projects, right?
Yes. All right, let's see if we can go find Simgay.
So global, all across the world. Just while we have time, thank you guys for tuning in. We know there are so many people from all different countries that are tuning in, and we have projects from all over the globe.
That's right.
So very excited to pop over here with someone who always has crazy energy. Simgay, what's going on?
Doesn't even have the mic yet, and she's yelling.
Oh, okay, I love it. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi,
How are you
Simgay.
today?
We're doing great. How are you?
Me too. I'm super happy
You're
to
always
see you
super
here
happy.
again.
Oh, you're super happy to see us. Well,
Yes,
that's pleasant.
Always.
Ah, thank you.
Always. Because you are helping me to show the rest of the world what are we doing here.
I see. There's stipulations.
Oh.
I thought you were just happy to see us.
No, I do. And
Yeah.
I like your pin as well.
Oh,
so it's great.
yes.
Thank you.
What do you have going on here?
Actually,
I mean,
this
multiple
is
things.
yeah. We have a lot of things, and today to show you, I would like to start with our welcome desk. In our
Okay.
Gaso system welcome desk, we have our marketing and sales manager to welcoming people, and they talk all the people who visit us, and they're all informed about our solutions. If anyone come to our booth, they need to find these ladies. If they have questions, the right place. So I would like to take you here. This is HR place, okay? Hello, HR. Oh, she's already has a person to visit. Hi, Suzanne. So when I say HR, people say, oh, why? But she is here for a good reason. So, Suzanne, why you are here?
I'm here to talk to all the students and tell them about roles that are available within the Dassault system ecosystem.
This is amazing. So if they come here, they talk to you and they can find internship opportunities?
Yes, usually we have about 200 interns every summer, so it's a
Wow.
good time to get involved and submit your resume.
Wow, I wouldn't miss that. Thank you, Suzanne. I'll take you somewhere. He's a student and he designed motorcycle with Solidworks. So let's ask him. Hi, Khan, how are you? Let me come to you. You too, thank you. So we all love your motorcycle, but I would like to hear from you.
Yes.
How long it takes you to design this and why you design it?
Why I designed it.
Yes, exactly.
So first of all, my name is Khan. I came from the University of Houston, and this was my senior thesis project. And they only give me about 4 months to build this whole thing.
4 months?
I designed it.
Like frame and all?
From the start, yeah.
Wow.
So I did originally had a chassis, and then I scanned the chassis and I put it on SolidWorks right there.
Yep.
And then I designed it around it and 3D printed. So most of the body component is all 3D printed as well. Yes.
That's beautiful.
Do you want to hear something crazy? When we said, okay, Khan, it's perfect product, we would like to have in our booth, and he told me, should I drive in there? I said, can you drive it? And then why don't you tell about us, how did you drive it first, and what was your feeling when you made it happen?
So, of course, even though I designed it, I wanted to make it work too, to impress my professors. Like, okay, I wanted to show it runs, right? And so when I hopped on, I was like, okay, this is cool. It feels futuristic. It's like I'm riding a Tron bike.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the inspiration of the bike. It's kind of like futuristic for like inspiration of Tron and Cyberpunk. But at the same time, it also focuses on motorcycle safety, like visibility. That's why you have a lot of these LED integrated lights.
Yeah.
It just makes the rider more visible on the road as well.
Yeah,
and it also comes with the front camera system and a rear view system. So that way the
very
rider
cool.
can also see from 360 view as well too.
Wow, neat.
Last question, why you choose SolidWorks and Dassault System Solutions?
I choose SolidWorks because I was taught like that from my professor, but nobody has ever done a full-size motorcycle on SolidWorks. So it was my challenge to say, okay, let me see if I can do this, and I made it happen. It was not easy, but I made it happen. So.
Very cool.
Great job.
I
Thank you
love
very
it.
much. Thank you.
That's beautiful, man.
Now I'll take you to girls team. They are from Texas University. 5 nice girls. Hello, girls. 4 of you here now. Perfect. So welcome to our booth. Thank you very much for being here. As you see, they are women in engineering, and they designed this beautiful model with SolidWorks. So I would like to hear their story, and I will ask you as a captain, correct? You are a captain. So why you choose SolidWorks to design, and what you design? I know it, but maybe many people, they don't know what is this.
So we're Wired AUV from Texas A&M University. Every year we build a fully autonomous underwater vehicle to compete in the RoboSub competition. We use SolidWorks to model our entire robot, and we model the entire, every component in order to be CNC and manually machined. So we do that all in SolidWorks. We also do FEA simulations in order to find the largest stress points on the robot to better design it. And we also use SolidWorks Fluid Sim to see how the robot will perform underwater. That way we can optimize speed, strength, that kind of thing when we're actually doing the obstacle course.
Amazing. So one question for you too. Why you choose SolidWorks?
So we're a learning team, and we teach a lot of people with no prior experience. So SolidWorks is one of the best softwares that you can teach from the ground up. Us knowing SolidWorks, it's easy for us to teach people that don't have any experience with it before, and then they can teach the people after them and again until we build a robot like this.
Amazing. So thank you for being here with us today. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you, guys. Very
Thank
cool.
you. Now I will take you somewhere very special. So before we go, let me tell you why it is very special. So Dassault System has a student competition. We started years ago in India, and then one of my colleagues, please join me, my friend. This guy made our competition global. So Shubham, can you tell us what is AAKRUTI and how you made it global, and how many students applied this year, what they are doing here? I will visit their booth, but I would like to hear from you first. How did you make this magic happen?
So AAKRUTI is the biggest student design and innovation competition where a team of 4 students plus 1 teacher compete to solve real world problems, which includes engineering, sustainability, social impact, healthcare, smart cities, etc. And this year we marked a major milestone. We have expanded to 37 countries. spanning more than 10,000 students from different domains who have competed.
10,000, more than 10,000. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
And in 3D Experience World, on the last day itself, all the 12 teams from 9 countries came here for the finale event, and then they are going to compete for the AAKRUTI finale title. So I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward for the winner, who is going to get the trophy, and other teams as well.
You know what makes me so happy with AAKRUTI? We know at Solidworks we touch students' life, people life. But when I meet this student, when they come here, it's their first time in America, and Solidworks and Dassault system help them to be here and help them to be experience this beautiful environment. So it's amazing, and I would like to introduce you to them because they are eager actually to explain why they are here and what they are doing. Shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay, excellent. Hello, hi boys.
Great to see you again, Shubham.
How are you doing? Good, good. You are good. So let's start. Where are you from?
Yeah, we are hydrolink from Malaysia.
Malaysia. Okay. So what is this? Tell us.
This is a modular flight barrier system which can deploy quickly in a simpler minute by just using within 2 people. So with this fast deployment, you can save your life and protect your properties.
So basically, before you were showing me in Thailand, there are some natural unfortunate situations happening, and you would like to help people to protect their house, correct?
Yeah.
So basically, you designed this to save people's life?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Our product also can transform to a aqua pool that is basically a swimming pool, so you can make it as an entertainment also for people.
Lovely. So you are saving people's lives and you give them a place to entertain.
Yes. That's right.
Excellent. So these are protect them from the outside effects?
Yes.
Wonderful. So these are modular as I see?
Yes.
Did you 3D print them?
Yes, we using the prototype, we using 3D print, but for the rear, we are using the aluminum extrusion. Yeah.
Lovely. So how does the system solutions help you to make this happen?
Yeah. AAKRUTI and Dassault system provide us a chance to stand in front of the world to come up with our solution that really can help people and save people's life to solve the real world problem for.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, I'm going to ask you all of you guys. Are you happy to be here?
Yes, I'm happy.
Yes, of course. Oh.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, now I will take you to India. Hello. Hi team. How are you guys?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, excellent. Thank you very much. So you are one of the AAKRUTI teams as well. So can you explain what your model is? What is that? And
yeah. So basically, this is our product, Filtron, and every day when you wake up, get into your car, you eventually do have to hit the brakes. And what you don't realize is every time you hit the brakes, brake dust gets emitted into the air. And that's pretty harmful for humans. So this is what we've developed to help humans and as well as nature make it safer for us to drive around because if these particles enter our lungs, it can cause us bronchitis, fibrosis, and they also have the possibility to enter into our bloodstream, which can be carcinogenic. And so to combat this entire situation, we came up with this solution. Over here, this is basically our filter, and these tower-like structures that you can see is where the brake dust gets collected, preventing it from entering into the atmosphere.
Wow, that is very
amazing. So you came from all India to here in the US. So what is the feeling to be here? Can you explain it for the other students who are watching us right now?
It's surreal. I mean, we're still taking everything in. We're really excited, a tad bit nervous, but it's a great feeling overall.
Okay, it's great for us to see you here as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So overall, we have 12 teams here today. And on this Wednesday, from 9 a.m., we will start to listen to them, what their projects are.
Yeah,
and we will have 4 juries, and they will choose the winner.
Cool.
And we will tell the winner, actually Suchit Jain, he will announce it on the main stage. So it's a really big excitement for us because as you see, all the young minds, they use our solutions to change the world and change the future, which is great. We are very happy. So do you have another question, or do I talk too much?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll be showing our general session. So Sushit will be announcing on the general session the winners of the AAKRUTI contest.
Correct. Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Very
yes.
good.
Yes.
Well, it's great to have them all here and showing off. I had a Fiesta ST that I drove for a while, and the brake dust off of that thing was crazy. So I can definitely relate with this. It had very grabby pads on it. Brake dust went everywhere. So
Exactly. Thank
it's a
you.
great design.
And for the last thing, maybe many people will join us later on. If you visit our EDU, but we have a professional photographer for your headshot. So if you have time, please stop by here, and all you guys, please have your professional headshots.
That's very cool. That's
Love
great to
it.
know.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's great to see you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Well, I have officially lost my co-host. Must be, I don't know, he's found something else to distract him, and he's moved off to the Model Mania Xtreme ring or something like that. But we are going to walk and talk. We're going to, obviously there's more over here that we're not quite going to get to, but this place is packed with more than you could possibly see. That's why the playground is open for a number of times throughout the event, so you can kind of come in here and check and see some of the stuff and come in and check again. But I see we've Ranch over there with Best Tugs. We've got all sorts of good stuff. We have some partners in the middle here. We've got our own Dassault booth towards the middle there. And I am walking in a very squirrely direction here. Hopefully the crew can keep up with me. And we'll work our way back where we came from. So we've kind of done one big loop as we're going here. Thank you guys again for watching on the stream. Of course, we do stuff like this throughout the year, obviously not to this scale, but Sean and I do Delivery Day, and we do our live design episodes. So make sure you're subscribing to the channel for all sorts of good SolidWorks content. And we're working our way back over around. Maybe we can get a shot of this real quick while we're here. And I don't take up too much time, but we had Tyler at the desk earlier this morning. Sean was talking with Tyler, and he was talking about his Dr. Ock backpack that he's got. So he's got his little grabber and his full thing. He wears this with a backpack. It's battery powered. I think it's plugged in right now. Hey, Jordan. But I think they were discussing that this morning, so we might as well take a look at it. You can see what they were referring to. And Carlos here next to Tyler's. And we can scoot. Hey, Carlos. We can scoot on over to, back by popular demand, SolidWorks Retro area. So last year we took a look at the 95 booth. It was 30 years of SolidWorks last year. We had a place where people could come over and play with SolidWorks 95. And this year is past our 30-year mark, of course, but people enjoyed it so much, we brought the booth back, and now you can play with a handful of different versions, and we've got some other things to play with here. So let's scoot over and see if we can find somebody to talk to and see what we've got going on at this booth. I think they've actually got 3 different versions loaded up. Let's take a look at the sticker area here. Mr. Russo. I've lost my microphone. Thanks, sir. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Jesse.
How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So I was just kind of giving us a lead up here of the retro area. We had, of course, 95 in the 30 years of SolidWorks booth last year. We are now past 30 years, but the booth is back.
Yes.
You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. So we brought back Retro SolidWorks. It was a big hit last year.
Yes.
We had lines the whole time. And so this year we've added, in addition to SolidWorks 95, we added 2001 Plus. So that was our last Plus release and one of the first releases to have a property manager.
Right.
And we've also added 2008, which was our first version to have a ribbon, a command manager.
Yeah.
So now we have different versions people can use. Sorry, tough to compete with that.
It is. We've got Model Mania Xtreme going on over here, and they're quite loud. So a Plus version, some people on the feed may not know what a Plus version is. You want to tell them what a Plus version even is?
So in the early days of SolidWorks, we had 95, 96, and then we had 97 and 97 Plus because we had so many enhancements we wanted to do, and we needed 2 a year, but we couldn't call it 97 the sequel, so they named it 97 Plus.
I submit that we should have called it the sequel.
I think that could have worked.
Yep.
And so we had some Plus releases when we needed to release more than one major version in a year.
You know, we were really ahead of our time because now we have FDs, so we're releasing on multiple FDs throughout the year. Sean and I, as I just mentioned, we do Delivery Day, so take a look at that show where we go over all the enhancements from the FDs, but you're getting actual functionality in those, what you would know as service packs or functional delivery drops. So we're back to Plus. We have Plus. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, they are adding a lot of new enhancements at the FDs, so absolutely things are coming out, but the Plus release was a major release. It was a whole new version of the software.
Full GA.
Yes. And
Very
so
cool.
the difference is from one release to the next, it's been a lot of fun as people have been trying them because they recognize some things and some features have been there from the very beginning. Like basic extrude, fillets, cuts, patterns, whole wizard have been there from the very beginning.
Yeah.
But watching the enhancements along the way, especially some of the user interface upgrades, the ability to have your S key for shortcut. So many people have clicked S at our booth going, why doesn't this work?
Why doesn't this work? Yeah. So when we stopped at the booth last year, I don't think I played with the software there, but I did do a video with marketing at some point. It's on the Solidworks YouTube channel if you want to watch me sweat and struggle, where I used 95 for a while and tried to model up a challenge that they had going on. It took me like 20 minutes or something to do a simple part, and then the same part was 3 minutes in the current version. So it is way more of a difference than you would have expected, even if you think you know what you're in for. So if you guys are here and you're in the facility, pop over here and give it a try.
And we updated the book a little bit this year, so we have a new, I don't need to open it up because I drop it with the microphone, but we've added a different tutorial at the beginning because 95 is similar enough but different enough. We need step-by-step instructions. And we've also changed the practice problems in the back. So a lot of people have come by and said, oh, I was here last year, I've already done this.
Yes.
Well, you haven't done this version, so we have a new challenge for them this year, even if they were here last year.
Very cool, very cool. What else do we have? We've got swag.
Yes,
I mean, swag
so just
is
for
always worth
visiting
talking
our,
about.
I'll bring you down to the stickers first. So just for visiting our booth, you get a token and you can get one of our stickers. And you can see we have some retro SolidWorks, we have some CAD puns in there, which of course being a dad I love, like filet mignon and the shell feature having the turtle. We have some things you'll know from this year's booth. Have you been by to see the robot? And I think you just came from Model Mania Xtreme.
Yep.
So you could see some of those. Draft Site has some dogs this year, so we have a Draft Site, a 3DS dog.
Headed over there next.
So do you want to try it, Jesse, and see what you get
I
for
would love to. All right, so we got a coin. Now, Joe, remind me what the CDs are for. We'll spin, oh man, this kind of brings me back. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. This is a vintage experience. Oh, I've dropped it. I'm trying to do everything
And we have
here.
some Houston-themed ones. So we have the Dassault footprint on the moon.
So we were just talking to Mike Buckley in the shop floor over there, and this sticker reminds me of the base that they made for the machined astronaut. That's a cool one. That's going on my water bottle. I like that.
So just for visiting the booth, people can get a sticker, but then if you go through and you actually do the challenge, then you can either get a SolidWorks pin.
Yep, okay.
Or
and sorry, being the challenge being any one of those, or what's the
any
full,
one of those versions, spend 10 minutes, you can model a part of your own.
Okay.
You don't have to complete the part, you just
give
have
it
to
a
be
shot.
willing to give it a shot.
Okay.
Visit our booth, come back, you get your SolidWorks pin, and then have you seen the postcard yet that we have for Cat Alley?
I have seen the postcard, but the viewers have not, so let's see if we can find one.
I'm going to try to grab one here so I can show you. And I'll stand back over here. So we have a postcard that if you visit all three of the booths in Cat Alley, so if you visit ours, which is Retro SolidWorks, or across the way, Model Mania, or back there, Model Mania Xtreme, as you visit each booth, you get a stamp on the back.
Yes.
And if you're able to complete all three of those, you get a CAD Alley Conqueror pin, which I'm just going to reach by.
Proudly displaying mine right
Oh
here
yes,
on my.
we have one right there. So, CAD Alley Conqueror for visiting all three of our booths. So.
These are very cool. Okay, so you come, you can get a sticker, you can get a SolidWorks pin. Then if you go all three booths, you can get another bit of swag here. Very cool setup. I am really enjoying this. That feels good. That feels it's really in line with the retro theme. I like that.
And people have been enjoying it. They've been trading stickers. If they wanted a SolidWorks cube, but they got the dragon, or they wanted the dog, but they got one of the Model Mania Extremes, they can trade. So that's why it's been nice having our seating area
talk
here.
about AI kind of always leads you to cryptocurrency. Forget all of that. You've invented a new currency for, at least here at the event, stickers. Sticker currency. Back to grade school. Gum and stickers. That's all you need to get what you want, right? Very cool.
I'm looking forward to decorating my water bottle with whichever stickers I get when I get
Exactly
back.
right. I've already got, we visited the Dino first, so I've got one of the Dino Swuggin stickers on my coffee cup at the desk, and now I've got a moon, so that's going on to something.
I have to give props to one of the designers, and I don't know if you'll be able to get it, but we have the dinosaur in an astronaut costume, combining Houston and the Slug Me dinosaur.
That's beautiful.
So it's a perfect combination, a perfect mashup.
I like it. See, these are the cool things that you can get when you come to 3D Experience World and visit the Retro booth, which I imagine will probably come back again. What are your plans?
That is outside my control,
Outside
but
of your
I
control,
have
okay.
loved doing it. I worked it last year, and I'm working it again this year. I get to bring other members of the training team who get to help me out, so it's a good reason to bring them down to meet a lot of users. We had a line, when you have 9 computers this year, we had 6 last year.
Yeah.
We had a line the entire time last night, so absolutely, I hope we continue to do it as long as we continue to have
It's
users.
immortalized on the feed that the Retro booth is well used. Every time I walk by here, there's been people enjoying and heads down, like I see over there, clicking away, trying to figure out how to use those. So definitely a cool attraction. I always enjoy things that you can come in, do hands-on. Like where else are you going to get the opportunity to play with these old softwares unless you've got an old computer kicking around with an extra CD. So
it's great for the nostalgia. It's great to give users a break. I mean, if you've been to these conferences before, you know you're on your feet a whole lot during the day. So it gives you 10 minutes. You get to learn a little SolidWorks. You get to go back in the past.
And appreciate all of the new features.
Yes.
Even more.
It really does make you appreciate SolidWorks of today.
It certainly does. All right, Joe. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate talking to you.
Thank you, Jesse.
We'll see you next year at the return of the Retro booth, we'll call it. Yeah. All right, thanks, Joe. All right, so now we're going to scoot along here. So this is the whole area that we were just talking about with Joe, where we've got laptops set up where people can pop them open and take a look. There's some timers here if you want to do the challenge, as Joe was mentioning. One of the 3 versions, so you can check those all out and have some fun. It is a lot of fun trying to use those old versions that you don't think are going to feel that old, but then suddenly you realize, wow, we have changed a lot in the software over the years. All right, so we are zipping over here. Hi, Nicole, how are you?
Good, how are you?
We are stopping at maybe the most unsuspecting of booths, at least in my mind. When I saw this come across my desk, I said, what, are they kidding? Puppies? Not kidding, we have puppies. What are you guys doing here? Draft Site, of course, putting on puppies.
Yep, we're putting on puppies. We are celebrating. So Draft Site is our 2D CAD program at SolidWorks,
of course.
and we are hosting the Puppy Parklet to celebrate our 15-year anniversary as a way to give back to the local community.
That is actually crazy to me. That does not seem like it's been 15 years.
I know.
But I guess time flies when you're having fun with puppies.
We're having fun with puppies. Tom, anything to add?
Well, it's just that, you know, we understand that, you know, the 2D market's not going away. It's, in fact, it's expanding. So Dassault Systems, we want to take care of our SolidWorks customers by helping them take the rest of their organization that still needs 2D, save a lot of money on their 2D so they can invest it in other solutions that enhance what they're doing in engineering with SolidWorks and the other multi-CAD tools.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, obviously, like you said, when I think back to, well, I wasn't around for the 70s, but I think back from when I tell people tell me from the 70s, it was always, oh, we're going paperless, and you know, nothing, 2D won't exist anymore, and 3D won't exist anymore in the future. But obviously, that has not turned out to be the case, right? You still need to document all of these things. There's always legacy designs that are there and need to be maintained, and you guys have a great system for doing that. And again, around for 15 years of doing that. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's really one of our great advantages is we're also not taking those customers and asking them to translate years of data.
Right.
It all still works. And we're also not asking them to have to retrain their entire staff because they're changing software packages. Sure. We've deliberately built the command structure so it's fluid, same day startup. It's a really great transition experience.
Yeah, that is great, and it fits very well with SolidWorks. SolidWorks is always very focused on usability, right? And Draft Site is very much the same, right? Anybody can jump into the software and get done what they need to get done as quickly as possible, so we make a good partner.
Happy to do it, and
well, we're
the
delighted.
puppies will be here all week. There's 6 of them that are here now. 1 has been adopted.
Okay.
So we're hoping to get them all adopted, so spread the word.
I was just going to ask, so what is with the puppy? So this is I assume there is somebody who's bringing these in from a shelter,
so
or
we partnered with a local shelter.
Okay.
You know, gave them a nice donation
Uh-huh.
to support their cause, and they will bring the puppies every day for the full event. And their hope is to get them adopted. As puppies get adopted out, they will bring new ones in to play and help people de-stress, decompress a little bit during the event.
I mean, that's impossible when you're playing with a
I
puppy.
know, and
You
they're
have to de-stress it. You
puppies.
have no other option.
And we're going to do it, I think, next year too. because
Really?
People seem
Cool.
to love it. So,
Oh yeah, every time I've walked by, so I've been you know, zipping around the playground as we're getting ready for things, and obviously people are setting up, and I've seen it here. But then as soon as the puppies here, it was
Yes,
absolutely packed.
magnet,
Yeah, and everybody was like, "This is the greatest thing ever." So
we
it's
love
been
it.
a hit for sure.
Yeah, I've been in heaven, so we're happy about it.
Yeah, you picked a good booth to man. Out of all, you could be, you know, put to work over there. We talked to Mike Buckley. He's over there machining stuff, and you guys are over here. You were smart. See?
Absolutely best week of my career. For sure.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. I'm told that I'm supposed to hold a puppy, or and I'm required to hold a puppy, but you really don't have to twist my arm
I will
too
go
awfully hard.
get you a puppy.
Okay, that would be great. All right, I need to hand this off though because, well, I can't hold this in a puppy, and I'm not going to risk dropping a puppy.
He's a star. Oh, he's the best. He's the best.
Oh, in the mouth. There's nibble in my earbud.
Oh, I think he wants to go home with you.
Oh, we've got a microphone. I was going to say, this is, I don't know, he's eating the microphone. This is incredible footage of... Oh my goodness. All right, so I'm here in the puppies, and I will be here for the remainder of the event. So thank you guys for joining me, and I will see you next year at this point, because this is where I'm staying. At the moment, we're going to kick back to Sean, who's at the desk. I don't even know who he's talking to at the desk, so you're going to have to find out when you get there, because I am preoccupied. Thank you, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back. We're here at the live desk. Himanshu, have you ever had a crazier pitch back to an interview than we just had from puppy licking a grown man's face? That's my first question for you today.
Nothing can beat that.
Nothing can beat that.
Dogs, puppies, they are the best.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. It's great to see you. So we met here at 3D Experience World. You, of course, are a representative of one of our sponsors, NVIDIA. So happy to have you here. And the easiest part about talking to someone from NVIDIA is that you guys are so integrated into everything we do. And you know a bit more about that than the average person here, right? Because we actually share a lot in common, right? Yep. You used to actually work at SolidWorks, right?
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
how I
crazy.
started. I started my career as an applications engineer at SolidWorks. Several different roles. I was in pre-sales, post-sales, support, training, so I did a little bit of everything.
And now you have an interesting role, and our roles, or our pathways have kind of been pretty similar, parallel pathways, if you will. So we both have engineering backgrounds, now kind of going into more, I make a lot of the demos I've mentioned of the new features for SolidWorks, so we're on YouTube quite a lot, as we are now, hello. But you work in industry marketing for manufacturing. Can you tell us a little bit about both what that is, but also what brings you to the conference in that role?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is, I've stopped counting the number of events I've attended after 10. So I've been to many of these and have presented at a lot of these events as well, previously as a SolidWorks employee and now as a partner of NVIDIA, right? So I'm here as part of our sponsorship with our partner Dell. A lot of SolidWorks users obviously use Dell laptops, Dell desktops, workstations for running the application itself, for running SolidWorks, right? And SolidWorks uses NVIDIA technology when you are, visualizing anything in SolidWorks, whatever you're seeing on the screen, majority of that is going through a GPU if you have a GPU in your system. And if you do have a professional GPU, NVIDIA GPU, your experience with SolidWorks is going to be a lot fluid, right? You don't have to suppress too many features. You can visualize it in high quality in all the details, all the operations that you do, pan, zoom, rotate. These are all going to be much smoother, better when you have NVIDIA professional GPU in your system. But that's where we started, right? When you're looking at these geometry, when you're looking at these CAD models. But the next iteration or the next, the evolution happening right now is a lot of the applications, specifically when it comes to simulation, right? When you're running fluid flow simulations or electromagnetic simulations, those are all GPU accelerated now. So what that means is the applications are running natively on GPUs, and the performance is 5, 10, 50, even 100 times better than running it on more traditional CPU-based systems. So that is how accelerated computing, GPU-based computing, and increasingly AI is going to be a part of every SolidWorks user.
So you know full well through your plethora of different experiences how GPUs in so many ways inside of a program like SolidWorks Design, SolidWorks Visualize, Simulation, others are important. And so we were talking right before this, and this conference, of course, we mentioned 270 hours of training content, of meetups, all that, which is great. But in terms of hardware and the integrated software, that's a very important distinction. Yep. And we've probably had so many conversations over the course of our lifetimes individually about the sort of professional versus consumer graphics card, right? So can we talk a little bit about that distinction and why it matters to the everyday SolidWorks Design user?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question, and that comes up in so many discussions, right? There are consumer GPUs, GeForce GPUs, and there are professional GPUs or RTX Pro GPUs, right? And they are meant for different use cases, right? The consumer GPUs or the GeForce GPUs are optimized for gaming type of applications, right? When you are overclocking those GPUs, when you're playing games, you want to have that, very real life fluid experience. And that's what they are for, and they're great at that. But when it comes to enterprise applications or professional applications like SolidWorks, right? It has certain different demands on the GPU itself, right? The GPU needs to be robust. It comes with something called as ECC or error correction, where during the processing, if certain pixels are not processed correctly, we don't want the software to crash, right? So it will catch those type of errors and correct it in real time. Also, the drivers, right? The drivers, professional drivers are very important. We work very closely with the SolidWorks development team in certifying these drivers so that the users get full support. If they run into any issues, they have support with those professional GPUs. And lastly, we touched upon this, AI is playing a bigger and bigger role in all of these workflows, right? Whether it is design, whether it is simulation, whether it is rendering. So now, a lot of the rendering is being handled by a technology called DLSS. It stands for Deep Learning Super Sampling. So basically, for every 1 pixel that is physically generated, almost 3 pixels are generated by AI. So that's why you will see much lower rendering times whenever your largest models, scenes that you're rendering with the DLSS technology that is built into SolidWorks. That is going to be much faster when it is running on these professional GPUs.
I think at a conference like 3DEXPERIENCE World, and surely we'll hear more about this, for example, tomorrow during the general session here on Tuesday, which you guys will be able to see on YouTube, of course. We've been talking a lot about AI and the promise of AI, the different ways it may be leveraged in the near future, the different ways that it's leveraged today. I think one thing that you touched on, particular to the SolidWorks user base, whether you're using it as a maker, an industry user, many of you, of course, is that a lot of the technologies that you've been using for years have been made better, been made for more efficient, even if you don't realize it, by background usage of AI technology, right? One area, for example, that we talk about, like you mentioned, is visualize with AI denoising. Yep. That was a huge, and it isn't just a buzzword, and it isn't just an area where it's like, hey, it's new, so we talk about it, like I talk about it because I work here, right? These are areas that have been substantively improved. If you look at year over year, even just having the option on versus off, it's just way faster. So very, very interesting. You mentioned, you are in an interesting spot being NVIDIA because you work with Dell, you work with a lot of our other sponsors, HP, Lenovo, right? Can you talk a little bit more about what it means to be able to have support in these sorts of environments through Dell, through NVIDIA?
Yeah, definitely. So like I mentioned, right, lot of SolidWorks users, typically they have either a desktop that they're using SolidWorks on a laptop, right? And these are, again, our OEM partners like Dell, they go through that whole certification process. So the customers, the end users, know that they have a reliable hardware, robust hardware that running the applications on, and it's ultimately going to make them more efficient, right? That's the whole goal. You don't want to wait for a model to rotate if it is, large assembly, sub-assembly.
Yeah.
Don't click and just wait for it to
add to that, because that is such a, that's obviously such a big, especially as you get into larger data sets, to more complicated data sets even, and they may not look like physically large in terms of a bounding box, but to something that is more complicated, more edges, more curves. But also stability, that's so huge. It's so huge as part of this conversation, general stability of the graphics and of the application they're in. Such a huge point.
Yeah, absolutely. And then one last point, like we discussed, we touched upon, right? There are these new systems that are now coming online, what we call as DGX Spark, and there's a GB10, which is a Dell system that is meant for more of local AI development work, right? Because a lot of times people think that if I want to do something in terms of fine-tuning or refinement of these AI models, I have to use cloud resources, right? But there are a lot of these small language models now that you can use entirely locally, keep all your data local and secure, and then you can do some fine-tuning and refinement on those GB10 systems. So those are available now and are a great platform for a lot of these AI developers and such.
Awesome. Well, Himanshu, it was great to meet you by proxy of this conversation. That's part of how it works at 3DEXPERIENCE world. You meet people in the corridors. I learned so much about you just in the moments here. And you are a popular guy. Getting a lot of people saying, oh, I miss you, I miss working with you. And obviously you have a lot of colleagues here as well from NVIDIA, but thank you so much for joining us. And can't wait to see what NVIDIA has in store for us. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Dell Pro Max and Dell Pro Rugged. Find us at booth 210. Speak with Dell experts and our partners from Intel, NVIDIA, and AMD. Experience in-booth demos featuring Dell Pro Max laptops, towers, and Dell Pro Rugged. Dell Technologies.
Well, all right. We were at the puppy parklet. I got dragged away from the puppy parklet.
Jesse, you never cease to surprise me.
I got to get the dog licks off of my glasses. And
it's like swag here.
It's like swag
Puppy
here.
saliva.
I guess.
It's like swag.
I'll take it.
Conference swag.
I'll take it.
There you go. You look good.
Is it time to wrap day one already?
Somehow, yeah.
Somehow.
There's a lot going on. There's a CSWE event tonight. So day one's not over here. But as far as the stream, the first stream of 3, which I'm sure we'll get to, yes,
the
we are
first
wrapping.
stream of 3.
Yes.
Now, you two, of course, are crushing it as always. It was fun
thank
to
you.
watch
You
you
as
on the
well.
live stream throughout the day. And it is one of the things we're like, oh, it's day one. How is this live stream over? You're like, we want to do it all day. And then here we are again already at the end of this day.
Say the same thing every year, but it remains true.
But it remains true, and will continue to be remain true. We'll continue to say these same wonderful things about day one. Amazing to be back, amazing to see everyone. For me, it's so great to stand in general session and welcome everyone to 3D Experience World 2026 and say, hey, we're all here, we're back in this room together. And of course, to say a big shout out to all our first timers who are here today as well. It's always fun.
All
Yeah.
400 plus of them.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Insane. And I talked to as well. I mean, you know, we kind of, whenever we do these wraps, we talk about some of our favorite things that we've noticed. And even, you know, across the afternoon here, one of the things I've noticed is how many second timers there are. Because we talk a lot about first timers.
That's cool, that's so cool.
And then we have the people that are like, I have every badge over the past 12 years, 13 years. But I feel like it's really special to shout out those second timers. Because they came maybe last year for the first time here in Houston. Then they came back, which I think is like the biggest testament that you possibly have about a conference.
I think tomorrow I'm going to have to shout out the second timers. I think that's
oh man, if you do that, I'll be so excited.
That's a great note, right? So we're shouting that now, but I think we shout them out.
Day 2 is for
tomorrow from the
second
stage.
timers.
Day 2 is for second timers.
Yeah.
See, we're writing it as we go.
That's a great shout out. I love it.
That's great. Well, it's interesting because, you know, I think we all know that a lot of this conference is going to be talking about AI because AI is the future. I think it was very good to hear Manish and Pascal reassuring to hear them say that engineers and SolidWorks are the heart of this AI revolution. It is that we're here, we're ready. And then also, of course, we had Pablos Holman here today, and he has a lot to say as a technology futurist. So what did you think about listening to him, and also what was it like to get to interview him today?
It was super cool. I mean, that was obviously a highlight of my day, but I was telling you backstage, I had 10,000 things I wanted to talk to him about, and we only had 15 minutes, so I would have taken an hour with him, but he has some really cool things to say, and I really appreciate his mindset of just the way that he can look at a problem from beginning to end and so extensively, but still explain it at a very base level is really impressive. I enjoyed talking to him.
Yeah, I think he talks about like neglected problems. It's almost things we don't even think about are problems, but did we really look to say, how do we fix this? How do we make this better?
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, I took a lot away from his conversation with Jesse as well as his keynote, of course. I think one of the things that I feel like gets underplayed at times that I took away from his conversation is this look at almost like an AI perception reset. He talked about the sort of potential dystopian look at AI.
Right.
You know, we talk all the time. We have 4,000 attendees at this conference, 270 hours of content. We talk about the connection, the humanity, and not wanting that necessarily to go away.
Right.
And I think in terms of some of the offerings that we're coming out with, and we're talking about the things you hear about with Manish, Pascal as well, talking about these virtual companions, right? And what are they companions of? So if you are a companion, you are a companion of something, and it is of you, of the user,
of a
right?
human.
Of the human, right? So having that approach, I hope, takes away, if you did have a bit of a dystopian look at some of at least technology that we have control of here, some of that potential dystopian look. And I thought it was important that at this point of the year, opening the year in 2026, right? We just entered February. It's an important sort of outlook shift potentially. That's what keynotes are for, right? They're to change how we think.
Yes, absolutely. I like that because it's a companion, not a replacement.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I also, of course, one of the big things you have to do here and go and see and do is the 3D Experience Playground. That is where all our sponsors, all our customers hang out. That's where they show their wares, kind of brag about what they're working on, what they're doing, show their wares, wear their pins. We see this. Oh, there's stickers. We're going to get to the stickers tomorrow. We got a lot of stickers. I love the stickers.
My water bottle is full of stickers now.
Is it really
I
already?
cut nice SolidWorks lore. You guys would love them. SolidWorks lore stickers. I'll have to bring them on to the
Bring
show
it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I want to see it. I want to see it. You know, one of the things that I was really excited about is we saw Bowhead Corp again. We saw Christian Bag, and he debuted his travel wheelchair.
Yeah.
And Manish was there, and when I was walking around the playground, we're talking around, and then Manish came, oh yeah, we can see it, right? So here he is. There was a contest about how you could put it together. Now, what's really important about this is that Christian said this is not just a mechanical innovation, but this is a social innovation. This isn't just about how do I make a better wheelchair, but it's about how do I make this a better wheelchair for a human being to travel. How do you say, hey, I am a wheelchair user and I need to go to the bathroom on this plane, or I'd like to get myself down the aisle in this chair. So now you can have a wheelchair that actually folds up and goes under the seat. And this is really game changing. So we saw on their Instagram today that it's just been on this page for a few days, and it already has something like 15,000 likes, but like 1,500 comments of people saying like, yes, this is something important. Yes, how do I get this? Like, when can I order this? It's really important. And one of my biggest takeaways every time I come here is talking about how engineers often come from a place of, this is something personal that I needed. I saw this need and I filled it. I said, how do I make the world better with my skill set? And to see things like this is just fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. I think this was back in the SolidWorks 2024 release timeframe. That's been a lot of us internally, though they've been around for a while. I've known Christian, for example, since like 2019 or something. But that was when we did the What's New launch of SolidWorks featuring the Bowhead wheelchair, the adaptive bicycle, off-road bicycle.
I remember
that. So a lot of them have seen that, right? It was all over SolidWorks.com for that entire year, of course. And we've stayed in touch with them, you know, and we've kind of helped them as they've grown their technology stack, introduced new products. They've started using subdivision modeling, different simulation techniques as they develop their products. I was catching up with Sanket, their lead engineer, or one of the lead engineers there a moment ago. And
winner last year.
What's up?
Sanket, winner last year.
Yeah, champion of the year.
Champion of the year.
This is such a smart way of just general R&D, by the way, being able to bring one of your new products, and they use it as a KPI. You know, how quickly can someone who is uninitiated with the product, how quickly can they get it up and going? And Manish almost broke the record. He did, I think, very well. I don't have to say that because he's the CEO of SolidWorks, but I know that because Sanket told me that I believe the record was broken in the playground.
Oh, wow.
And broken by maybe half a second, but I think it's like 9 seconds.
Yeah.
Apparently they're
What can
well
you do in 9
beyond that.
seconds?
So
What can you do in 9 seconds?
Yeah.
by the time we had talked to Sanket, by the time I got in there, they were down in the 7s.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
So the record was probably, it was broken again, evidently.
And so Tatiana did it in 7 something, and
Wow.
that wasn't even her record. So
yeah.
moves quick.
But just think
Gold
of
lines move quick.
But like I was going to actually cue back to something you said,
Yeah.
sort of a community level innovation.
Yes.
Think of how smart this is. You guys will appreciate this. Basically taking your product into a space like this and being able to have beta testers that are just coming through your booth and providing you with all this useful feedback. I thought was supremely smart.
Supremely smart. And of course, it was really fun to have Manish Kumar, the CEO of SolidWorks, come join me on the B-roll. And I did love this morning at General Session that he started, you know, I introduced him, start up in the beginning, and it was like a bit kind of like Manish Kumar. And they're like, oh, where is he? Where is he? And he was in the audience. He was
That was
hanging out
a
with
bit?
his
I
friends.
thought he was just messing around.
I mean, it wasn't a bit, but it was very fun because he wanted to say, like, I'm coming up from the community.
Yeah.
I'm coming from the people. I'm coming from the audience. I am one of you. So I thought that was just kind of a beautiful way for him to start.
Yeah, that was super neat. So we were doing the lead in the general session, and I saw him in the crowd, and I was like, I feel like he's probably going to talk today.
Like, why isn't he backstage? Isn't he getting ready?
Yeah, but no, that was cool. You got me. You got me.
That was a lot of fun. Well, of course, also in the playground, we know you saw them because you started with this. Draft Site has puppies in the playground at the puppy parklet.
Wow, that's a lot of peas.
That is a lot to say, and it is fun to say. Hopefully there's not a lot of peas in the puppy parklet.
I don't know, I didn't check.
It's the 15th anniversary of Draft Site, and so I think it's really interesting. You know, you're seeing this a lot more and more about how are we incorporating more like social activism?
Sure.
How are we environmentalism? How are we saying? And it's like, you know, you can actually adopt these puppies. You can go and I know. Well, I thought you were gonna. That one, I thought you were like going to make a movie with that dog. You're like, look at us, that camera together.
Right, Jesse has some paperwork to fill out. He's bringing a dog home.
He's bringing a dog home. You better call your wife and your kids. You're bringing a dog home.
But yeah, I mean, social innovation, right? It's a very similar social innovation.
Right.
Yeah, it's also, like you mentioned, you know, the social activism, just being involved more socially, not making everything about products, which we don't. But I think another special part to me about this is that when you have a conference, you are being welcomed in by a city, right?
Yes.
Like we are guests in a way of Houston. And so to be able to collaborate with a local group to be able to get these puppies in, get them homes, I think is a nice way to humanize us, right?
Wait, I thought we were all taking them home with us. That's what you got the backpacks for. You get a backpack and a puppy.
They're like those special dog bags. Yeah. Hey, that'd be great.
Well, at first when they said that there was going to be puppies in the puppy Parklet, I assumed that they were going to be robotic. I'm like, oh no, they're
That's
actual
a good
puppies.
assumption, right? Yeah,
I thought, oh, we're going to have robotic. And then when I found out like it's actual puppies, I was like, okay, because we have things like Westwood Robotics, right? Westwood Robotics is here with a humanoid robot. So of course, why would you think that there were also going to be humanoid, you know, puppyoid?
Puppyoid.
Well, if it's not a humanoid, it would be a puppy.
Yeah.
So this is really interesting, of course, and this is probably, Sean, when you talk about, are people like, oh, we're going to be replaced, like what's going to happen? I think what's interesting about things like Westwood Robotics, about humanoid robots, is some of this is, you know, as we were speaking, it was about how can we do things that are dangerous jobs for human beings?
Mm-hmm.
How can we deal with medical waste cleanup? How can we deal with garbage that is toxic? How can we, so it's not necessarily saying like, I'm gonna replace all the people, but saying like, how do we use this technology to be helpful, to be safer for human beings?
Yeah. I was actually talking to Dr. Zhang, I believe a week ago, about that very idea. And it's interesting because Dr. Zhang will also be here tomorrow morning.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so our whole, just to give a plug to tomorrow's stream, of course, we'll have general session. We have great speakers. We'll talk about that in a moment.
Yes.
But we also have a whole slate at the desk of design reviews. So we'll have some great products and great innovators. We'll talk about the whole theme are it's designs that move people. So designs that move people. So we will have Barrels of Fun, and they're the makers of pinball machines. Constant
That's the name of the company. We will have Barrels of Fun, but also
yes,
the company.
that's true.
Barrels of Fun will be here.
They have pinball machines in the playground, but they will be here to talk to us, hopefully bring some parts so we can talk design, inspiration, all that. Of course, I mentioned Dr. Zhang will be here with Bruce, a smaller robot who I maybe did not see. So Bruce will be here at the desk. And then we will also have Sparks Hockey.
Sparks Hockey.
Yes.
Right? So Sparks Hockey, which is
walked by them
all over
in the playground, but didn't talk to them. So they'll be back here.
Tomorrow I'll show you a little clip of us talking to them as well. Yeah, they were pretty great. Question for you, favorite thing about today, looking forward to most tomorrow?
Well,
Any besides the puppies.
I was going to say, is there a caveat on that? Let's see, favorite thing of today, I would say probably talking to Pablos. That was really fun. I really enjoyed that. I could have talked to him for a lot longer than I did. Slash puppies.
Slash puppies.
Yeah, but it's day one, so I mean, it's just great. We get an advantage of coming to this because we're here a few days early, so we can trickle in and see people as they're coming. But a lot of people, who are just coming to the conference, today's the day they get to see everybody. So I will say, seeing everybody is great, but we've been doing that for days. So
Well, I got to go to the HIVE yesterday, the first timers meetup, because I love to just go say hi and welcome the first timers. Second timers also will be welcomed. But I love to welcome the first timers, say hello. But what was really fun about yesterday is, I have a list of like special people that I see each year that are like, you're kind of like people that you see all the time. And I was like, I by the end of the day, I was like, I think, including you two, of course. I was like, I think I saw my people.
Yeah.
Like, that was really fun. And of course, the people I'm yet to meet and the more people I'm going to see and meet, but it's pretty fun. It's a pretty exciting day one.
Tomorrow, was that the second part of your question? What am I excited for? Okay. Well, we have a great lineup tomorrow.
We do.
Our tech session tomorrow, I'm looking forward to, Josh Valman. I'm excited for that one. But also our design reviews are going to be super fun. I can't wait for those,
Great.
Yeah, I think for me personally, another thing that I'd realized, we're all on different timelines, right? So we had a creator chat, digital creator chat, again, people with hundreds of thousands of followers, millions of subscribers, whatever, with Tyler Csatari. and Reyes, Carlos 3D up here. And they both started, making content and really, in a lot of ways, making it in general back around like the 2019, 2020 timeframe.
Yeah.
You think back then, we're at like past the half point of the decade here. You think back, that was crazy, right? It was prime COVID time. And you think about people like Tyler, he's coming up in that time and he's coming to a conference like this and he's getting his first taste of it. So many of us have been to this conference so many times, been to different conferences here and there. But you can see, when you see that someone is realizing it is so special to be around so many like-minded people, as he said at this desk, it invigorates you in a way. So that was really special to me, to be reminded of those things. And then also, I would say, as far as tomorrow, the thing I'm most excited about, I would say is a special event. Because, hey, like I mentioned, we're in Houston. Let's take advantage of Houston. We're going to the NASA Space Center.
It's going to be a blast.
To have a party. One of my stickers is Houston, we have a party.
Oh,
on my water bottle. So I got that here.
I got to get that. I got to get that.
But
Listen,
yeah,
the Space Center party will be fine, but the show tomorrow will be good.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So yeah, let's talk about tomorrow. What's going on tomorrow at the conference?
Well, tomorrow we have an exciting, it's gonna be exciting, okay? Because Pascal is gonna have NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang's gonna be here tomorrow, and we know that's gonna be a big deal for pretty much everyone to listen to and see him here. And then we also have customer examples on the main stage with Sucha Chain. What's also fun about customer examples is you can see also in the 3D Experience Playground, we do have a 3D Experience stage where you can have like a deep dive presentations as well, and people have an opportunity to ask questions. So those are actually happening over the next 2 days. So we'll see some on the main stage tomorrow, but then also the next 2 days you're going to see them as well, the presentations on the 3D Experience stage. And of course, tomorrow is Don't Miss This Demo. Now, I know what the theme is this year because I saw rehearsal. I'm not allowed to tell you, but it's, as always, a great one, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep, we are. Those are our teammates, direct teammates, and we keep everything on the wraps. We don't. So we try to. Yeah, we don't spoil the surprise for each other anyway. But yeah, a lot of great SolidWorks designs, SolidWorks simulation, a lot of different great demos you will be surprised about, but also humored by as far as the skit. But awesome. Hey, this was great. Today is not over for us, but we are done with the stream for today. Thank you so much for joining. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time, we'll be back with our pre-show. Lots of awesome guests. We'll have our design reviews for designs that move people, and of course, we will move right into general session with all the great stuff you just mentioned, Tracy. But
fantastic. You
can set a reminder right now on SolidWorks YouTube, subscribe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys. Tomorrow.